What's going on, everybody, and how are we doing this evening? Just wanted a little cheeky little intro right there going on. So we had some stank ass and we had some rogue ass. So you all know how it is when you get a little bit of rogue ass going through.
Yeah, buddy.
So, how you guys doing this evening?
Doing
Doing
good,
good.
man. How you doing?
Doing
Ah,
well.
man, I cannot complain. Took the week off last week, enjoyed some time off, tried to get involved in the chats where I could and all like that. Caught Punk's Clubhouse last week, and it was big shout out to him for taking the week from me and being able to do that. Worked out well considering he wasn't doing the Monday night toy ramblings, and gotta say, overall, it was a nice, relaxing week. Not doing these online and everything, because sometimes your social battery is just drained and it's tough to, do this each and every week, even though most of the time I just sit here and can't go live and then let everybody talk amongst themselves. But, it does drain. But yeah, we're back this week here at the Clubhouse, and Thanos already showing off some of the sweet new goodies he's got. I mean,
Damn.
it's the man himself. We've waited years for him, Necronominus, and along with a little extra Murloc action going on. And I gotta say, those Murlocs are freaking impressive. And I know you got a couple, buddy.
Yeah, let me
Got
grab a couple of the ones.
Necro and Cannabis right there. The little angler one, and actually, as we were just discussing with Brick earlier today, when it's got the little thing in the front like that means it's a ladyfish.
I think I showed this one off on Kenny's channel when I was over there last week.
Yeah, that's cool.
Maybe.
The teeth
It's
in
awesome.
that bad boy. Yep.
Absolutely awesome.
Right before I almost died. Fought for my
Yeah.
life with COVID.
He's like, I think I kind of feel bad. And then, boom, COVID.
You know how it be. Just when you think you're safe. Nope. So, speaking of that beautiful Necronominus wave, I'm going to be opening up that guy tonight because I got some Maxilius the Harvester action going on. So we'll be breaking this bad boy open. I got a little bit of this sweetness right here. Belulith, the little Beastmaster with her Chimera. Oh, man. Been waiting a very, very long time for these to come in. So I'm going to be opening up these toys tonight. We're also going to be talking about, because myself and I know Corey, Make Shape Create down there, he and I are all going to be heading up to a really, really sweet convention next Saturday. As a matter of fact, we're going to be hitting ZoloCon. Now, if any of you guys are worried that might mean there won't be a Clubhouse next weekend, that is not going to be the case. I'm only going for the Saturday. I'm going to be back here that night. So we'll still be doing the Clubhouse. Plus, chances are I'm going to be breaking open a whole bunch of stuff next weekend that I pick up at the con. It might not be too much. I've got two things that I'm definitely going to be grabbing next week for sure. So that we can bring them back here and open up on the Clubhouse, because that's going to be a lot of fun. Anybody else get some sweet new pickups this week before we jump in and start saying hello to everybody in the chat? I know it couldn't have just been me and Thanos.
My blast came in, but I already opened them. I couldn't wait.
Oh, nice.
Dark Avengers Warbird, the newer technically Dark Avengers Miss Marvel there. And Corey, what's that you're working on? Are you building a microphone right now?
No, this is my camera stand.
Oh, I'm thinking he was going to do some karaoke for us tonight.
No. You don't want me singing. You barely want me talking.
haven't had enough to drink for the karaoke part, but go ahead.
But since you said it, no.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, now I'm waiting for the musical number, right? This is going to be the Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse musical night. Why not? Let's go for it.
Man.
Nobody will be watching in the next 15 minutes at that point. Everybody's rolling. Everybody's going to be out of here. Ooh, Frankie's mentioning the fact that he's opening up his fans toy Marge at the moment. How badass is that? Yep, and I know Bud, he's working on some sweet customs with some Turtles of Grayskull Tila.
And a Mountain Dew bottle.
You can't go on in Mountain Dew.
Good thing they got those nipples swirled so you know where they are.
That's right. Gotta highlight them. Highlight
I got
the
a Marge.
nipples.
Then the
There we go.
masterpiece I've created.
This sweet, sweet Rio Blast. Hold on a second here. Let's give him a full screen on this one.
Damn.
Oh, look at that.
The
That
sweet
thing is
soft
tits.
goods, shoulder pads. Bud's got them all painted up and detailed.
Even painted the inside, which was a pain.
I bet it was, man. Hard to
Yeah,
see
they
it,
just add so much.
right?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Look at that. He's even got the hoses. Got like almost like a little bit of steampunk action.
Gotta have copper hoses for
Yeah,
heat
right?
regulation. Same
Those
with
are going to
the
get
head.
stolen, man. You just don't make sure and lock him up at night.
Right?
Right.
Especially if you bought one.
We're taking that copper.
Crackheads are breaking down the door right now.
Looks good,
Yeah.
man.
I thought it was real
Oh yeah.
I dig it. I
Oh, and
dig it.
since we're doing customs,
love
I
it.
guess I'll show mine off then.
Oh yeah, that was cool. I saw that.
2000X style clawful
So
right
good.
here. That's right, folks. It's back on Ostradamus Toys, so you know there's going to be a bunch of Motu talk too.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Let's break in, go through the chat here, and say what's up to everybody who's popping in. We've got All About the Villains first in the house saying, yo, 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 cooking up some steak. Join you all in a bit. I love it. Onryu83 is here with us. The man, the legend, Largo's Lair. Jim, what is up, brother? Glad to have you here. We got Menhoza in the house. SCS Dog saying aloha all. What's up, brother? Nolan is here making us official toy tube. We've got Kenny pulling that double duty in the chat. Just Jeff is here. Stanley Everhard pulling that double duty as well. Aaron, the toy enhancer. What's up, brother? Glad to have you here, my friend.
Wicka, wicka, wicka. Oh.
Just don't rap, please, Aaron. Please. No rap battles tonight. I just, no rap battles. Todd C is in the house. What is up, my friend? We got JMac77 here saying, Oz and co-stars. JMac, it is good to see you, my brother. Let me know. Are you going to ZoloCon next weekend? Hopefully, I will see you there. Already pulled up one comment, but let's pull up another. We got Frankie Rivera here saying, hey, yo, Payne's Toy Samples, another legend himself, saying, hey, and then going to bed. Have fun, all. Payne, we miss you, brother. Can't wait to see
Good
you
night,
again
Payne.
soon. Justin Booth in the house here saying, what's up? We got KJ Smith saying, yo, sup, peeps? K-Mac is with us. Hey, dudes. Happy ZoloCon. That's right, brother. Ready for it. G.I. Jetman jumping in saying hello, all. And Eric Perryman is here with us. And I know we've had some more hop-ins since I've been going through the list. Let's get them all in here. Let's see. Delta 17, Steve is in the house. We got Frank Damano. What is up, brother? Vine Jungle Figure Factory. Alan is here with us. What is up, my friend? Good to see you. Matthew Matson is here. We have the Figure Fight Club saying, what's up, guys? What is going on? Man, it is good to have everybody here this evening. Glad to see y'all.
Yeah, a couple
All
of
right.
them hung out with me last night in my little Insomniac show. So
As I was saying, you know, I wasn't quite able to stay up for it for everything. You know, after I got off of Let's Go All For It last night, I was feeling a little bit tired. I was ready to rock and go.
Well, and it's so random. It's just like we're just sitting around doing it. It was cool that Cobb has that extra energy because he's normally not used
His
to being
work
asleep
schedule.
anyway.
Right.
So yeah, so that was cool. It was fun.
I'm all about joining some Insomniac stuff. Friday, it's just like, you know, working the whole week, got off, got to run through and do all this housework so that I can try to just
Plus
not
tonight.
do anything.
Yeah.
And yes, got to go ahead and chill out and woosah so that I'll be ready for tonight because I'm already on Let's Go Off World. So,
yes, sir.
Which we had a fun night last night hanging out with our good friend Blake Wright, Toy Collector Magazine, talking about some Moon Man Zero, as well as a couple other things. I remember last night, what was it he pulled up that he had? Oh, yeah. For all of the Legends of Dragonor fans, he's already got that blue dragon. He was showing that off last night. He just got that in. Because, you know, sometimes when you are somebody who reviews products for a magazine, they send you stuff earlier than other people. apparently.
Nice.
So, he got that in hand. That was looking pretty sweet.
I'm gonna
gotta-
make up a magazine. No.
Hey, he did, right? So I'm just saying anybody can.
I'm sure there's no downside.
Well, there's the constant working, but when you're the only,
Ooh.
it's you yourself, publishing a magazine, it's nothing but work. So
Like,
we've got Paul Morales jumping in saying hello, everybody, and highly articulated saying, "What's up, nerds?" Oh man, he's saying he'll try to jump on after bath time. Hey man, you know what? Greg's probably taking a shower right now, so just go ahead and keep watching while it's bath time, brother. That's what we're all here for. All right, Ed, I'm gonna go ahead and hand things over to you for the chat, because I'm gonna start cracking open some figures. I've been waiting long enough to open this shit. I picked it up last weekend and I have it sitting here looking at me all week, and I'm like, I gotta wait until Saturday.
Start popping it, my brother.
You guys have no idea how much it takes to
Or
hold
you
back.
be the smart Christmas snooper that you are, and you open it up, play with it, and then put it back in the package, put the ties back on, wrap it back up, and then lie your ass off.
No, I'm not doing all that. No.
That's a lot of work.
If once I open this thing, it ain't going back in the plastic. If I open this thing up, I am going to be playing with it. There is no putting it back in the box. I'm not one of those guys. It's one of the reasons why the only boxes I save are from my Figure Obscuras. They're the only ones. Okay, Adam. I'm not going to tell you guys the kind of pictures Adam's sending me right now. Woo, spicy.
ew.
Just joking. All right. Let's take here. Largo jumping back in with another howdy, and Steve mentioning we're all here for the bath time, right? Hey, look, man, this is like a new trend that when people are catching the Clubhouse, they are they're taking showers, they're bathing themselves. I don't really know how to feel about that other than a little flattered, because I know we're a bunch of sexy bitches, but I didn't think people were all like, ooh, it's Clubhouse, let's hop in the shower time. But I'll take it.
Well, either that or this Clubhouse makes them feel dirty. One of the two.
All right, one thing I want to, you know what?
Both.
I'm gonna let the chat decide here real quick. I'm gonna let the chat decide. We're gonna see what it is they want to see open up first. Let's start a poll here. Maxilius.
We got some TV going on somewhere.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we're definitely getting
Not me.
some background noise.
TV or radio.
I'm muted, so it's not me.
I know it wasn't you, Corey. I saw that you're a little mute. I saw Bud's mute. Oh, that's Stanley again.
No, Stanley's always in his living room watching TV.
No, it's on mute, but no, my computer's a bit overheating, so it could be my laptop fan.
Got you.
Holy
Got
cow.
you.
So let me go back on mute and see if you guys can hear it.
Nope. It's Stanley.
Yep.
It's all gravy.
Largo says, rub a dub Oz's beardiness in the tub.
You know, baby. You know. All right. Just drop the poll in the chat. We'll let it go for a little bit, and we're going to see what those numbers look like. Because, honestly, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. So, anybody else have any interesting things go on this week?
SES Dog says, watch the stream like Tony Montana style in the hot tub with Michelle Pfeiffer yelling at you. I'd watch anything in a hot tub with Michelle Pfeiffer yelling at me.
I don't think I'd ever turn that action down.
No.
I don't know how much watching I'd actually be doing if I was in the hot tub with Michelle Pfeiffer. Just going to put that out there.
Absolutely.
My mind would definitely not be on watching this. That's for sure. I like you guys, but not that much.
Yeah.
That'd be a good reason to skip a week, Oz.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's plenty of guys here that can run the clubhouse. You don't need me to run it. I'm just going to put that out there. So I got some hella cleaning and organizing done this week. Feeling rather proud about myself about that. This next upcoming week, the goal is to finally start going through a bunch of this crap so I can finally start getting these toys up and around and behind me.
So I just got to say this. Just Jeff and Figure Fight Club are having a conversation about something going on, and it's a personal conversation. Not personal, but it's a conversation.
Well, why are you bringing it up if it's so personal?
Well, it's not personal, but they were just talking back and forth, and all I saw was fucking a man. I get that. I think Just Jeff means fucking a man, but
look, man, I'm not here.
Punctuation is very important.
I'm not here to judge anybody.
I'm not here to judge.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing.
I didn't know
with
the conversation was going on in the chat. That's all. I was a little thrown off by it.
You know, for all you know, he could be right there. You know,
yeah.
Follow. Oh,
It's all good. Each their own, man. I'm all for it. It don't matter to me. Just
you're just getting some action.
I'll always reference Seinfeld on that one. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
What are you thinking, Thanos?
I'm thinking this is rad.
Right?
These little like
Terpicula I opened up 2 weeks ago, and I freaking love the figure. The wings definitely keep popping off mine though. No, I might have to put like some sticky tack in there for him.
Yeah, I haven't put them in yet.
Do the wings snap on like traditional style?
Just like the usual. It's got the usual ports in the back, you know.
Yeah.
More like the Skeleton Legion Builder 2.0.
Yeah.
But he's got like these arms like the Necronominus had too, so that's kind of cool.
Those extra
Like
long
his
arms.
Like wings on these. But
one of the cool parts about that is you can take those arms off and put them in the front. And then, like, when they have the skeleton head pack come out with All Stars 6, one of those things that you could do is you can actually get that gorilla head on there with the long arms and then the dwarf skeleton legs on that thing. And now you've got yourself a skeleton gorilla.
That'd be cool.
He's saying he did not see that.
Whoops.
Don't clutch your pearls, Ed. Don't clutch them. Bath Clubhouse. That's what it is. We're running the bathhouse now. That's it. We've turned this into like
Stanley
the clubhouse. The clubhouse onsen.
I think Stanley overheated. He circled around for a little while, then just
yeah. Well, we'll see what goes on. You know, it's always jump in, jump out throughout the night. That's of the clubhouse.
Yeah.
What do you think? Should I paint this one orange? Should I get him a battle armor?
Yes. Do that orange with that like kind of like blue green look to him, or is that just your lighting? Is that like the actual blue, or is that like a blue green?
No, it's just the lighting, I guess.
Okay, I wasn't sure which it was.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. What's going on with this? Okay, yeah, Stanley's in the chat. He's saying, jumping off camera, laptop overheating. It happens. It happens. All right, G.I. Jetman says, Kenzo, you got me hooked on Masterverse last night. It went back to my childhood.
Dude, Cobb and I had so much fun last night because it was like G.I. Jetman came through and you know, we're just used to having all of these and talking about them or whatever. But he's like,
right.
So did they make this? Did they make that? And Cobb and I were like, oh, I'll show you. And we just like, yeah, it was cool. It was fun, man.
G.I. Jetman's been popping up all over. He started popping up in Punk's show, then he started watching my show. I've seen him on your show now. Good guy.
Yeah,
if you ever feel like coming on the clubhouse, G.I. Jetman, ask for the link.
I was so mad that I fell asleep last night because I was sitting there about like 12 o'clock refreshing YouTube to see the stream if it was going to pop up, and it didn't. So I turned on an episode of a show I was watching, and I was out.
You were out.
I woke up at 5 in the morning. I was like, damn it.
I was going to start at midnight, but Mega J was still going. I thought maybe he'd be done by then. And so I just said 12:30 hit, and I was like, screw it. I'll just start up. So
apparently Mega J is trying to encroach on like clubhouse territory, going like super long into the morning hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our
normally
shit.
he doesn't.
No, he has been going till like 4 a.m. I saw all the links this morning. I was like, man, I could have hung with Jay last night, but like I said, I'm pretty tired after the work week.
In our
Yeah,
one
he sent
group
me the
chat, I
same one.
love
I
it
was like,
'cause
no.
in the mornings I wake up and I read my group chat, and every morning on the weekends I see a post from Bud that says, "Damn, I fell asleep."
Uh-huh.
I still just am so happy that we could still hear Bud normally. So nice.
Yeah, I know, it's nice.
Yeah.
I know.
So
Sweet.
It sounds so sexy. Huh?
one of the cool things with the Undead Legion builder is he's not glow in the dark, but he's UV reactive.
You just put that black light above him, huh?
I've got 2 of them
On the
for my
shelf?
glow in the dark shelf.
Yeah.
I got two UV lights, and what I'm going to do is it's going to be this shelf right here. One's going to kind of go. I was either thinking about lining them on the sides of the shelf, like where the corners are, or having one in the front and one in the back. But I think the 2 on the corners, aiming at the shelf, will probably look better.
Can you hold
but
that
everything
figure up
else-
to the thing? I want to see his head, Oz.
So this is the one without the bottom jaw.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that it can have this style effect around it.
Yeah.
It comes with a secondary effect that is made to fit the bigger ones, the bigger heads, because like you can do the other heads.
Yeah.
He also has the little effects that go in the eye sockets. Now,
that's awesome.
those are all going to be parts that are going to be on next week's Zolocon exclusive Headhunter figure that's coming out. But they're going to be in one of my favorite colors. They're going to be in bright green.
Very cool.
Yeah, definitely very cool. I'm excited for that. So we got the time scales. Grego has shown up. What is up, brother? And Frankie, I know I shouted you out earlier, brother, but good to see you here. And then long time no see. We got Jeremy J in the chat. What is going on? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for popping in, man. Hope everything's been going well. Oh, KJ says, Thanos, I was happy that you won a head last night.
Oh yeah, I forgot I won.
What head did you win last night? You was all getting some head and you didn't tell the rest of us what's going on.
Honestly, I don't even remember what it was. Dude was painting on the highly posable show last night and he was giving away heads.
Gotcha.
Completely forgot I won.
Nice.
That's how it was when I won the blue Hagnon on here from Purple Gang.
Yeah.
Oz texted me the next day. He's like, "You got to get a hold of Van." I was like, "Oh shit, totally forgot I won."
There we go. Oh, wait. Adam's asking, how about 2 in the back and 1 in the front? Hey man, I'm just saying it don't matter how it gets down. It'll go down. Just saying. It's always a fun time. There you
So
go.
this guy that shorted a weapon on us. What's up?
What's that?
He's got all these arms, but only 3 weapons. What's up with that?
Oh, just go grab another one of the little axe, the bone axe from the unknown one. There you go. That's even better looking.
I know that one.
It's from one of the. Was it Diablo? I think.
Yes,
I remember you.
That was
You're
the
the one that
Diablo
told me
one.
about that one. I was like, oh, cool, because I found those at Ross too.
Jay Astro joining us. What is up, brother? Good to see you.
That is
This
cool,
guy's
man.
like wicked looking though. Like he's.
I
really
love
cool.
the head on that guy for sure. He's awesome.
Well, like, and that's one of the things when I break open that Chimera, I'm going to take out the twin neck joint from the Chimera. I'm going to pop it on my Terpiculi so we can do both of the heads that come with it because it's got the horned head and then the non-horned one. I've been seeing a
I
lot
didn't
of people
realize
do
you could pop that out. That's cool. This thing.
Yeah, you can definitely pop that out and sit it on one of the other ones so you can have like double-headed skeletons.
Interesting.
Yeah, which is the whole reason I'm gonna have to buy yet another in Belulith just so I can get an extra neck peg for Terpiculi.
Avalanche. I just knocked over a Murloc into Necronominus and
That's kind of like what I feel is going to happen over here. Oh, hey, look, it's a naked Elvira figure. What?
yeah, naked figure.
Are you in Thanos' closet, Oz?
Yes, I am. I am in Thanos' closet. Y'all heard it here.
I've got
Look at that, a naked
a
figure.
whole lineup over here of naked figures.
A whole
That
lineup.
wall has naked figures on it, and then there's a box in there that's got a bunch of naked figures and extra parts. I'll say.
All right. Just gonna refresh the page here. Take a look at that. Take an awesome look over at the poll right now because I think I'm just about gonna end that there. Looks like Maxilius is winning out here for opening up first. So we'll get Maxilius. We'll go through all the different looks that we can do with him because he's a pretty beast figure with 3 different looks. All right, we're going to end that poll there. Maxilius wins out. 57% Maxilius, 42% Belulith. Only 19 votes, but we got 40 people watching. Make sure you go ahead and smack that like if you're watching the show tonight. Whether you're on Kenny's channel, whether you're on my channel as we do the simulcast, smash that like button, friends. All right. Break out the trusty old knife. Pop this guy. Man, it feels so good to finally get these figures in. I've been waiting forever, it feels like. And I know they only had a little bit of a delay, but man.
Yeah, these were my first pre-order through Horseman. So this is right when you started shilling real hard, Oz.
It didn't take me long. All I
still.
had to do was get a Headless Horseman. And the next thing I knew, I was like, I love these figures. I got the Headless Horseman, and then the next thing they're doing is they're flexing hard, showing off the there you go. There it is. Nice. Oh, it looks so good.
Yeah, it's
Like
cool.
this is the Trapiculi is truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. All right, I see Eric Perryman in the chat has a comment there. He says, Oz, that's funny you mentioned Elvira. I just watched Mistress of Darkness the other night. It's a favorite. It is a favorite. So with Maxilius, we have the sweet, huge bag. Huge bag here. I'm going to fill this. I'm going to put my weed in there later. Whole way. We're going to fill that up. That sack of grass. All right. Then we got the inside tray here. You got Maxilius with his Maxilius head. He's got the extra skull that's more normal. He has his scale going on right down here, his little sand hourglass, and the sweet robes, and like this really crazy looking back piece that we'll see in just a minute as I crack him open. And you know, one of the other things that Curtis did that he was showing off that I really liked too, he took the monk from the Legions Con exclusive. He took that figure and put on the was it the Zendi head? The brother, I can't think of what they call that head version, that head sculpt for him. But he popped that head on that figure so he looks like just a regular dude. And then he threw Maxilius's robe on him. So he's making like a whole bunch of like Gregorian monks, basically.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and it looked really good. Of course, the only problem is like if you're doing that, you're doing the one figure, you know, you're getting that same look time and time again. So you got to get some different bald-headed dudes or whatever to fill out your monk ranks, but it looks really, really good. All right,
Yeah, that's
so
that's when a 3D printer helps, because then you can just find a bunch of bald heads to print
Well,
out for it.
I think if these cosmic head packs are successful, you'll start seeing some more head packs from.
Which it will be.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I
I
mean,
don't see it not being successful.
they did that head pack a while ago with the All-Stars wave
Yeah.
that released that I just picked up, but I think we'll definitely see like some more cheaper $10 head packs coming out.
Yeah, because that head pack
You
had
got
what,
the
5 in it?
boneheads coming.
5
You got
heads
the
in it.
bonehead
Yep.
pack, and then that other pack was like 5 heads or something.
I know that's one of the reasons. One of the things I'm looking forward to when we go to the con next week is what's his name? Wolf King.
Damn,
Wolf King Customs, Len
Wolf King
LaGuardia.
Customs, yeah.
He's supposed to be there, and he's got a whole bunch of really cool heads. I used his head when I did my Gygor.
Nice. Well, one thing I will say,
he has a bunch of good ones.
One thing I definitely will say about Wolf King Customs, like if you're not going to be buying stuff from Helidope Toys or anything like that, if you like getting custom pieces, definitely pick up some stuff from Wolf King Customs, because like when you buy like the regular figures, they'll ship you extra parts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they'll go in there too. So that's going to be awesome. Yeah, you definitely get all that extra stuff. All right. So just jumping in the chat here, we've got All Music Fan. What is going on, Jeff? Good to see you. I see my sister has jumped in the chat. K Roll is in the house. What is up? And then the wonderful, the amazing, the sassy Allison Troy, Retro Toy Princess, joining us in the chat as well. Thank you for being here, Allison. It's great. Oh, and have to peace out on some panels tomorrow. Everyone, like and subscribe. These are great fun channels. Thank you, Grego. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for being here. Have a great night, my friend.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yep. I'd actually kind of forgotten about that this date was coming up, but tomorrow you guys are going to get a little extra dose of Oz. I believe it's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be over on the Universal Toy Collector channel as he is doing his Star Wars trivia tonight. Which Allison was on just a couple of weeks ago. So I will be doing that. And for all of our friends over in the UK, it'll be a much easier time to see us if you're not watching now. Of course, they'll probably all be watching this on the replay tomorrow, or they'll tune in at the very end tonight. And they'll be like, oh, crap, I got to see this dick bag again tomorrow.
Yeah, her and John were on from Collecting Brothers.
Yep. So I'm going to be on that as well. It's really going to be fun.
But Allison had the funny answers.
Dave's dimension here saying Lurk Squad. Well, Dave, if you want to join us, brother, just shoot me a message. I'll send you the link. And Allison says she did not do well. Uh-oh. Allison typically knows more than me on Star Wars, so I'm a little nervous now.
The questions were pretty tough, man. I watched it.
Okay.
I just love that when Allison didn't know, she just like put the really funny shit that you would expect Allison to put on there, you know.
Yeah. So I gotta say one thing. The fuck you got going on over there, Ed?
Oh, that's my this is the art.
Looks like chicken.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah,
It
I
looks
was
like
gonna
a
say,
frog
is that
on
a
a
floating
stick he was about to eat.
Right.
This came with the Mezco tote. So that's like the ghost that
Nice.
comes out
Was
of
it
the-
in Encino Man when they're in school and they're cutting open the frog and he's just sitting there with the frog on his stick over the
Starts
like
eating it.
Bunsen burner?
This is
Yeah.
probably the nicest scale arc I've ever seen.
I could totally
I
see Ed
like
doing
that.
that.
That's better than the Build a Artifact one for
Oh, yeah.
sure.
That looks good.
Gorgeous.
I dig it.
And of course the light up effect is really cool. But
Yeah. Now you got to put one of those light effects in a briefcase so that you can have people open up the briefcase and it's just glowing in their face. Pulp Fiction reference, anybody?
that'd be a good idea, actually.
Right? Hey, I remember getting that guy.
Dude, we were pulling these out because the same thing when G.I. Jet when he came in and he was asking about them, and we were just like, did they make this? Did they make that? And so we pulled all these off the. I was like, dude, and then I looked it up.
He's
This
one of my
guy's going
favorites.
for like $150 on eBay right now. You're like,
Yeah.
Is that
some of
fully
these things
sealed?
are sold quick. Yeah, sealed one.
Okay, I was going to say mine's not that then.
I got
All
two
right.
more of these in box. So
So I'm digging the armor. I'm digging this back piece here. This is really, really cool. Originally, I just kind of wanted this guy to do like a standard Grim Reaper look, but I'm actually really, really enjoying this overall look right here. I love the fact his sleeves for his robe are wired. Like the sleeves are wired. That's friggin' awesome right there. I am super pumped about that. Oh, We got GI Bro in the house, but that's not the GI Bro we normally know. That is
Bro
Mr.
man.
Fontenot, Bro Man. What is
the other
up,
GI Bro
That's-
is
that's
GI
Mr.
Bro 84 or something.
He's a
Yeah.
faker.
He's Mr. One. He's Mr. 1/6 scale. He'll give you.
Yeah.
He'll give you some 1/6.
Doing those
Amazing.
sweet customs. All right, so nothing too special about this piece. We all know about this skull. It's standard 4 horseman skull. This is not the one with the articulated jaw. You can tell because it has all the teeth. The one missing a tooth is the articulated jaw. All right, so that wraps. I just got rid of like a ton of boxes and crap in here this past week. Now here I am already cluttering it up again.
Mm-hmm.
Cluttering the place up. That's what I do.
Doesn't take much.
No, it does
No,
not.
it
Or
doesn't.
long.
All right. We're going to break out the scythe because that's another reason that I opened this thing. That scythe, man. That scythe is amazing. All right. Let's go ahead here.
What you painting, Corey?
I'm painting legs.
These
I'm making a
nuts.
bow.
Oh.
For those who don't know, I'm getting ready to kick off a She-Ra month. I don't think you were on when I was talking about it, Kenny, before we started going live. I'm doing a She-Ra month. I found out, I was already planning this, but I also found out that I'm getting hernia surgery on the 6th, so I'm going to have a lot of free time in March, which is good because I was already planning like 10 videos. Now I think I'm up to like 13. And so that's like 2 or 3 a week. So I'm glad I'm going to have some free time, but I'm trying to get a head start on stuff now. So
Nice. I mean, not the surgery part, but nice.
well, I mean, it is nice because I need to get it done.
Well,
Yeah.
Right. I'm happy you're getting the surgery done, Corey. I think that's very nice. Good.
like
man.
it's one of those things that like I have short-term disability insurance at work, so I might as well use it. And
yeah.
I mean, I only get like 60% of my pay, but I'm also not going to be commuting to work. I'm not going to be buying lunches at work and stuff like that. So that'll be fine.
And you're making shit you can sell.
Right. If I wanted to, yes.
Yeah, exactly. if you need to make up for it, you can.
Absolutely. So like I'm not too concerned, but like again, I need to get it done, and it's better to do it sooner than later. I'll heal better now than I will in 10 or 15 years when it's even worse.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I had triple hernia surgery about 20 years
Yikes.
ago. And it's painful, but it's much better afterwards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also the surgeries have gotten better. My dad just had double hernia surgery last summer, and he got the surgery. The next day, he was up and walking around like nothing happened.
Yeah.
And it was like I had surgery 20 years ago on my first one, and I looked like a potato chip for a week because I was just walking bent over because I did not want to extend all the way. So I have no idea which way I'm going to go this time, but.
Am I really loud right now?
No.
Not crazy loud.
No,
we can
there's
hear it, but it's not that
feedback
bad.
there.
If you need to, mute me.
Eh.
Just hear it.
Yep, we lost us.
There you go. Ed's got the right idea. Just kick me off the fucking stream.
Fucking
Get out of
amateur.
there. Yeah, Jeff,
All right.
I got it a while back and I forgot it. It was in a tub and I had all my, opened up all my Thundercats and I was like, oh, shit, I forgot. So I finally got the Jackal Man opened up. So
Nice.
Let's
Yeah,
see
you've
that, buddy.
had that
Hold
one
on.
for a bit. Ooh, there we go.
ooh.
These,
All right,
like,
warm
Is that a
up.
Mountain? Is that Mountain Dew?
Make such a big difference.
Yes, that is. In
Yes,
fact,
I knew it. Yes.
here's the.
The victim.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she looks
Looks
Pretty
damn
good.
good, man.
Yeah.
flipping around here. A little bit of color on the shell, not much.
Just enough.
Good job.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna try. They
check on the
They gave
heels.
him 2 alternate hands. Each one If I can get it to pop in now. Hold on. I'm not sure how I'm going to like him to look. Now, one thing I will say, because of his armor and collar kind of thing, his arms do not have good articulation like this. You know, that stuff comes and sits down right in front of it. Thanos, I'm sure you've had that issue already. Yeah. But he's got his pointing finger, the one where we made the famous Saturday Night Fever look. I kind of like that. But if I do that, then he can't hold his hourglass. So I'm not sure I'm going to do that. But this is like the extra front piece that he kind of comes with. Of course, I will say this gets hung up on every little vertebrae on the back of his neck. So there he is, the full look for Maxilius. I love this scythe. This scythe is crazy.
Yeah,
now,
it's
mind
awesome.
you, this scythe, as cool as this is, though, the one that comes with Necronominus is like, it blows this one out of the water. All right, we're going to have to switch things up a little bit here because I'm going to be doing some pop and swaps on this guy. We're going to break him down into the standard Grim Reaper look. So the head comes off first. Yeah, buddy.
That's awesome.
What's
Love
up?
that one. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I apologize, bud. I wasn't talking to you.
He said, "Yeah,
Sadly,
buddy."
I've had that happen so many times in my life, and yet I still fall for it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's the other crazy thing. Like, he's got these wings back here. Now, part of his story, we saw with like the Ashes of Agbender wave, that there were all of these angels, right? Like, we saw those in the Ashes of Agbender wave, that they're going to come out with those angels. And then, mind you, they converted them into undead angels. Well, Maxilius is
angel.
the guy who slaughtered all of them. So this dude's slaughtering angels. We'll keep that in mind, folks, for the lore of this guy. He is not a nice guy. He is pretty nasty.
He sounds kind of like an asshole.
Little bit. Little bit. All right. Okay. So his back piece, it's just got like the two tabs, like if you're going to pop wings on him. So that's how that pops into the back. Really cool kind of piece again. Like, I'm guessing these are all parts of angels that he threw together on his back here. Let's read the character bio. We can do that here. No, I can't. I need reading glasses. Holy shit. That print is small.
Let's read this. No, never mind. Somebody else read it.
Before the Lord of Death appears, there is Maxilius the Harvester. Necronominus comes forth to raise the dead and grow his army, and the Harvester's job is to give his master the fields of freshly reaped bodies to turn. Maxilius is as unstoppable as the passage of time. He is a force of nature that cannot be reasoned with or slowed. He exists only to kill. Entire companies of knights have fallen at his feet, as the scythe in one hand and an hourglass swimming with the souls of his victims in the other. When you hear the rattling of the bones he wears upon his chest, you know the harvester is close.
Oh, shit. That's awesome.
Right? Like, every piece to this guy has purpose. Every single piece. And that's badass.
Hell yeah. Did you guys get all your Buzz Off tribute figures? Did you guys all order that guy?
You know I did.
Speaking of ordering all the Mythic Legions, where's Joe?
He said he just got off of work, so he'd be coming on later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he will be here. And our good friend Alan, Vine Jungle Figure Factory, he will be joining us as well a little bit later. He also is running a bit behind. You know what's nice though? Just turn this guy into a Grim Reaper.
Oh, that's badass right there.
Right? I love that look. I love that look. And I can't
Is that
wait
one glow in the dark?
Yeah, it's UV reactive.
Oh, it's UV. That's the same one you had, Oz?
Yeah, he just has the eyepieces in. I didn't have the eyepieces in. I currently have those in one of the bins so I don't lose them.
Dude, the light coming through it though is just rad.
Yeah, that is badass.
Put on the head with the eyeballs.
Okay.
Do you have a UV
Boston
light for
Thanos
that?
around.
Well, because
I gotta get
that
it
looks
popped
really
out.
good.
I'm just kidding.
All right, here he is, standard Grim Reaper, folks.
Nice.
You know, took the back piece off, so he's got the holes in the back of the robe. That way, you can pop that back piece back on, and then he's got the hood. Just a perfect little Grim Reaper. And again, mind you, the hood around the face is wired. It doesn't have a wire coming all the way back here to like the point, but you know, honestly, I might stick like a wire back there or something so I can have the point come back. So it's not always.
So,
I mean, this thing's really excited. Look at how excited this hood is.
Yeah.
You know, it's just.
I'm
I think
surprised
he
they
took some
haven't
blue
released.
chew.
I'm surprised they haven't released a standard Grim Reaper yet.
Well, I mean,
right there.
that's it.
Yeah.
This is it. Like,
Right,
you know, they knew they were going to do the full skeleton. So they were, when they created this character, they were like, all right, we're doing a Grim Reaper. All you got to do is just give him a regular head.
I mean, you
regular
got the
skull.
Ghost of Christmas Future right there.
There's not much else they got to do with it.
That's right.
You know? But yeah, I'm absolutely loving this figure. It's great. I don't know that I really need to. Do you got a black light you could shine on that real quick for the eyes?
I can go grab one from the other room.
Okay. Yeah, because where did I put my extra heads at for that? Did I put them in?
I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Yeah, that'll save me from going through my parts bin just to find the extra heads.
That's one of the coolest things about the blue Hagnon when he glows. He's got those eyes that are painted, so you can actually see the painted eyeballs when the rest is glowing. Such a cool effect.
Right? I mean, that blue Hagnon's a great freaking figure. The regular Hagnon's cool too. Like they're both awesome figures. But, all right, so because I might have to pop his legs off to get the robe off.
Lone Dragon's wondering if the eye effects fit into the boom boom hole. I think it's
They're a
small.
little too much for that boom boom hole. Little too small for that. So again, these are the amazing soft goods from C. Jessam. And they do an amazing, outstanding job. And I see we had Dre of the Collector Safe Space jumping in the chat. Brother, good to see you. Thank you for joining us this evening, my man.
What's up, Dre?
All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess around with that too much. Like the way the belt's tied around to pull the robes off, I'm not gonna mess with that right now. Just we're gonna be here for 6 hours. I'm sure I'll get more bored later and just heat them up and pop them apart so I can pop the robe off of them. Yeah, I'm digging that. So naturally, yes, I have another one of these on pre-order that'll be coming in soon.
Are the ropes tied, like actually tied, or is it
just that knot right there? I could untie it and retie it, but I don't feel like doing all that. I'd rather just pop it apart, keep their knots in it.
Yeah.
All right, blow Thanos up here because I wanted to see those eyes in his head.
Boom.
I guess it gets a little washed out with the.
Go back with it, Thanos.
Yeah.
It gets a little washed out.
Put the light behind him sideways like you had it. It was looking pretty good there for a second.
All right, I see you, Ronnie.
Yeah,
Trick
right
shot
there.
in the chat. There it is. Yeah, I'm digging the way those eyes look because, like, you see they're painted in.
Yeah.
Ronnie Trick shot. I'm seeing you saying you're lurking too, just haven't commented. So, come on, guys, let me know you're here. Slap the like button. Say something in the chat. Honestly, I just appreciate you guys all watching. I see the numbers out there. And thank you very much for being here and watching the stream tonight, guys. Always good to see you. Hope you all didn't miss me too much last week.
This head will go good on any He-Man ever.
Is that a Classics head?
Yeah, this is the ultimate Super 7. Yeah, this is the best He-Man head in my opinion.
Yeah, I hear that.
I think Barbarossa Customs makes some of those too that you can get.
What's up, Sonny?
Oh yeah.
Sonny, long time no see, brother. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, not too bad.
Sonny,
Bit of house and garden work, but otherwise, yeah. And still being pissed. My Mondo faker still hasn't showed up yet. I think it's 3 months now, and still not in the mail. And I sent an email to the customer support of Mondo, say, hey, I wonder, you made these things in China, then they go to Austin, Texas, except for those people like who live in the United States or in Germany or whatever, they get their stuff straight away. So the distance between China and Australia is way shorter than going from
the
China
entire
to
Pacific Ocean,
and then back to Australia, and then it's a licensing issue. And I thought, what the hell do they have to license Moto in every single country where they have to sell it?
It could be. There might be something to that. I'll still never forget when Ed sent Mossman to our good friend Eldor.
Yeah.
And they took a global cruise before it ended up getting to our brother.
Yeah.
God.
It went halfway there, then back. Then I mailed it again. And then it went to
China.
Stayed in Japan for a little while, then finally went down to New Zealand.
Yeah, it went through all these other places before it finally got to him. And it's like, geez, man, it's just going on a world tour.
It was in travel for like 90 days or some shit like that.
Insane. Absolutely insane. I remember you sent him his before I had even found somebody to pick one up for me. And then I got one. Eldor still hadn't showed up yet. It had been in transit.
It was bad too because Retro Bacon, right? Is it Retro Bacon?
Yes, Retro Bacon.
She lives over there, right? But she has a mailing address in
stateside,
Seattle,
stateside somewhere. Yeah, somewhere
Washington, somewhere. Yeah.
And so I mailed hers there, and she ended up getting hers before Eldor did. And I didn't mail hers out for like 2 weeks after Eldor.
Nice. Well, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm poking my head outside. I'm going to switch things up and go mobile here. When I get back in, I'm going to open up Balulith because, again, this was the first figure I pre-ordered from Four Horsemen. This Balulith, and I've been waiting. You guys know why I pre-ordered her. Not because she's got the sexy blue skin, but she's got all these cool-ass critters that come with her. And, I've been waiting for that a long time. I'm really excited to tear into this figure.
And this was a Hordak MX. That's a Hordak MX custom head on that one.
That's not the verse head, not the verse head.
No. I wanted to be different.
I hear you.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm gonna pop this profile out just in case we get some more people popping on soon. As soon as it wants to leave.
As soon as it'll let you.
Yeah, I should have got more of this Undead Builder.
That's the story of all of it, isn't it? I should have got another troll. I should have got more of these. Should have got more skeletons. It's just
this head though, like the one with the
that's awesome with those eye effects in it and the thing around his neck. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's super cool.
And if you need it, you can always make a custom Ghost Rider figure. You got it all set right there.
Yeah, that's funny. This is actually my first builder from Legions. Super impressed with it. Like it comes with a ton of stuff.
The builders aren't much different than regular figures. They're really not. I mean, they say they got less paint apps and stuff, but you look at them and you're like, I don't see much of a difference between a builder and a regular figure.
Well, yeah, even his other heads and stuff, like the ones that are actually like, not translucent, they got a lot of detail on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need some more body parts. That's what I need. And I can make a couple more of these guys. but I think this is my favorite look by far.
Yeah, those eye effects is just do it.
So
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah. Super cool. Oh man, Legions finally starting to come in, so that's good. I got a lot of stuff already paid for through them. So,
what's up, Trevor?
Oh, damn it!
What's the matter, Kenzo?
Avalanche.
Oh shit!
Avalanche.
It went backwards, but it was only like 3 of them. They fell backwards. I'll get them though.
That skeleton bird vulture thing is awesome. Love it.
Yeah. She's cool. She was actually like Oz was saying, the first one he pre-ordered. Same with me. Like I saw her, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm in. Like she just looks so cool.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, like
well,
the creature.
Yeah, the creature's awesome. Anybody that's a Halloween fan just got old dreams fulfilled with this Necronomicon.
Absolutely love the creature. And that newer one, I kind of dig the skin tone, but
there you go, bud.
With the one
no Mountain Dew, but
I want that figure. Hopefully, I don't know if they're going to make any more new adventures.
That looks like it's supposed to be She-Ra from the New Adventures of He-Man.
That's exactly what it is.
I made him. I made her. Hold on.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, Sonny, they made her in classics. Obviously, she didn't obviously look like that in the cart. She didn't do that in the cartoon.
She wasn't even in.
No,
they didn't.
She-Ra was in. No, Tila was in.
Tila popped in.
Yeah.
I mean,
like I just think it's such a cool.
One of the coolest characters of the show, unfortunately, I never brought as a figure. That was He Slave, basically the New Adventures Faker. That was actually a cool design.
Dude, he messed shit up, didn't he? That was cool.
Yeah, I got Nordor and the starship out in the other room. Those things are really cool.
And he wasn't even that was about him back in the day. E-Slave was
I'm hoping they'll still make more Masterverse figures of them because I really want Darius. I just think he looks really cool. And then I know they probably won't do it because they only did it for classics, but Light Taupe figure looks so good. I love the look of that figure.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up giving us, depending on how the line does, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up giving us some of them and some of the 2000X ones in the cartoon collection. Because they're gonna only.
I would be okay with that. Like, I know I've been kind of like huffing at. Oh God, it looks so good.
I wonder they made a new Eternia version of the Thunder Punch He-Man, but not of the Dragon Blaster Skeletor. That would interest me how the Dragon Blaster Skeletor in Masterverse would look like.
They'll probably put it out soon.
I stopped trying to figure out why Mattel does anything.
Yeah, right. I just look at it and go, "Oh, cool," or "Nah, pass."
Who are we?
Pass? What does that mean?
We don't get to ask questions. We're just the peasants.
No.
We're just the ones buying
the dumbasses that buy it.
Yeah. What was that, Thanos?
I said I wasn't expecting these guys.
Right?
But they're cool.
Yeah,
I was expecting them in Origins before we got them in Masterverse, honestly, but
Skelcons, yeah. Now, I wonder if since you mentioned Darius, maybe you can make a custom out of the new Eternia render as Darius. Maybe that would fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably could.
Sadly, I don't really do Masterverse. Like, I'd love to get back into it, but just right now, can't really focus on one. But nevertheless, yeah, that would be amazing. And one thing I'm actually curious of too, and especially when Cobb gets on here, because I'm usually messaging him to like, hey, put this on this figure, put this on that figure, because I don't have a lot of the Masterverse, but I wonder if when the new Lion-O comes out and stuff, how his head is kind of a little more narrower than the like vintage figures, and that hair pops off. Can that hair fit on King Randor's head?
Oh, that's a good point.
Or if it'll have that little peg thing in the back, like apparently it does for the Chitara.
Interesting. They released a second new Eternia Beastman. Oh my
King
god.
Randor with fiery Lion-O hair, I'm just saying, would look amazing. Especially with the head that has the blue crown on it for the secondary look for Lion-O, painted gold.
There you go, Sonny.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Yeah, that's the second one now, isn't it? From Eternia.
The fact that the mouth opens, that's
Or is it the
like
first one?
really
Although
cool.
He's actually my favorite. He's my favorite Beastman already. Like
I do prefer the size of the first one or the second one, but like the fact that that one is modeled after the kind of more original look.
Which Beastman is that?
This is the second new Eternia, and he's a lot more orange in the red orange instead of that.
Yeah, I would say
brownish
he's
orange.
Yeah.
Like New Eternia / Lords of Power look.
With that one,
I like the way that one looks for sure.
Yeah.
With that one, I like the face better. But from the other one, I like the statue better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well, just like the third Merman was my favorite Merman. The third one they did on Merman was great.
I still like the armor on the second one.
In my opinion, case of Merman, nothing beats the 2000X because he's so slim and tiny. When you put the Beastman figure beside it, and like Beastman like totally overtowering, and that's great.
I don't know. The Turtles of Grayskull Merman is like my favorite one.
Oh, I can't wait to get him. He's on his way.
Which one?
The Turtles of Grayskull one.
Yeah.
So, like the way he looks
Grayskull Merman, is it a band?
It didn't even have to be a Turtles of Grayskull figure. It's just a cool merman figure.
Yeah.
And the fact that unlike the
it's not a man.
Super Shredder,
it's not
unlike the Super Shredder, like this one's actually coming with an extra pair of legs, which is nice.
That's 2000X. Yeah.
So
yeah,
as we were talking with Brick this morning, Brick brought it to our attention that anglerfish, which is what that head sculpt's based off of, when it's got the little glowy bobber in the front, that's a female, not a male. So it's not merman.
So it's mermam.
Yes, merman.
Nice.
So the anglerfish, the females have the light.
Right, not the males. So
now,
anytime
do the
you
males
see a toy with one of those, that's a female.
Do the males still have the angler, but it doesn't glow, or they just don't have it? Period.
They don't have a period.
Okay, because
Hey,
technically it's not painted on the figure to be glowing. I'm definitely going to paint mine. I'm going to throw some glow in the dark paint on it.
We got Johnny Sorensen joining us in the chat saying, Sonny boy, yeah. And then Terrence St. John jumping in here. Buddy, I'm looking forward to seeing you in a week, brother, at ZoloCon. Really excited for that.
Oh, I heard, buddy, I'm painting, and I thought
Terrence is going to ZoloCon?
Yes, sir. He will be there with you. There you go. And we've got Angry Hobby jumping in saying, hello, fellow glue-sniffing friends. Yeah, most of us have huffed some glue in here, you know.
Less puffing glue, more putting Elmer glue on my hands, waiting for it to dry and peeling off like it's a dead skin. And we all did it.
I know I've inhaled my share of foam insulation smoke. I'll tell you that.
Right. Oh man, I know I've removed plenty of asbestos tile when I was doing flooring. We got Headache 79 mentioning the fact that it's a they. Don't want to mislabel. Can't mislabel.
Exactly. Apologies to the people.
That's right.
Males have danglers, females have bobbers. Very, very astute, Terrence.
There we go.
Is that what the dangly bits and the jiggly bits? Oh, what are you talking about? Jesus.
Got Gotta love it when we take the show off the rails.
Wasn't everyone here for a biology lesson? I mean, I know I was.
I like to think
I mean, we sure as
Clubhouse
hell
is an
didn't learn it in
educational
school.
place.
School didn't teach us crap, so I mean,
No, nothing we needed. That's for damn sure.
They should redo Webster and Prince Adams since most of us didn't get one. That would be nice. Yeah. There he is, the
Webster
man.
was
Big
actually
Greg.
What's up, boys?
hard to find.
How you doing, brother? That Ghost Rider shelf you got looking hot now that you dug the Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider out. You got Catch, Johnny Blaze, and I'm trying to remember his name. Robbie Reyes, the newer one.
Yeah, the new one. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, man, that's a cool little shelf in the living room now. All my figures threw up from the man cave to the living room.
For sure. Yeah, brother. It's good.
Slowly, it just keeps throwing up back into the living room.
Well, brother, another big happy birthday shout out to you. I know you turned 21 finally.
27.
27. Okay, I'll let it slide.
Oh wait, hold on. I'll give Greg a little cake for his birthday. There you go.
Oh,
Hey, get that cake.
Hey, I
cake
don't
for you.
like that. Damn, what's that from?
That's a little 3D print action.
Oh, shoozle. That's dope. I like that. I kind of want that in my living room too.
There you go. There you go. So, Greg,
Well,
I
bud,
know
here's another one
Corey.
for
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Little
Another
Mo2
2000
action.
or new adventures for Bud.
There it is.
That's dope.
So, Greg, I know you are going to be at ZoloCon next week. What are you most excited for, brother?
Just to hang, man. Honestly, like just to see people. Hopefully, they'll have my figure up for sale.
I'm going to be there purchasing. I'm going to be purchasing it. I want to get it signed.
Absolutely,
and,
man. It'll be my honor.
Gotta get that extra head. Got to get that extra head in.
It still feels surreal. People wanted me to sign their figure box.
Look, I'm just saying, if I'm gonna have a tribute figure like that, I gotta get it signed.
Yeah, listen, I'm all for it. It's still like a surreal kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
it's awesome.
It is awesome. It's real cool.
What's going on, Alan? Good to see you too, brother. Thank you for joining us.
I am happy to join. I have you guys on my big screen here in the shop, and I am making a ton of monsters tonight. We have a trade show coming up next weekend, so
awesome.
I'm making a bunch of these little alien guys.
Nice.
That's cool.
And then goblins.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just going to have the camera on, and I will participate as possible, but I am in work mode.
All right, brother. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to join us and hanging out with us.
It is always a good time.
Look, Terrence is saying Friday night Cabal hangout. Sadly, I won't be going up. I won't be heading up until Saturday. I'll be leaving Saturday morning, heading up.
Okay.
And I'll be there.
I'll be out there
throughout the
Friday
day
night.
Saturday. I'm only going to be there the one day.
Oh man, that sucks.
It is what it is. I mean, the tickets are cheap enough. I could probably do a 2-day, but yeah, it's just one of those things. Honestly, it was like a little short notice. I was talking with Ziggy. You met him while we were at Legion's Con, and it was like we decided kind of like last minute a couple weeks ago. So it was like, yeah, we're not going to try to book a hotel room or anything to stay overnight
but hang out late though, at least, because it's going to be
that's the idea. It's only a
night.
2-hour drive, so it's like it's not that far. We'll be able to stay and hang for a while.
It's about almost 2 hours for me too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and Justin
it's not too far from
everything. Before we go up Friday, but we weren't planning on I didn't realize everyone else was going. I just had heard of it from Lee and Mr. Home Arcade, and I was like, man, I keep wanting to go to this, but we're not sure. And then I found out Oz was going, and a couple other people in the chat were going. And I was like, okay, let's just go. It's like 2 hours, and me and her can use it away. And so, yeah, we're going up for the weekend, but we just got 1 day passes for the show.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to go Saturday because usually I come up Saturday night and then I stay Sunday and then I head back because I usually work at the dealership Saturdays, but I took off.
Right.
I told my boss I'm taking off, and then today I had a good day. I sold 3 cars, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely taking off next Saturday because it's the first of the month, and the first of the month in the dealership is always slow. So
right.
I was like, you know what? My boss was like, it's going to be dead. It's the first of the month. Go ahead, take off.
Terrence is asking, Mr. Home Arcade going? He will be going. Terrence will be there. Or
Nice.
Mr. Home Arcade will be there, Terrence.
He'll probably have his mask on that I made for him.
I was just going to ask, is he going to be wearing his Corey mask? Yeah.
He will be. He wore it all through Maryland Toy Expo. He will wear it there too.
Eventually, I gotta make us Ucha mask.
That's a heavy. That'd be a heavy piece of thing to wear.
Yeah, it will.
What kind of mask?
So Ugzak.
Sir Oopsak, the new ogre scale from Necronominous Wave. I'll send you some pictures, Alan, when I get a chance.
I could make that mask. That's what we do.
I was gonna say, Alan could probably make you the whole arbor set, Greg.
Yeah, I know. I got to get the funds ready for that kind of endeavor.
So Jeff is asking what we're all looking forward to at ZoloCon besides Mythics. I'm going to tell you flat out, like, I'm excited to be going. I'm going to see some AWOC while I'm there. Definitely. It'll be great to meet up with Jason again and see him while their table's going to be there. I am excited. I'm going to go check out and see some Harbinger Studios. I know that could be a bit of a dirty word in some circles, but I'm still going to be going and hitting up their table. I mean, truly, it's beast. Brennan says he is excited for Zolo 4 Horseman exclusive because that figure is pimp as hell.
That's very dope.
The Valaverse Con exclusive Steel Brigade with that chrome. It is a sweet looking figure.
It is. I'm definitely going to be grabbing. Like I told you the other day, I'm gonna grab 2. I pray that one of them is in gold, and if I hit gold, then I'll get a third one. But if I don't hit gold, I'll stick with the 2 silvers.
There you go. Right. You got to try.
Usually, I'm army building. Lately, what I'm doing this year is 3. The rule of 3. 2 back, 1 in the front. That's how I'm going to try to army build because I got to come back. It just gets a little too crazy.
Space Stager, man. Space Stager.
Oh, space is insane. I'm constantly taking stuff down. Real estate is real high in that room.
There you go. Terrence is asking, did you hear about the new AWOC stream coming to YouTube?
No.
The Tribe on Saturday morning Toy Collector channel. Nice.
Oh, wow, nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, Saturday mornings is going to be rough for me to catch. I'm going to have to catch the replays.
That's the best part about YouTube. Even if you don't catch it live, you always catch that replay.
Yeah.
Look, Thanos' tribute figure right up here.
Nice.
Yeah,
looks like he's still just.
I have him too.
Now go ahead, Thanos. Reveal, do a face reveal real quick back. You look like Jesus now. You didn't have the beanie on anymore. There we go. Now it's back. This is a dead ringer. Dead ringer. I love it.
Nice.
Somewhere I have parts to make myself as an action figure. I haven't done it yet.
I knew that the head wouldn't fit to the rest of the body.
There you go. Adam's asking, Saturday morning toy collector blast Spiro 2 weeks ago. Mr. Wonderful. Oh, snap. It's the Thanos figure.
I think that Atlas guy, for that he's that big, he has the wrong weapons, in my opinion.
There you go. Terrence is wondering if Adam will be joining us at ZoloCon this year.
I think I might be using internet again.
I agree, Sonny. I think Atlas should have come with something different other than that shotgun.
Yeah, but at the same time, you got those weapons packs. You could.
Oh
You
yeah,
could definitely
Right.
throw
You
some.
can load them
then
out any way you
you
want.
have to spend extra money.
he looks
I mean,
good with
that's
I
he looks
have.
good with the saw gun from
Yeah.
Trigger. So
And the other thing is often like I don't get it. Like it's supposed to be a military toy line. It's like all or most of these weapons lack all the attachments you usually find on special force weapons. They're missing often optics. They're missing lights. They're missing pointers. They're missing, yeah. I mean, you name it. They're just often just blank, like naked.
yeah,
That's a bit odd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's like everything else. He's throwing out probably the plain ones now. Then as time goes by, he's gonna have to change them up and add stuff so he can release something later on. You know.
So then he can continue like, oh, I released those bland stuff, and then I released the real stuff with woodland camo and desert camo, whatever, so I can make money again off the same shit.
Hey, that's kind of how these
That's the
things
name
work.
of the game.
Yeah.
That's the
kind
name
of.
of the game with toys.
I don't
They
know.
can't just
Yeah,
constantly
man.
pump out
He
new
could,
sculpt.
he could start now with all that, and there's still plenty of stuff he could bring out without holding that stuff back. There's no reason to hold that stuff back. There's still plenty to release.
Right. But I mean, I feel it though, because like these guys are in the game to make money. And the easiest way to make money is to reprint what you already have. Nobody goes into the toy business to not make money in some sort of fashion. So I'm not going to blame anybody who's just doing what's natural for the business. You know, I mean, that is just what it is. And you know what? We will see, you know, as toy lines go on, you do see new stuff, you do see new innovation, and they will bring that in, you know.
I'm
So,
also sure there's probably some reason behind not all.
Well, he's now what, 4 years in, 5 years in? Oh, obviously.
2022, so 4 years.
I thought it was 2021. The Kickstarter was even 2020.
Yeah, well, first wave one released in beginning of 22, right? So
Yeah.
Yep.
I say patience, man. Like I said, you know, everything people got to make the best out of everything that they got. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right. You know, and I'm not going to be one to harp on anybody.
And with the weapons, you know, yeah, he could add attachments, but at the same time, you don't know in the future he might sell a weapons pack of attachments that you could mix and match with some of your figures. My bad.
Again,
Existing.
He can release that right now.
Sabretooth fell on my cat and she just freaked out.
He can release that right now in maybe 5 to 10 years or whatever. You have other stuff being attached. Plus, you have so many different weapons from other countries still, which are like haven't been seen yet. So
yeah, I mean, like I said, he's only been in the game 4 or 5 years. You know what I mean? He's still got plenty of time to go and plenty of attachments and weapons to still put up. You know, with different weapons from different countries, you never know what figure or soldier he might make that weapon will be good for, you know?
It looks like me, he's now drifting more towards the touch of incredible. When you look at most of the recent figures, it's more like going now into whatever. I think he talked about releasing mechs even and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a market for it, why not try to touch it and tap into it? You know, that's part of the way I look at it.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, Bobby originally said he wanted to do a realistic military line, and we've drifted from that because realistic military only can go for so long for so many people because it doesn't.
Right.
Nobody wants it. It's too real.
He didn't even touch off the iceberg regarding realistic military. There's so much stuff that people don't even know about.
I know, but guess where the realistic military stuff is? That's 1/6 scale. That's where those collectors are. Sure. They're not in the 1/12 scale world. It's all fantasy and sci-fi stuff here.
You know, and again, you know, he's going to bring out what he wants to bring out when he brings out. You can either choose to buy it or not to buy it.
Yeah.
You know, and again, there is plenty of stuff out there. If you want some other realistic weapons, Gridiron is always a great option.
See, I like Gridiron stuff. The only little thing that I don't like about some of his guns is that he puts his initials in there. Like,
yeah.
I can understand that, but that's like his mark.
No, listen, I get it, and I totally respect. I have some of his stuff. I just don't buy certain guns that do have that big ass circle in it.
Yeah, and even he even Gridiron is not up to date yet. For example, I talked to them and I asked them about, hey, you having now the M60 out, but that's the old pig. Are you into at least like releasing the E4, which is now like over 20 years old, or the E6, which is the most modern type, was also like at least 10 years old now. They had plans for the E4, but I'm not sure if they have released it yet. But that's old stuff. And when I saw, I don't want to mention his name, talking about modern stuff, I say, hey, maybe that's from 60 years ago. You know, so that's still modern. I said, what the hell? Where are you living? Like, have you slept under a rock? Like, time is not, you know, standing still. You know, there's stuff coming out now. I mean, most people haven't heard of the Ohio Atlas Reaper. You can't find any set, do you? Most people might not have heard of it, but the Special Force, the U.S. Special Force, are introducing it now. This is, you know, there is tons of stuff which they could. Hey, we got the new shit. This is what the military is introducing now, and they don't do it.
Well, you know, to quote, and again, this is nothing against anybody, but to quote my good friend Blake Wright, who is an amazing guy, who I once asked, why would you put out a physical media magazine in a digital era? And he simply said because he wanted to. And if there's something that's out there that you want and nobody else is making it, then you just found your market.
Absolutely, but the thing is, you know, for most people,
what's the thing?
Like, I mean, if I want old stuff, there are plenty of people when it comes to action figures or military action figures who put out the old stuff. If you want to have a 1/12 scale M16, I'm sure you can find 3 or 4 different manufacturers who at one point made such a thing, you know. But when you're asking about something like an HK 417, then the selection gets narrowed down.
You know, I mean, maybe that's just not what they're into. That's not what they want to produce too. You know, they make what they want to make, what they want to put out, and what they have. You know,
or they just don't know.
Might just be time for you to get a 3D printer and start pumping these bad boys out.
That's not it. Yeah, but then you would need. I have 2 like left hands. I would need someone who does the design.
I mean, there's plenty of people out there that
yeah, you
do
could
that
commission
stuff,
it pretty good.
I mean?
Yeah.
You commission it, then you print it out, and trust me, there's plenty of people that's going to be like you. That's going to be like, oh shit, this is what I was waiting for. You know, that's the whole cool shit with the whole 3D community and the 3D printing market.
I know, and printers get better too.
If you don't see some, and at the same time, you might be able to find a file for that already out there.
Yep.
That you might just be able to download and stop printing
Resize
this shit out. Yeah, that's it. Yep.
And the printers get better too. A friend of mine recently bought a printer with like, I think, a filament printer with 8 different colors simultaneously, being able to print 8 different colors. So don't.
Or then you just start printing stuff hard, like that.
Go for it. But
yeah, I'm gonna have to message you. We're gonna have to work something out. You can't be showing me that cake.
The cake.
I have a space for it right there. I'm looking at it right there. I have a space for it right in front of my TV.
And the topping too bad either.
No, it's not. But I'm a ass guy. I prefer the cake.
Well, and this is just. I mean, it's the perfect meme. You just got to get the what's his name to be standing over her anyway, right?
I'm gonna put it right on top of my little box for the TV in my little right above my fireplace. So this will I'm enjoying a nice little fire.
Standing over her.
I was gonna say Greg's gonna get an apocalypse and he's gonna put his head on it.
Nope, this is what's gonna be standing in front of her right there.
There you go. Yeah, you already got it. You don't even need the apocalypse, baby. You got it.
That's who's gonna be standing. That picture would happen.
Hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah, because you get a 3D printer, you start finding stuff like that and go, ooh, that would be cool.
Like I said, man, there's a lot of people out there. You hit that market, and next thing you know, you're selling 100 guns. Make a couple bucks. Yours is free.
Or you can even get yourself a friend who has a 3D 3D printer and spam him all day with, "Ooh, this is cool. Ooh, this is cool. Ooh, this is Kenny. Shut up."
And that's why Kenny has
cool.
Bud on mute.
I know
Yep.
you're part of his Patreon, right? And I'm like, yeah.
I do the same thing to Kenny too. Every time like Boojaboo puts something up, it says new to Patreons, and I'm like, oh hey Kenny.
Yeah, you know I got it. That's cool.
You got
And I have fun
from
printing them
over on
anyway.
Kenny's channel. From over at Kenny's channel, we got Channel Does Random saying, "What's good, Kenzo?"
That's my son outside in the living room.
Oh, I see. I see. It means at any moment he's going to run by and do Patrick.
They took
I gotta follow some of you guys on Instagram. If I don't follow you already.
Yeah, for real, Greg. Hit everybody up. If anybody's got the IG links and they want to drop them in the chat, please do. Any of my wrenches
Mine's
out there.
actually my name.
I got
Exactly
them all,
how it
but
is
I'm
on here.
covered in figures and paint.
The good thing is that there wasn't too many Greg formerly boot scales out there.
No, there's not too many. There's not too many. You know, actually, most of them aren't even formally. They're still brute scale.
Yeah.
You know, because now we got ogre scale Greg going on.
Yeah.
And you know, I love them ogre scale figures. So you know you're coming into the collection, man.
Oh yeah.
I'd just rather buy direct.
That's the whole awesome thing. Like even with the Jacob Marley and my image being on the box, man, that was like insane.
You live in the dream, brother. You're living the dream.
Yeah. I got a little shrine of myself here in my living room in the corner.
You know, not to sound conceited or nothing, just got a whole shrine of himself in the living room.
That's all. It's a great pickup line.
I ain't gonna lie.
Like,
I got one of my stickers.
I just put on the action figure box, and you know, I got an action figure named after me. You know.
Yeah, just a little.
Want to go see my shrine?
Want to go see my shrine? Want to become part of it?
Let's hope Thanos can connect again back here. Yeah, speaking of 3D print, we got Alan showing off the flex right here. He's got all kinds of projects running.
Well, this is my new Creality printer.
Ooh.
And we're making alien probes for those little alien guys, so they can have anal probes in their hand and shredded underwear in the other hand.
That's awesome.
Grizzlehorns jumping in says that Zolo, I can meet an actual action figure. Dude. Yeah, Greg's gonna be there, man.
I will be there.
I'm gonna be getting him to sign my Sir Ukzak. So I'm just saying.
And you'll know why they call me Greg formerly boot scale when you see me in person.
Where is ZoloCon? What city is that in?
King of Prussia.
Yeah, King of Prussia, PA.
It's right outside Valley Forge.
Okay, I know where that is.
Yep. I was going to say it's only 2 hours from the former stomping grounds, Alan. That's why I'm going.
I got a good friend who has a haunted house out that way.
Oh, really? That's dope. Nice. Is it open? Like
now? He's open quite a bit because it's a small haunt, and he does a couple different types of shows. I'll find out, and if it is, I'll post somewhere.
Yeah, find out because I'll try to get the guys from the studio for all of us to stop by before we all head home.
Oh, that'd be cool. There you go. Yeah, Alan, if you get the address, shoot it to me, and I'll drop it on everybody. Well, you know, follow Greg on IG, man.
Yeah, man. If you guys follow me, I'll follow you guys back.
There we go. Follow for follow, folks. All right, who we got coming in here? Oh, we got the man, the myth, the legend. He's ready. He's ready to. Joe, what is that thing that you do?
Joe, my brother.
I kick tires and I light fires at appropriate times, mind you. What's up, Greg?
Joe kicks tires. I light the fires.
Yeah. Burn one for me, Greg.
Absolutely.
Oh man. Yeah. Greg's hopping on my bandwagon right now. It's like,
I noticed.
Right. I could smoke on this stream.
Yeah, exactly. Without hiding it.
Joe, where the hell have you been? We've been waiting all night for you to show up.
I got off of work late and then had to give my girlfriend a ride home from work because she still can't drive. We're still trying to get that
he
stuff
rode her
figured
home.
out, so
you took her home, all right.
Well, it's weird. She got pulled over here in Nevada, but she has a California driver's license. So they're like, they said that her license is suspended. So she got a hold of the California DMV and they're like, no, it's not. So we actually got a certified letter from the California DMV in Sacramento that says that her license isn't suspended. Took it to court, and they're like, "Well, we need to figure out what's going on." And
until then,
until then, she can't drive. So,
when you gave her a ride home, did you show her your belt buckle that said "free mustache rides" or anything like that?
Oh, she knows.
Dude, that's insane how California said that's not suspended and she still can't drive. Like, what the fuck?
We have a certified letter from the California DMV saying it's not suspended, and they still won't close the case. I don't.
Man,
I don't know what's going on.
You got to get yourself a decent lawyer, man. Unfortunately,
it's probably going to end up coming to that, because if you go to the Nevada DMV, they won't tell you anything because it's a California driver's license.
Exactly.
See?
Yeah, you got to go to Cali.
I would say sue them for all added expenses.
I don't even care about that. I just want her to be able to drive again.
Exactly. This is causing you undue pain and suffering.
All the time she had to get an Uber and all the time you needed to give her a ride, they need to compensate you for that. I mean,
the town that I live in is too small to have Uber, so my middle son is the Uber because he don't have a job right now. So,
and he needs to be compensated. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, the gas ain't free.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even worried about the money. I just want her to be able to drive again.
Yeah, I feel you.
I would just do it out of spite, though, Joe.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not spiteful enough. I got to work on that.
Joe, that's
I'm pretty.
That's like 4 more.
I can get a little petty. I can be a little petty.
I blame my Italian temper. It's quick and it's heavy, but then it goes away after a while. You know.
I blame my Jersey temper.
I'm from Baltimore, so anytime we can stick it to the cops, we try to.
Kenny, a job idea for you. So there's Uber drivers that take their dogs along, and you can pet the dog and play with the dog while you're doing Uber ride. You do Uber rides, but have a tub in the back full of toys, and they can play with toys while they get from point A to B.
Yeah, but you know what? People be trying to steal my shit, and I'll get.
Well, don't put good shit in there. Just like any GI Joe
toys.
Yeah, like you get all my raw stuff. Yeah.
And you guys collect Legends?
I collect a couple here and there. I'm very, very selective of Legends.
Did any guys get
the Agent Venom? No, but I kind of wanted him because I missed that whole run with Flash Thompson as Venom. Hold it up again. Yeah, but I thought it was pretty cool because he was always in the comics a huge fan of Spider-Man, even though he was Peter Parker's bully. Mm-hmm. And then he kind of, after he loses his legs, gets the chance to be his own version of Spider-Man as Venom.
Question about that Agent Venom, is that similar to there's a figure that came out in 2015, 2016 of Agent Venom? I have that one.
It's a lot different. The book is completely different. The only thing I don't like about this is there's no, you can't, the waist is all one piece. Usually how they have the little they have this little top piece that's like a ab crunch and moves, but there's nothing here.
They got the diaphragm cut.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the older figures didn't have the butterfly joints and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I still have them.
This would have been a perfect figure if it had that waist cut right here.
Because I also have the Netflix.
So doesn't he have a pivot on the waist?
Just in the middle of the chest.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't even twist the waist.
No, there's no twisting in the waist, and it sucks because then you'll be able to twist it and keep the.
Yeah, usually when you have a diaphragm cut, they always put it so you can at least turn it at the.
Hasbro always Hasbro sometimes, and it's it doesn't.
They probably save 2 cents on each figure, not to put that in articulation.
Right.
I always feel like they have a certain amount that they could do each wave.
Yeah, of course.
That's why one figure will get a lot of all the bells and whistles, and then the rest of them.
Yeah, kind of lack.
They get pins, and this you get one pinless, all the articulation, everything's really good paint app, and then the rest are mediocre.
Mm-hmm.
What are you eating over there, buddy?
Chocolate He-Man, but he's not chocolate.
Oh.
One of the really expensive He-Man figures, and Kenzo's like, "Let me just put
That's
this above
Kenzo's
out."
next 3D printer. It's going to be a 3D printer that prints chocolate.
So
that's kind of how they started, right? That's how they.
They've
started.
already got it.
Yeah. That was like one of the first ones is printing chocolate.
Yep.
All right, we got people coming in here. We got Fat Red Foo saying, "Hello, Chuckleheads. Can't stay. Left a like. You should too." That's right, folks. Remember to hit that like button. Share the stream. Let people know about the Clubhouse. Come hang out. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night, Fat Red Foo. Good to see you, brother.
I'm opening
Joe
up all my
Fan
fodder.
84. There you go.
Oz, are you outside right now?
Yeah, I'm outside. I don't smoke in my house.
How many cigarettes are you smoking right now?
Like 20.
Because usually cigarettes are much quicker. Like I'm almost like halfway through my cone, and you're still smoking a cigarette.
It's like my second or third one.
Oh,
Man, I did that shit too. I'd go out there, I'd smoke 2 or 3 cigarettes because, like, I might not get another one for a while.
I'm gonna be inside playing around with the Lulith when I get back in. So we got Joe Fan 84 here, Sub-Zero 911. What's going on, guys? Thanks for coming in, even if you're running in late. I know Big M had jumped in here a little bit. CT Toys is the way to go for Agent Venom. There you go. There's an option of
CT Toys Wolverine is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
I'm speechless about this guy right here. Like my buddy got this for me for my birthday, and
both of them are nice.
And I love the brown and the brown and orange costume.
They are. They both are really nice.
Hell yeah.
He got me both of them. He was like, "G, I got you both of them," and I was like, "Oh man."
Good old AliExpress.
Yeah, I was trying to hunt down the Marvel Legends ones, but I think I'm just going to order some CT.
I'm telling you, just even like now, the head sculpts that come with these, I'm going to throw those on my Legends because the head sculpts on these are really good.
There you go. Terrence is mentioning the head sculpt reminds him of the Matt Murdock in Man Without Fear by John Romita Jr. And I gotta say that was like one of my first series I collected of Daredevil, and then I went back and I got a lot of the old Frank Miller Man Without Fear. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was planning on using that head sculpt for Valabuck.
I think I got this series like at Ollie's in the 90s or something like that, or early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to build the A-team because I got the van coming in from Ramen.
There you go. There you go.
So I was thinking about using that head as one of the guys from the A-team. The pretty boy.
Good one, Bud.
Flexing with the custom work.
Yeah, I decided to switch it up a bit.
Oh, that's
cool. Good, man.
I got the extra man-at-arms, and I wanted to use the belt in the chest. And I saw someone else do a custom, and they painted the helmet more like actual man-at-arms helmet. I'm like, that actually looks really good.
I did.
It looks like a Charlotte
He's
Hornet.
just a little bit too purple.
I was feeling that, Kenzo, feeling a little Charlotte Hornets going on there. And Sonny, you were holding something up here. What do we got looking at? Getting a Warhammer.
Is that Jada?
That's that's from
Joy Toy.
Joy Toy. Yeah,
my
fault. Yeah, I love those, man. It's such an expensive. It's such an expensive.
Look at that pose.
But they have really good articulation. I mean, they have really
they does. So one of the guys from the studio, Diego, he has a ton of those. So every time I'm in the studio and I go in his office, I sit there and I play around and stare at him. They're awesome.
I love Diego. Every time I write Diego an email, he hits me back.
They come with plenty of accessories.
I know, man. Yeah, they look good, man. If I was still making money at my job, I would be 110% in with those.
Oh, that's all right, man. Car sales is gonna go up again in a couple of months. You good?
I hope so, man. Last year, like the last 2 years, I took a huge pay cut. Damn near $100,000.
Here you go, Greg. Here you go. Classified Roadblock with the do-rag is my BA for the ramen van.
Hold on.
I like that. I like that combo. SCS Dog knows what's going on right there. That is what's up.
Let me show you guys so far the 3 that I have.
Okay. Here we go. Giving you the solo layout for it. Okay. Oh, ooh.
Oh, that's a good one.
Thanos is like me. He really appreciates the Warhammer figs from afar. I hear you, Thanos.
And then I got this guy.
Okay.
Chuckles. I turned into a. I forgot the damn names. And then I got the captain.
Howlin' Mad Murdoch, right?
Yeah, Murdoch.
Yeah, it's Murdoch because the smoke. Okay, with the hat on, I didn't notice it.
And then I got my boy with the cigar.
Nice.
Just Jeff saying that's a dope Mr. T. Got to agree.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, this was the first one that I made. That's when I saw the 18 van pop up. I was like, yep.
Alpha Magnus in the house. We got another giant. We're getting surrounded by ogre scale here. Alpha Magnus in the house saying, yo, Alpha Magnus, you going to ZoloCon, brother? Popping in the chat. Oh, Lone Dragon. Reginald Barkley. There we go.
Yep, that same actor played Reginald Barkley on Star Trek: The Next Generation, and
that's right.
Voyager.
Yes, yeah, because he made it on to Voyager too, and Voyager was a fun series.
Yeah, I could have just made a lot of people mad because I was getting ready to say I don't remember Liam Neeson playing anything in Star Trek.
Rampage running on. Honestly, that movie was a lot of fun.
It was fun. That's what I think a lot of people forget about movies. It's like it doesn't really matter if it's good or if it's accurate or if it's this. It's a movie. It's supposed to be fun. Like go in there, have fun, leave outside, and just have a good time. And then guess what? You'll probably enjoy the movie. Doesn't matter what it is.
Movies are fake. If you can accept it, you'll enjoy it more.
Absolutely.
It is make believe. It's not a documentary.
That's right.
And even if it is a documentary, like just go in and just have fun with it. Like
that's how I started treating Marvel movies.
Wait, Marvel movies aren't real?
All right.
I have a group of friends that we go and see all the Marvel movies or DC movies or whatever when they come out. And I remember when was it Civil War? It was Winter Soldier. I don't know. One of them came out, and the scene where Captain America like jumps on the rotor and like pulls the helicopter down, and I'm just like, no, I'm out. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that's not how it works. Like they literally lift people up. You can't just pull it down with your own body weight. And he's like, it's a movie. I'm like, I know, it just irritates me.
Well, he's also got super strength, though. That's the other thing.
Right.
Like it wasn't just his body weight.
Yeah, but he hasn't got super weight.
Thank you. Anyway, so then I had to remember, no, it's a movie. You're here to have fun. It doesn't matter.
Technically, Captain America doesn't have superhuman strength. He has top human possible strength.
Yes.
A lot of heart.
I thought the super soldier serum bumped him into super.
No, it just takes him to the peak of human perfection.
Yeah, but in the movies,
I didn't know that.
It exceeded that. In the movies, the serum is supposed to give superhuman strength.
Yeah, they did that in the movies. It wasn't. Yeah. It's not like that in the comics.
Nah,
and you gotta.
Yeah. In the comics, he's basically top athlete, if you will, top athlete. But in the movies, they took it a bit further than that.
I wanted to bring this up. Alpha Magnus is mentioning he's not going to Zolo unless someone lets him sleep on the couch. I didn't know they made couches in your size. So anybody who's going, if you got couch space, I know they do. I just joke.
I slept on my couch for a little over a year when my mom was living with me.
Hey man, I know I've slept on plenty of couches, but I'm not nearly as big.
We know your legs were hanging off the end.
So I was building a whole extension here. I had ottomans and oh, hey, I had to be Curtis.
Yep.
He turned it into a queen size couch.
Hey, no way Greg fit on a couch. Get the fuck out of here.
Not the standard, not your IKEA couch.
Nah, this ain't your standard IKEA couch.
All right, guys, I'll be jumping right back in. I'm heading up and switching it inside because I got a Balula to open.
Yeah.
My Greg video's dropping tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Did you finish it up already?
Yep. Yeah, it's already loaded, ready to go.
I think I need a pre-order.
I can send you a early review or early view. It's unlisted right now, so
I would love to see it.
I had fun upgrading your weapon.
Yeah, what did you do with that? How did you? What is that?
The Havoc staff from a deluxe Mondo Skeletor.
Ooh,
yeah.
I definitely don't have that.
It's not a cheap part to get. In fact, it's not. It's very hard to even find somebody just selling that. So
I am honored that you used it for my figure.
Yeah, I actually stole it from my Skeletor in my display because I was like, I need that for Greg. So
warms my big ogre heart.
I still got to fix your feet though.
I got to give you a quick.
You can't have all this like aerodynamic, sleek armor and then these spiky feet. That doesn't work. I'm gonna have to fix your feet.
Yeah, listen, I no comment. Yeah, I really can't wait till my 18 van gets here. It's underwater or some shit.
Yeah, I see people are starting to get their shipment notices for the van. So
yeah, I got mine like in end of January, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
But you never know. Customs might want to flag that container, and now you're waiting a fucking extra month.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, Greg, I just sent you an early link.
All right, I'll check it out in a little bit because I got my phone. Is that in a messenger?
Yeah, I sent it to you in messenger.
All right, cool. Grab my tablet.
So, Curtis?
Yeah.
How far from downtown St. Louis are you?
20 minutes. I'm in St. Charles.
Yeah, the show is at the America Center.
Cool. And what's it called again?
It is the Haunted Attraction Show. It's if you put in HAA show or Trans World is the company name that puts it on. Trans World Halloween Show. You can find the event.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a lot of really cool stuff there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the new ZoloCon layout and how everything's going to look.
This
is my first
new
one.
venue this year, so I don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah, exactly. It's a brand new venue. It's much bigger.
I'm a little sad I didn't get to see the old venue. I heard a lot of people really, really enjoyed that.
Yeah, but they were jerks.
I was telling Oz and Mr. Home Arcade and all them that when Jess and I have been up to that area like 3 times in the last year now because we went for RetroCon and we really liked the area. And then me and my family went right after Christmas. And then me and her have gone by ourselves. So this will be like our 4th time up there. But
nice.
We've gone to the casino. It's in now. And we've won like pretty good amounts of money every time we went. And the drinks were free. And I was just like, I'll stick to my coffee. I'm like, it's free too.
As long as there's free coffee, I'm good. I mean, even if it's not free, I'm still going to be good because
the Fuge. The Fuge was very cool. Like the place was really cool. Just needed better lighting.
Yeah,
but the whole place was cool. You know, like
right.
The little spinning thing, the NASA thing. It was very cool to see, but it's a shame.
I mean, it is what it is. As things grow and they expand, they can't. They sometimes need bigger places. So it's kind of how it goes. It's always a shame to see that old feel where things are at, but you know what? In the end, though, it's good for them that the show is expanded enough that they needed to upgrade the space. Like that's never a bad thing.
I think it was also they didn't renew
that with the food.
Yeah,
and that makes sense too. Again, business standpoints, you know.
Listen, you know, some places can make more money, I guess, you know.
Right. I mean, a casino is going to have a nice crowd there no matter what. Just saying.
Correct.
Which means you might get more people that just come in. Like, what's this? What's a ZoloCon? You know, like,
and then they see what that ticket's like.
Right, and it's not like they're expensive tickets. So it's like, if you're going to a casino to spend money, like a $20 ticket to see what something's like.
I might drop a couple bucks in the casino to see if I can win some more funds to go back into the show.
Well, this is the trick. You go in and you put some money on black.
It's very true.
Okay,
I've done
Wesley
very
Snipes.
well on roulette.
The first thing you do when you walk into that building, you go straight to the first table and you throw 100 on black.
Keep
Have
me
you ever
away
seen?
from the
Have you ever
blackjack
seen
table.
Vegas Vacation with Clark Griswold? That's what my luck would be like.
Yeah.
So I
Including
you know,
the road trip.
I'm in Nevada, which gambling is legal everywhere here. There's even like
They have
slot
gambling in
machines
Nevada?
yeah, forever there has been. And
No
it's,
way.
It's legal. There's slot machines in gas stations and in restaurants and
I was sitting at the
even
airport
like a
waiting for
Safeway.
my
Yeah,
flight
in the
to drop
airport.
money.
As soon as you get out the airport, the first thing you see is a fucking
slot machine. Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And you know what I learned? They don't build those giant casinos because they lose.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Or because you win.
Despite popular belief, they're there to make money.
That's
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off real quick. The kids want to eat, so I'm gonna make them some food real quick. But I'll be back. I just don't want to leave. I don't want to have a spot.
Hey, send the plate over here too.
Appreciate you, brother. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll be back. All right, guys. Later.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with my kids too. Like they want to eat and they want lights and hot water, all that kind of stuff.
Curtis, you solved that for one of them at least. Right?
Yeah, I know.
I'm
3 minutes
selfish.
ago.
Fuck them kids.
Oh, yeah. Alan, I was just watching a video of that Trans World thing, and I saw you in it. You're in the video.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm more well known in haunt circles than I am in action figure circles.
That's okay. That's
You're
okay. We
infamous.
still love you here.
Which means more than famous.
Well, we like it, but you are kind of scary, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
There we go. Thought I was missing an extra piece of tape on this package. That's all right, Greg. Tune in to next week's episode. I'm going to be opening Greg up and playing with him live.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
Way to make it weird.
You can see me playing with Greg tomorrow morning, 8 a.m.
I didn't know this was that kind of channel.
My Ackerman channel.
I was seeing some pictures of Curtis playing with Greg earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you've been around here long enough. You know damn well this is that kind of channel.
Right? Don't give us that crap. we do the crap here that everybody else is too scared to do on YouTube.
And any kind of toys fly, right?
I'm just saying, between the Clubhouse and Purple Gang, if your Saturday night's filled with depravity, you're wrong. All right. But man, she comes with a lot of stuff, a lot of pieces here.
There's one for you down there to share.
Okay. Hold on.
Little Greg for the people.
Little,
oh yeah,
nothing little about it.
He's
Look
a
at that,
big boy.
man. I gotta tell you, the figure already looks good, but just
Are you overcompensating for something with that hammer?
his weak wrist, apparently.
I fixed those.
Damn it, Joe.
I took care of his wrist.
Sorry, Greg. Sorry. It's funny though, man.
It is funny. It is funny.
Just like me, you got to give me a little extra tender love and care for me to work right.
Right.
Is that what you tell the ladies?
That's what honey packs. That's what honey packs are for.
Do you want to walk us through a little bit of what you did here for the fans that may not know, or is that going to be saved for tomorrow?
No, I mean it will be in the thing tomorrow. But the only thing I really did, I added a cape that my wife made on the back, and then altered the handle on the weapon. I stole a Havoc staff from Amando Skeletor and modified it to add on to the hammer. Because the handle that they've got with it is like this spiky one that they've used on ogre weapons for the last 10 years. And I thought he needed something a little bit more sleek. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just an awesome figure. I mean, I do like my modifications, but they're very minor. The figure itself is fantastic. So,
see, I kind of did my cape the other way. I got the gold on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's tough to beat them Darla Ackerman capes, though.
Yeah,
she does a good job. Man. She does a good job.
These are really good. By the time I got to the table, everything was gone.
Yeah.
At Legion Con. Damn it, Armory. Yeah, I like it with the because the purple's a little different than the little loin. So with the gold,
yeah, we were trying to match it sight unseen,
Yeah,
but
it's hard to do that.
Yeah,
but I feel like with the gold on the inside, it kind of makes this pop. It doesn't really look too, like it doesn't look off.
Man,
highlights all the gold accents, and then boom, purple love through the back.
And then you get that custom Greg head with it, and
Yeah,
you're ready to go.
You get some cheeks also back here.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely have the best in the entire Legions line. You got the best cheeks, that's for sure.
That's
got that cakey cake.
Yeah,
my cake brings all the girls to the yard. Yeah, this is really fun.
It's with a line like this and that bit of fan service that the Horsemen do for the people who are there, with them and support them and all like that. It's really great, the kind of work that they do. It's really tough to deny that. And we appreciate it. We recognize it. We appreciate it. We like what they're doing and support them. Terrence is just putting it out there and letting people know he doesn't think it's only the girls, Greg.
It's me.
I mean,
guilty.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, when Greg walks by, you don't look away.
Tends to happen.
Not after that. That's mythos sass right there.
I think Terrence is trying to say you're the Nightwing of the toy community.
There it is. We all know Dick's got that cake. Greg's got that cake.
Taking over. We taking over. Baby, my cheeks got it now.
See, I told you we were going to have a musical night tonight.
One way or another, right?
Wow.
Look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, this is awesome.
Talk about king of action figures. That's a big merman.
Look at that.
That's sick.
That's terrifying.
Right?
In a good way.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing. He ain't got nards.
Not yet.
Not even a Ken bump.
That ain't no wolf man.
People, it's probably an innie.
Yeah, this is it's like a little body that we can make different heads for and hands for. And we call this 3-footer because he's like just about 3 feet tall, a little bit more.
Okay.
So I've got aliens, gremlins, goblins, fishmen, and a spider monster. All of this little body.
You got to do a favor for me, Alan, and make sure you send that shot to Skelly.
Which shot?
That guy right there. You gotta send a picture of this once you get them all fleshed out. Send that to Skelly for me.
I will do it. I know he's a merman fan.
Yes, yeah. He will probably hurt me if we don't have this to show off on Frenzy this week.
What's up,
You know,
Alpha
that
Magnus?
could be your
Hey,
that could
can you
be
guys
your
hear me?
week to get him on here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you, brother.
Just
You
making
are
sure.
coming in.
It only gave me like one dot on the
signal.
Yeah, it
Signal
was real weird.
This is a musical night, so you have to sing in order for your sound check.
Oh, okay.
Little karaoke.
Yeah.
Well, I just heard.
You sound great, man.
In fact, he came in, busted in with the Creed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm probably not going to go to. What was in my ear? Jesus.
What is that noise?
We got a lot of plastic crinkle going on. Greg, you opening
Oh.
something? I know I'm opening something. Let me mute.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll mute myself real quick. I got.
There you go.
I'm known for crinkling into the mic.
Yeah, Greg thinks it's off world.
Yeah.
So the
not
difference
going
is, Greg, people actually watch this one. So
Oh,
you gotta-
my bad. Let me-
yeah.
all right, I'll just put
Yeah,
this
that's
away.
the-
All right, great.
Not going to ZoloCon, but I will be at Toylanta next month.
Man, I'm so mad I'm missing that.
Yeah, I got a booth in the PowerCon section.
Oh, nice.
So come see me. It'll be I'll be doing cosplay stuff, but also custom toys, and I could show this off. But I'll have a few of these to sell.
Oh, nice.
He's not done yet, of course, but it is the Dunkin' Donuts figure.
Oh, nice.
I was just gonna say, is that the Dunkin' Donuts? I love it.
I
Yeah, I like
remember with seeing you
on the end of his on the end of his
not realizing it was
weapon
you.
here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That was it. So I haven't decided how much I'm going to charge for these. He's still a little loose, so I have to case in point.
Does his weapon at the end have a little like a
It will.
donut at the top?
It'll have donuts. It's all 3D printed, so
nice, cool. That was the main thing I was asking. I'm like, ooh, donut at the end of the weapon.
yeah,
That would
yeah.
be dope.
If you look at my Instagram, I got pictures of that cosplay, but yeah. I don't know. I think he was going to show you something about Merman or whatever the hell that thing is. That abomination. And then, since Sarge is going to be there, I am going to be attempting the. I don't know where his hat is at the moment, but the this one.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's
cool. Yeah, Sarge is going to be there too, man. Damn, that sucks. I want to.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be there. Brett, the guy running it, he did a very good job at saving. I want to say his con and PowerCon at once by kind of merging the two things together for this year. So
yeah, that's what I just
I don't
saying.
know.
PowerCon joining them definitely adds a lot of celebrity power to that.
Well,
Toyland show.
It's kind of like, I know they still want to do PowerCon in the Ohio area. I believe that's where they live, the organizers and all that, Val and all them. But the having it, because I did Joe Lanta in the middle of the hurricane last time, so that was.
Ooh. Yeah, that's cool. That's it's cool.
That's spooky.
Yeah,
it's cool.
I haven't really got a lot of stuff in, but I did actually manage to pick up a couple cool things. I got both of my Legion's Dragons ordered now, so
Yeah, that's
I'll
the
have my
head.
orange one too.
That's the head.
Yeah,
that's the head.
As for first,
something about the noseless. Now
yeah,
you said
I do the bone nose.
Now, Alfie, you were saying your Legion's Dragon, or you mean your Legends?
No,
Dragon War?
the I have Scourge, but I bought the Arakagor and Kragnar as well.
Oh,
to
nice.
make into
You got the
orange
Kragnar
dragon.
with the heads pack.
Yeah,
Did you get
I'm
the BBTS exclusive?
Yeah, he's whenever he shows up. So
yep,
I'll have 4 out of my Dragon Sentai team.
Yes, sir. Same. All
and then
about
I managed to find one of these on the shelf. So
What is that?
I'll be opening that up probably tonight.
Oh, the Ben Coopers.
Yeah, I got a Batman.
Yeah, I'm waiting to find those.
Yeah. If you see a Superman, purchase it immediately. He's the hard one to get. This Batman was second to that. I actually wanted this because of Venture Brothers.
Right? In this area, it's so hard to find something in these stores because New York guys come over here, and then you got the Jersey guys. There's so many collectors in this area; it's insane.
You know what's funny? The amount of the lack of stuff you can get at any of my stores, and it's I don't know. I just don't see you would figure with the amount of the lack of stuff that we have on the store shelves around me that there might be, I don't know, a lot of other third-party sellers, but I guess they're just all doing online sales because the only real local toy store that we had kind of just closed up, Random Treasures, sadly, and they're not around anymore. Now, Attorney of Dreams is 45 minutes down the road, so it's never a bad time to go drive. 45 minutes one way to go to their one store, and then an extra 20 to get up to the Gettysburg from there. And then they're opening up a new location starting in March. Is that not happening anymore, Corey?
No, they were going to be moving their big store or moving to their Gettysburg one into a bigger store up there, and that was going to be the new main store. But they were just posting, I want to say a month or so ago, that after sitting down looking at finances or whatever, it's not worth it to do it yet. So I think they're actually going to be closing the Gettysburg store and just focusing on the mall for right now, for as long as the mall is there, and because I think they're starting to do more online stuff.
Well, let's face it, as long as you can afford the storage space, an online store is more profitable because you don't have the overhead of running a store, paying payroll, and renting of a store is a heck of a lot more expensive than renting a storage unit to store the stuff, right?
Yes.
Indeed.
So, all right. Everybody knows me. They know I love critters. And the main reason that I wanted Balulith from the start was this freaking thing here.
Yeah, I think it's insane.
I saw this and I was like, oh, that was it. I was done. I was like, I need this toy. I freaking need this toy. And
did the horse come out yet?
Cannabis? Yeah. Cannabis is out. It's full skeletal horse.
I had to cancel that pre-order money-wise, but that's one that
I'm going to be getting another white horse to put this head on there, another bishop.
Oh, yeah.
And just use the plain all-white body and throw on another Maximilius with the skeleton head on it.
Yep. And Curtis, do you got your monk? I was talking about it earlier that you showed it off last night, but if you got it to show it off so we can show people what I was talking about.
And then the Maximilius with the red death cloak looks crazy. Yeah, and I'm going to be biting that too. By the way,
look at that with the little book too. I mean,
zero paint or real customizing. It's just a Linus Con Gaspar body with the brother Xavier head, a book from Frankenstein's creature, and then the robe from the Maxilius. So
yeah,
I mean, this takes 3 minutes to put together if you have those parts. So
cool.
Was that supposed to be an undead chimera or something?
Yeah.
An undead chimera.
Yep.
Like the snake tail and
all the way down to the snake tail.
Mm.
And you got the goat head and kind of like that more wolfish lion's head.
Yeah.
And again, that's a head. You can pop that off.
Put it somewhere else.
Yep. You can pop the heads off of.
I'm looking forward to seeing what the 3D printers start doing with that, with little heads for that, with extra little heads.
And you can pop out the neck joint.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little stiff. I'm not going to keep
Yeah, you got to heat that up.
I'm gonna heat that up. I'm not just gonna keep messing with it there. I felt resistance. I stopped. People should really learn how to do that instead of complaining that they broke something.
Alpha Magnus, just checking out your Instagram. The Dunkin' Donuts Man at Arms is really cool, but this McDonald's changeable fries, dude,
Fry Force,
freaking ridiculous.
You think that's ridiculous? Hold on a sec here,
Oh
Curtis.
my
Look what he's got
gosh.
to hold up here.
Oh,
nice.
That's
awesome.
That
Can you put some bat wings on that?
Vehicle.
I was gonna ask, should I make this a Batmobile? Because I got two.
Oh,
Where
very
did
nice.
you get that?
I
car.
found it. I found it at a Goodwill for $2.
Oh my gosh!
No
I want one to
kidding.
put Orko in. Orko would look so great in that.
Doesn't need wings. The cape is hanging out. You see?
Yeah.
The cape.
Right. This is just perfect. That is so great.
He's got his little pillowcase.
I'm sorry. That goes really, really freaking well with that Ben Cooper costume.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I saved this one for Batman because I really wanted a Batman. I actually have one of those masks around here somewhere.
Oh, you should put the
one
little
of those
wings.
rockets in the back, like on the 66 Batmobile.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is to get pimped out.
put the little wings that are on the back of
And
the
then-
88 vehicle.
And then I was going to save
On the
this one
top.
for when they eventually do a He-Man. So
I
My
don't know,
kids
sometimes my
actually
thing just
had
freezes.
that actual car.
That little
It-
type. Oh, yeah,
I
the big-
hate-
the- yeah.
Yeah, I hated that thing because they've always wanted me to push them around in it. I have a gravel yard. It's got little tiny tires. It was not fun. They wore me out.
Sadly, I was the fat kid that couldn't fit in those when I was little.
So I only had one other thing that I really wanted to say, and then I can let Adam on here. My buddy is I don't know if you know him, Kevin Kahn. He was unemployed Skeletor
Okay.
years ago.
Yeah.
He just launched a Kickstarter for Commander Tomorrow, his comic book thing. So if you check him out, check out Kickstarter for Commander Tomorrow.
Shoot me the link. I'll post it up.
Yeah. There, I could do that right here. But he commissioned me a while ago to make figures for him, so I got those. They're
Oh, nice.
two separate versions of them. This one's a Vitruvian Hax, and then this one's a Longbox Hero, I think.
Longbox Hero, that superpower S line.
Yeah, he'll be getting these. He'll be getting these in the mail soon.
I love those long box heroes, by the way. Like, as much as I like the fact that Todd's doing the, giving us the DC superpowers, and the timing with him bringing that back, and then Toy Otter doing long box heroes for these other guys that just fit in with it. They go perfectly, for a bunch of the stuff that you're not going to see from anybody else. Nobody else was making a Grundle figure. Nobody else was making a Goon. Like, I'm sorry. It's fun to see those in action figure format in like an actual retail style release.
Yeah, I sent it to you on Instagram.
I got it. We're going to drop that link in the chat right now.
By the way, I saw your DM, so whenever Adam does show up, let me know.
Yep. I know he's in the chat right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Dropping it in the chat for everybody. Definitely go check this out. I'm pulling it up here myself.
Yeah, he was at PowerCon. He was walking around his vacation Skeletor, I think. So
I remember that where he had the Hawaiian shirt on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually bought my Quenchor custom there.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the Kool-Aid Man, He-Man guy. I need to make another one. I have all the parts. But yeah, it's got 18 days left, and he's already doubled his goal, so it's getting done.
Well, that's great. That's fantastic. That's what we like to hear. We like to hear of success stories with Kickstarter.
Yeah, day one. It funded day one. So
what does the packaging look like on those long box heroes?
Very superpower-esque. Coloration is different, but it's got the same style.
Like a card back and a clamshell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Got the
Can you
blank right
embiggen
here.
him? There, it's fine. I'll wait while you embiggen him.
Okay, Curtis. All right, pushy.
You could wait and see this first.
You can see all the ones they have on Fresh Monkey Fiction, Curtis.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, if you want to hold up.
There we go. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah, and it has a normal blister there, but I just took them off. They come off real easy, so you can put them back on.
I'll send you the link to the IG, Curtis, for Toy Otter. He's the one who's doing those.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just looking on Big Bad Toy Store, but they don't show the packaging. They just show the figures.
Yeah. So here's the comic for anybody who wants to take a look. I'm digging the art style a lot. Yeah. Because it's like that just cartoony enough.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the way he puts it is it's like kind of like if the Flash Gordon 80s, like that kind of a gist where the hero isn't all broody and stuff. He's just a Zap Brannigan-y looking dude, you know? I haven't read the story because, of course, it's there, but it's
just page proofs. Yeah. So I'm digging it though. It's got a very was it Captain Power? Yeah, Captain Power kind of look to it.
I think that's why. I think it was initially called Captain Tomorrow, and they had to change it. So
because of that, probably, yeah.
Yeah, and then like they got a cease and desist from like the Washington Commanders.
Really?
Had nothing.
Wow.
I think that's all done. Like what?
They must have changed it up enough that they're fine. But wow.
Yeah.
They're just still mad because they had to change their name from Redskins to Commanders, but they will. Commander Tomorrow. I'm digging this though. Yeah, very, very cool sci-fi vibe to it. We got a lot of cool, like kind of a retro style sci-fi revival going on right now, and I'm not mad about that. I think it's great.
So once I get my toy line stuff going, I've actually made strides in that. I had to kind of change everything once January 20th hit, and actually really once the election hit, because I didn't know if we were going to have everything get tariffed to hell. So I had to change my entire outlook on how I was going to fund that. So
well, I'm glad to hear you've made progress with it and you got it going, man. Like, you're established.
Yeah, that's why I put Toby Toys is under my name. That's my website that I need to find someone who can do web stuff for, because I'm terrible at it.
Yeah,
but I'll be
not
selling
this guy, believe me.
Yeah, I'll be selling some stuff on there. Actually, I have these that I'll be selling at Toylanta. Well, they're stands for McFarlane figures to make them not suck. They're stickers.
I mean, they'll still suck, but they'll be pretty.
Yeah.
Believe me, I have a box of them. I actually use them more for like Motu figures.
Yeah, I have. I had a Superman literally within grasp, and he's gone.
I have one
Curtis,
behind
I just shot you that link, brother.
Okay, on Instagram.
Yeah. No,
Or
it's through Facebook. Because that. I didn't feel like scrolling all the way down to the last time I messaged you on IG. I messaged you a lot more recent on Facebook.
That's cool.
If anybody is wondering why go ahead, bud.
I was just going to quick ask, mind if I promote something I did?
Always?
In the chat? Okay. I'm surprised, like, most of my shorts have been getting pretty good views, and I thought this one would go crazy, but apparently not. I put a short out of my Real Blast. And currently it has like 50-something views, where most of mine get a couple hundred or so. So if people could go watch it, give it a like, tell me if you like it, tell me if he sucks. It's all good. It doesn't suck though. He is amazing.
Do you have a nice clickbaity title? Because if not, I'm not watching it.
I think it's
the new
my
title
custom
is
Real
Curtis
Blast.
Suck D's Nuts Real.
Yeah, you need to title it like, "Is his mustache real?" You know, something like that.
Ooh, That's actually good.
There you go.
I believe it's just generic. My custom Motu Origins Real Blast.
Fellas, I make room for someone else.
All right.
See you.
Well, Sonny, thank you for jumping on with us tonight, brother. It's been a while since you've been here, so we appreciate that.
Been a while.
Yeah, always busy. Next time I might unwrap something else. Too many people with way better stuff, but asked for you. I got this one too.
Oh, you son of a biscuit. Bud, don't look.
No.
Don't look, Bud. Don't look.
It's Guyver Zero.
Go ahead. Hold it up. Flash
Prehistoric
up the
Guyver.
Guyver bands.
Oh, wait, Guyver 1. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was Guyver 0.
Next time.
We need more Guyver stuff. We need more Guyver figures.
I care about
Hey, guys.
Real Blast. I take offense to that post.
Hey, gang. I'm probably going to head out. I feel like I'm not contributing, and you guys are at max, so I don't want to stop somebody who's going to come on and be more active. I'll keep watching you guys on the big screen. Thanks for letting me hang out.
Appreciate it, Alan. Thank you for showing us
Later,
what you're
Alan.
working on, brother. It's always great to see your stuff, man.
See you guys. Have a good one.
I have one of the stands.
We're all just sitting around bullshitting. He's actually creating, but he's the one that feels like he's not contributing.
We seriously need to have a Guyver stream at some point.
We'll throw one together because I know Dre's been wanting to do that. We'll put together. We'll put together kind of
some
a
knowledge.
Sentai Guyver
I
stream. Do that for
deep
Saturday.
dove not only into the manga, to the animes, to the live action movies. I went to the fan fictions and read them all. So,
All right. Who's Guyver's little horns getting weaseled into there? All right, Tony, what's up, brother? I can't even see what those little itty bitty icons are from here.
Beer.
Oh, beers for everybody. I can't see it from here.
Shots, I think.
Giving them shots out to everybody. That's great. That's great, Tony. I'm just sticking to coffee though.
Yeah.
Maybe yours could
Anderson
be
is awesome.
Espresso shots.
Right. There we go. Give me some espresso shots. I'll take 30 of them.
I've actually never had it. Like an
really
actual
espresso?
Yeah. I mean, I might have had one that was like a cold canned version, but like never from an actual espresso machine. That's a little too fancy for us.
Just like coffee.
Yeah, mine's literally
like I've been to love chocolate covered espresso beans.
Oh, okay, I have had those. Those are good.
Everybody flexing coffee, and then we got Popeye.
I got
Oz, have you ever had the Death Wish coffee?
Yes.
A few years ago, I want to say this is like 8 or 9 years ago. Me and a couple friends went to Baltimore Comic Con. We used to have a podcast all together. Whatever. But we went for the podcast. And while we were there, Death Wish Coffee was there giving out free samples. And like we just kept going and get free samples. Well, one of the guys that went with us, I don't know if he's in the chat or not, Tom, is a little bigger than the rest of us. And so he doesn't walk as well as the rest of us. And so he's like, you guys got to stop bringing me all this coffee. You fuckers can walk it off and I can't.
I feel that so much because I am of the bigger size. So cons for me, it's like give me a wheelchair or a wagon and push me around.
I heard that, bud. So next time I offer for you to go to a con with me, I just got to show up at your door with a wagon.
You know
yeah. Just make sure it has like a backrest.
Last time I invited Bud to come to PowerCon with us, I even offered. I was like, dude, if you got your own hotel, man, I'll hook you up with a ticket.
Terrence has the perfect wagon that we could put Bud in.
Not for Bud.
I would love to help out
We'll
Bud at a
stuff
con,
him in there.
but I've never seen his face, so I wouldn't know.
He
could be sitting right next to me in my living room, and I wouldn't even know.
Let me change my camera here.
He looks just like Darla, Curtis.
He looks like a bunch of toys on a desk. That's all I know.
You know what his fingertips look like.
Exactly.
There he is. Give
There
us that
we
flex,
go.
Bud. Give us that flex.
Now we know.
And he's even got the cat
Give
ears
us a little duck face, bud. Little duck face.
Look at this.
Little blue steel. Yeah,
There you
very
go.
nice.
The cat ear headphones make me think of Evan and Caitlin.
Yeah.
I dig them though. I dig them.
Yeah, these headphones are really nice.
See what
Definitely
happens.
the most expensive ones I've had.
See what happens when Tony starts passing out shots.
So does anyone else have any of these Mezco Popeye figures?
I did not get them, but
I wish.
man,
I have them.
That Popeye looks so good.
They're so good. Yeah, they're very dope.
I just got this. I passed on the first run, and I regretted it every day. So when they did the re-release of this one, I had to get it. I'm still waiting for them to do the Bluto because I really want that. But
have
this
you
is
seen the shots
amazing
for the quote Slayer Man Popeye horror film that they're doing? Because now he's like
yeah.
I've never gotten into any of those.
I haven't either. The Winnie the Pooh blood one, that just looks like it would just be fun to watch. But like now they're doing Steamboat Willie.
Yeah. So speaking of steamboats, I also found this at Goodwill. So this is going to be Popeye's.
Looks like a Paw Patrol one.
That's cool.
It's like an Imaginext, I think.
Imaginext, okay.
Yeah, so I already tore this out.
Though. It
I'm gonna
works
stick
for
this in
Popeye.
the front.
I dig it.
It's pretty amazing.
That's cool.
I was surprised to find it's missing some stuff on top, like flags, but I don't care about that. It's gonna go perfectly with Popeye. And the best part is there's no like canon color to Popeye's thing.
Because it was black and white. That if you want to get
canonically, his ship has been the same one since like the first one. He just constantly is fixing and changing it. So,
yep. Blow me down.
Yeah. And then I did find the Superman thing for those stands. So this is a custom I did like 2 weeks before.
Is that the Superman 1000 body?
I think this one
or
came
very
with,
similar.
This one came with the atomic skull.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think that
I have the 1000 body that I tore apart to make my custom Superboy.
Got the Batusi.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
got to do the Batusi.
Literally have them right here.
My God, I'm a tomato.
Down a little bit, just down a little bit.
The last ones.
That Flash is really good.
I got a DC one, so I got all three of these for that. I'm gonna do Mortal Kombat and probably Spawn as well, but the stickers have been a pretty good seller for me. So
nice.
Yeah.
My good little custom Superboy.
Yeah, I need to do that. I have just the stock one, but I don't remember what.
Yeah, this is a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah,
this is actually the Superman logo from the Superman 1000 figure.
Yeah, that looks like the same logo.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the Mafex Superboy to come out this year.
Oh,
where are those glasses from, bud? On that figure?
That was so. It was from what's that wrestler?
From Mattel Wrestling.
Bret, or not Bret Hart.
That wasn't Bret Hart. He has bigger shades. It's like Edge, maybe.
No, not Edge.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. It's like their 6 or 7 inch figure.
I got a custom idea.
Mattel sent me that instead of what they were supposed to send me was like some like Motu figure. But I saw the glasses there. I'm like, ooh, that'll work.
But it's almost sacrilegious. You can start a brawl confusing Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels together. Just to let you know for future reference.
Yep.
That's actually what started the heat. Was that Shawn Michaels stole Bret's sunglasses, and then that became that ended up rolling into the Montreal screw job. That's what started it all.
Brett, crude Brett.
Well, Kenzo
Man, screwed Brett.
back in June. Yeah, well,
I have
we
to
all know
continue
that's
my beef with Alpha Magnus. We're beefing still.
Should I
So
put you two together?
Tune into our YouTube channels so you can find out why we're beefing. So
Yeah.
we can find out why we're beefing too.
That's
He's like, I've rewatched my own videos to find out.
We can find out together.
There we go. We're gonna go get some watch hours because we got to figure out why this started.
I think it was pineapple on pizza, and I don't remember who liked what.
Oh yeah.
I like pineapple on pizza, and I'm putting it
All right,
out.
guys, I'm gonna head out.
I love it too.
All right, Greg.
Later, Greg.
All right, Greg.
See
Have
you
a good
later,
night,
brother.
man.
Thank you for joining us. And again,
I'm
happy
only
birthday.
saying that because you're talking about pineapple on pizza, and that's fucking sacrilegious. So I can't
Here you go,
even
Greg.
be in this room where you
Look,
talking
we got
that
cake.
fucking disgusting. All right,
Here go, Greg.
all right.
You gonna hang around a little bit
He's
more?
back.
All
He's
right,
back.
I'm back. But don't you fucking talk that crazy shit again around me, all right?
You don't like
Take that
pineapple
fucking...
jalapeno pizza?
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Hey, I do
Pineapple
like
does
Just,
not
that's when I
belong.
started liking you guys, and I follow people, and
Hey, it's only the guy in the middle, not me. I don't like you.
I like me.
Joe's
Why?
like, what the fuck did I do?
Here it is.
Yeah, I
Who
know.
gives a literal
Not the
shit
middle,
what
middle.
goes on
Not the
pizza?
middle.
Just gonna put
That
that
is
on
our
there.
beef.
As long as it isn't shit, I'm okay with you putting
pineapple's
whatever you
good
want on pizza.
in a
It's free
fucking
country.
drink.
Yeah, true.
I'm okay with you putting whatever the fuck you want on your pizza. It's your pizza.
Yeah.
Just don't put it on my pizza.
I saw someone put crickets on their pizza before, and I
Oh,
was
come
like,
on,
what
man.
the fuck?
Come on.
No.
I've actually eaten the seasoned dried crickets. They're actually not that bad. It's just like crunchy little shrimp.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I've eaten the salt vinegar ones. Not bad.
Yeah. Mine was like a cheese flavored one, I think.
Yeah.
I ate a regular
Yeah.
one out of my yard before, and
And now you've got parasites.
no, not from that. The parasites are from that.
Yeah.
He knows where he got them from. Her name was
I know.
Her name was.
Vietnam's a hell of a ride.
One night in Bangkok.
I did also. I'm almost done with this guy, so get my Christopher Walken from Batman Batman.
I was gonna say
Returns.
Fletch. What was his name? Or Fletch? I can't remember from it.
It was
Max
Max.
Shrek.
Yeah,
Max
that's it. Max Shrek.
Shrek. Donkey. Yeah.
Donkey.
The old dude, donkey, the old dude.
Yeah, that'll do.
Gotta find like a Don King figure to like steal his hair.
I don't know. That's the Dune head, right? The head from the Dune figure.
Pretty good.
I was gonna say it works pretty
But
good.
Max Shrek's hair was more like he stuck his finger in a socket.
It was a little more frizzed out. I will give him that. Now, also, can you put that head on the Headless Horseman? And so we can see.
I don't have mine around. Actually, it's over there, but it's
Here. Let me just get mine real quick for you. I'll pass it through the screen.
Sure.
Ooh, you know something that'd be really dope? If they did a Penguin McFarlane figure for
McDougal.
that, but put him on the little robotic Batmobile thing that he's like riding when he's trying to control the actual thing.
Play this city like a harp from hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
It's
that
always
scene of
a
him
fun
just sitting there like rattling the thing back and forth because it's not working is like one of the funniest memes ever because you can just
I don't know
attach
why
that to
we haven't gotten any of Batman Returns. I know that the Batman 89, like Jack Nicholson is literally the giant douche that won't let he wants like $8 billion for his toy rights.
All right, here's the Headless Horseman. Well, now he's just got Alpha Magnus's head.
There
you go, folks. If you ever wanted your you want your Sleepy Hollow Headless Horseman figure, the Hessian. Here we go. We made them for you.
Hello there.
if you want the headless horseman to need more cowbell, then
yeah, man, he hates that is like
Oh
Hilly's
my
known for.
god, yeah.
Everywhere I go, I'm talking about cowbell.
I'm haunted by cowbell.
Yeah.
So on the Jack Nicholson thing though, and I might be wrong, but the way I understood that is that he gets a cut of like almost all Joker merchandise now, and it was because of his contract with the original movie. I think he still gets like royalties, not even on movie stuff, just on Joker stuff.
Yeah. So he there was a 5K Toys post that was like, "Hey, we're bringing this out," and it was a shrunken down Hot Toys Joker, and it was like removed within 48 hours.
Damn.
Like the Hot Toy or 5K Toy doesn't usually have issues with lawyers, but his lawyer probably flew over there. It was like, yeah,
it's like Tom Cruise's lawyer. He doesn't mess around either.
Yeah, no, he does not. That's all right. That's when you just turn around and you give it away as a free gift. I'm not selling it. It's a free gift.
Yeah, I don't think 5K is going to do that.
Okay, ramen toys.
And you're selling the back.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Ace
just
has
saying.
entered the chat.
He knows we're here. Ace is always welcome on Clubhouse to hang out and talk.
Has anyone pre-ordered the Musk?
No.
No, I don't
No
know.
Muskie.
I got no space for that.
I
I'd
really
love
wanted
to,
it, but I can't. I'm not getting the current HasLab because I just don't have the money for it. Like, sorry.
Right.
I'm just ready for that 18 van.
I'm trying to hold off. I don't want to make like too many big purchases when I got a dragon next month.
You guys and your dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dragon is.
Stanley's asking what time zone ahead is Ace. Normally it's like lunchtime, I believe, right now for him. Tomorrow around lunchtime, I want to say, because he'll like when he pops into the chat. I'll normally be like, Ace, if you want to join us, let us know. And he's like, I got a lunch to go do. So it's lunchtime wherever he's at right now. Yeah. See, Grizzlehorn with me.
I really wanted that Musk though. I mean, if we get the $5,000 Doge check, I'll get it.
I'm gonna hold my breath on that. Watch.
I wouldn't suggest it, Corey.
I'll be sarcastic.
I'm just gonna say, billionaires don't make billions by handing out money.
I don't know if I want to trust anything that comes out of something called Doge. Like that's a dumb name.
And the sad part is that dog isn't even alive anymore. That's how old that meme is.
Yeah, just like Harambe.
Rip.
Pour one out for my homies.
Dicks out for Harambe.
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah.
It's the only way it works, trust me.
Or it's just indecent exposure. I don't know.
So I guess I'll try to turn this into the Batmobile of some sort.
Definitely do it. Put some wings on that, little fins on the back.
So
get a little rocket engine.
So what I was thinking of doing, and not making it like a legit Batmobile, but getting little cardboard pieces.
I was just getting ready to say that.
Yeah.
Like the kid made it himself.
Yeah, put like some
Joe.
bottles on the back for.
I realized Joe was petting a cat. And I thought he was putting his hand up to say something. I realized he was petting a cat.
Also, if you're planning on getting these things, only get the ones you want because they're kind of bland. Like,
I just want a bunch of trick-or-treating kids. Period.
That's fine.
They're the new Funko Pops is what they are. They're hot now, and like 2 years from now, people are going to be making fun of everybody that has them.
I think they're way cooler than Funko Pops. I'm putting that out there.
I will say that as well, but I only wanted Batman. I really wanted to be able to take this face off, but I think it's glued on.
I wanted the mummy one bad because that was like, I remember my Ben Cooper mummy costume from when I was a kid. And, like, my sister even sent me pictures of it and stuff.
It's understandable if you had the costume.
Right? Like, I want it. It's funny, I could never get the He-Man one, even though I wanted that, or the Skeletor one, but I had the mummy one.
That was like my costume for like 4 years.
Oh my God. And I remember that plastic like stabbed me in the face because the elastic band was cracking the plastic.
Yeah. But I did end up getting the what is it?
Steve knows what you're talking about with the Venture Brothers.
I cut my tongue on my mask.
Yeah, stick it that little narrow slit. Like, here, breathe out of this. And all of us were like, let me try to put my tongue through there.
I'm hoping, because I don't think they ever made Ninja Turtles. I'm hoping they do Turtles.
I don't think they ever did the Xenomorph, and yet they definitely have one of the Ben Cooper kid costumes Xenomorph. So
NECA's using whatever license they currently have.
Right.
So
it's not out of the realm. They'll look like the cartoon versions. That's all.
So the thing I like is that I hope that they're just like the Turtles with like a pizza on the front or something stupid. Like they don't have any weapons. They're just like,
it's got to have the
pizza,
pizza, like a slice of pizza thing, like on there. That'd be cool. I'd be down.
Because that was the funny part about those is that they like never really have weapons on the front.
I stand corrected. Allison said the Xenomorph was a real costume. I was not aware. Wow, that's actually really cool.
There are a couple of them that are that aren't though. Beetlejuice wasn't, I don't believe. I don't think
I can't remember.
I think they made a Chucky too. I don't think he was ever a real one. Yeah.
Of course, I go to look. I go to look it up, and it's like all the current ones. But I mean, I guess it probably could have been like. I know the Gremlins ones were actual ones. All right, let me look up actual costumes.
Did I show this guy off last time? It's been a while, so.
No, I don't believe you have.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Those figures are cool.
Yeah, it's a dummy 13. You can 3D print them for free, and they have tons of armor. But I gave him a pair of shoes that I literally have back here somewhere. Where it is? I own that pair of shoes, so I was like, "Oh, sweet! I'll give him a pair of shoes." I printed out a whole bag of the shoes. Yeah.
Now I'm looking at Xenomorph costumes. I'm wondering if my fat ass can fit in one.
The answer is no.
No, I'm way too big for them. Now I also want to look up the Xenomorph popcorn bucket.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I was. I had Garfield. My brother had He-Man, Ben Cooper. So hopefully those.
Garfield. Oh my God! I didn't know they did one of those.
Yeah,
I need that one. I need the Garfield.
Yeah, well, if it ever happens,
You know what would have made that Xenomorph popcorn bucket even cooler? Is if the mouth opened up, the other little mouth popped out, and then it dropped you a piece of popcorn.
And then they do have the other ones from this wave, but I think Batgirl is short packed, but everybody else is pretty normal. I've never seen Superman or Wonder Woman, so.
So somebody's selling one on eBay for like $80. This is the popcorn bucket, and the mouth is closed. But I'm seeing other ones that are going for like $100, and the mouth is open. Okay,
Different
so
AMC Regal Cinemas or something.
Well, that's what I'm trying. Okay, so one was Cinemark and one was Regal. Got it. Open mouth was Regal Cinemas, and the closed mouth was Cinemark. And I kind of like the look of the Cinemark one more. So, yeah, that'll have to be one.
When we went to see, Captain America, we got the helmet popcorn buckets.
Yeah. I was supposed to get a Marvel Rivals skin for seeing that movie, and they screwed me. So I gotta email them. It's not even a skin I want now. Stupid.
So I can still get the Facehugger Chamber LED popcorn bucket for like $30 on Amazon right now. That's kind of cool.
Did everybody get all of the? I saw the Turtles of Grayskull there. Did everybody get all those that they were looking for?
Well, currently, right now, it's coming from overseas, but I'm getting Merman and a couple
you
of
got
Casey
the $50
Jones.
one. That's what I was going to bring up.
Well, no, this one I actually got from Smythes in Germany, so it was only $10.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, hell yeah! I saw
Two-up.
Preternia posted today that there was a site that had them for 50 shipped worldwide, which isn't bad compared to that. But,
No, worldwide that's not bad for shipping, but it was $10 for each of the Casey Jones, and then it was like $25 because they were like half off at Smythes or whatever. So we got good friends that help hunt across the globe like that, and I was able to pick them up because unlike here, they're just stacked on shelves over there, hence why they were so much cheaper.
Yeah, well, that's good. I just found a leather neck, a leather head. I always do the opposite one. It's Leatherhead. I just found him in store.
I got Leatherhead pretty early on, which is cool. So now it's just a matter of hunting down when King Hiss gets released, when that Shredder comes out, and when the and I still want to get the original Shredder. I never did pick up the original Shredder release, and I do like that one.
If I see that, I'll pick it up for you because
Yeah.
I just saw a Skeletor, and I think that's the same wave.
Yeah.
Just saw one of those in stores.
I saw a Skeletor in store and I passed on it, but I'm regretting that now. But you know what, though? They may still have it at the one that I was at, so I might go back and grab it. Like I said, most of these guys I just want for the pieces, not necessarily so much for the overall figures. The ones like I'm seriously thinking about getting are like Shredder. I would want for all of Shredder, right?
Yeah.
Like I want that whole Shredder, not just the mutated one, but the original one.
He's a really cool figure.
The Skeletor, I'd probably just want the pieces. The Beastman, I just want the pieces, and then I want to get a Slamurai and actually make Slamurai not look like a ninja, but a samurai.
Yeah,
that always bothers me.
Eventually, that Beast-Man, I'm gonna get him, but
yeah,
I'm really fighting with myself not to get the variants, but I know I need the Donatello for the head without the helmet, and I need at least like a stealth Leo for not only the parts but the chest, bare chest piece to put on Mikey.
I'm kind of the mashup guy, so I have to have all those. I'll get all of the what do you call them? The Thundercats. My wallet is screwed, is what that means. Yeah.
But for me, one of the big things is I'm really trying not to like dive in too hard on getting too much more of the origin stuff, because again, it's great and I love it, and I'm so glad that it came around because it's definitely what brought me back into toy collecting. But I'm collecting other stuff that I'm getting more enjoyment out of. And
yeah, I'm actually selling a whole bunch of my just other things. I have like 10 bins of Transformers from the last like 10 years, and I'm just getting rid of a bunch of them. There's no point in keeping it if it's just going to stay in a bin, you know?
Right. If you only got it sitting in a box and you're not really doing anything with it, if it's not bringing you joy, honestly, sell that stuff and check out some of this other cool shit that's coming out that might bring you.
I actually just remembered that I didn't buy the last 3 Street Sharks figures that came out. Like I'm cutting it real close on those Street Sharks, but because
I was so excited for those. I've screamed for like years that I wanted new release Street Sharks, but sadly I just can't get them because I have to focus on just one thing. And that's these.
So I will say, keep an eye on Amazon because every couple days one of them's like $10. It's crazy. And then I actually, there's a guy online who I took his do his Patreon. He La Calvera 3D print, but I got Dr. Paranoid, which I can't remember what his real name was, and then I got the human version of Ripster. So like these are just basic 5 points of articulation 3D prints, but they're good because I can just have them.
Hey, Alpha. Adam's got a question for you. He's asking, any chance you've got Earthrise Runabout in Transformers you're selling?
Nope. I believe I passed on both of those, but I can take a look. If that's the one from Target, I might have that. I have so much. I realized at a point that I wasn't even opening some of them. They were just sitting in boxes. So
that's one of the things that bugs me most when I have figures sitting around unopened because I'm an opener. So it bugs me when I look and I see I have unopened figures. God, that bothers me.
Yeah, and that's when I started like I'm gonna pull back.
Yeah,
I have 50 bins full of unopened toys.
I couldn't do it, Kenny. I'd be losing my shit. I'd be like, I need to sell this.
That's what storages are for.
I did get this guy.
So I don't have to look at it, right, Greg?
Yep. I was in my storage the other day and I caught anxiety. I couldn't. I had to fucking leave. I was like, all right, I gotta go.
Just the fact that you pulled out that old Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider and you were like, I thought you just got him, and you're like, nope, was sitting on it because I know you're a Ghost Rider fan like me. So I was like, how are you gonna have the Johnny Blaze and not display it? Because I know you just got the Danny Ketch, and that's one that I'm sad I have not picked up yet as the Danny Ketch one because that was my Ghost Rider from the 90s. And I love that figure.
I really wanted to get that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got these. What's the Starduster? Is that his name? I think.
Yeah. G.I. Joe Classified.
As I said, I was just like, I'm not getting a lot, but I think this guy was on sale at some point. So I was just like, you know, I'm going to grab it. I just think he looks cool.
So we did have somebody trying to jump on right now. We are full up, but I know
I'm getting ready to bail. So you guys,
okay, Curtis,
you have a good one, and I will.
Yeah, okay, Curtis, get out of here. Jesus,
get out of here.
So as you guys heard, Curtis is going to be having on Art by Ackerman, and he's going to be playing with Greg tomorrow. He's going to have him in hand, maybe in both hands, playing around with them.
Curtis and Jesse actually had a great show popping and swapping
earlier
the
today.
Elf and Orc builders. It actually inspired me a little bit. I put a couple together.
Very
tonight.
nice.
That's what I was playing with. So
very nice.
Yeah.
Kenzo, try not to look too bored.
Definitely check that out if you like.
I hear you, Kenzo. I was getting tired myself. So
no, I'm just hurting, man. I'm just hurting real bad.
Is it from having pineapple on pizza?
I don't like. I would never eat that. I did not.
That would make me
that
look
was
like
Alpha
you
Magnet.
just look,
Alpha Magnet said that. I do not like pineapple on pizza. I'm Italian. My grandma would have killed me. Come on.
All right, folks. I will catch you later.
Later, Curtis.
Later, man.
See you, Curtis.
What's going to be great if there's some like big revelation on the Rosetta Stone and it literally says like that's the original Italian way to do it. Just all these Italians that, oh my God.
Actually, I heard the original Italian way to do it was to have the pineapple and put pizza on top of it.
Yes, use it as.
I'm pretty sure that when pizza was invented, Italians couldn't afford it. You know, pineapple. So
I think pizza was actually invented in Germany.
We're just stirring all kinds of shit tonight, folks.
Might as well, right?
Yeah.
Let's see who else we piss off.
Greg's like, I'm not even going to try to fix my StreamYard.
Well, now I'm the equalizer. Did I show these guys last time?
The Stone Warriors, Stone Guardians.
Yeah. I'm planning on having these are the Motu Origins version of it. So
and again, that's like a really, really easy to kind of look at and do the crossover because that's basically how those figures were. This is that Origins Macho Man right there, that one.
Yeah. And then this one, the These are thanks to Corey. He got me those.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I'm like, what did I do?
He sent me the extra Macho
Yeah.
Man.
I totally forgot. Actually, I totally forgot about him. That's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. And then I got this. I made a full cloth garb for him.
Oh, nice. I remember having that one.
Yeah. Still got to hunt some of their original accessories down because I don't feel like making those. But I literally went to another thrift store and walked in there and they had a whole bag of these for $4. So I bought them and used all their heads.
All right,
I'll have these at Toylanta Toylanta to show off.
Nice. Pop Lender's asking, he had a regular of his come in tonight and show me his sealed copy of Nintendo 64 Ocarina of Time game from his parents' attic. So this is a sealed copy that was sitting in his parents' attic, sealed. I found
800 to 1200, I think is how much that one goes for.
I was going to say about 1200.
Yeah, sealed.
I was going to say about 1200 for sealed. Yeah. Again, I may be wrong because I've been out of the buy, sell, trade, market for a while when it comes to video games. But that one, I mean, it's not like if you could find the original sealed Legend of Zelda, the gold cartridge, like that completely factory sealed goes for a lot more.
I got the Twilight Princess one, and it was for GameCube, and I found the
GameCube or the Wii? Twilight Princess was Wii.
It was Wii. I was thinking of what's the one after that, Wii U? It wasn't the Wii U version. It was the Wii version.
That would have been Twilight.
It had a gold Wiimote.
Yes, actually, Skyward Sword.
Both
that
pieces.
Was Skyward Sword.
It was Skyward. Okay, I had both pieces, and I couldn't find both of them forever. And I'm like, I want to sell this, but I don't want to sell one half and the other half. I finally found both halves. Got to do that.
Even if you got that complete and it's not fully sealed, it's still worth a pretty decent amount. Yeah. So I will say, Steve, that's not a bad find. And the funny part is, again, that kind of stuff does just get rarer and rarer as time goes.
See,
Legend of Zelda has definitely always been one of my favorite video games, and I want to thank Bud again for hooking me up.
Trying to get on.
I was gonna say somebody was trying to pop on like 2 seconds ago, and now nobody's trying to pop on, and we got 2 spots open. Adam, if you're done working, you can come on. Adam, you still there? Adam.
There's Adam.
There he is.
There he is.
Man, this club is fucking hard to get into. Okay?
It's exclusive, don't you know?
That's because you're Canadian.
Oh, hey.
This reminds me of being like 23 years old, and you check the front door, the lineup's too long, the back door, it's like the bouncer's charging too much.
I was gonna say you got this asshole sitting side stage, and I'm like, nah, you ain't getting through here, buddy. Look, I only actually had to stare down 3 people at like 2 different shows. So, I mean, it was all good. And it's great when you got this guy named Gorilla Joe who comes up behind you. Now, again, anybody who's met me, I'm a bigger guy. I'm not exactly a tiny person. And Gorilla Joe was like almost 1.5 feet taller than me. This guy was close to 7 feet tall. And he had me by about 150 pounds. So
yeah, that'll do it.
He used to walk up behind me. I wasn't worried about too much. He's the only guy I've ever seen walk into the middle of a pit, grab a guy by his face, and lift him up and carry him out. I'm like, hey,
sometimes
I'm glad he's on my side. I'm glad he's on my side. That's all I'm saying.
That's the easiest way to pick somebody up.
Right by the face, one-handed. Yep, we're walking.
There was a bouncer at a bar that was about that big up here, and when I was younger, and his name was Tiny. He was.
They always are.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
You see, you say that, but then he's going to take you, in the back and show you why.
Well, probably so. But
now, Gorilla Joe is a great guy to have at your back and mind you, he's like one of the nicest dudes ever, but he was just so intimidating. And the instance I'm talking about was at a Guar show. And for some reason, this guy, he went up to the front door, he had his ticket, and like as he was standing in line, he said he was going to storm the stage and start fighting. Guar. Of all bands, Guar. And like, I don't know what's going on at the front door because I work side bar. I don't know. I'm sitting, by my door. It's a fire exit. I got to keep it clear in case there's a fire. And he comes up behind me and he's like, "Excuse me, can I get in?" And I'm like, "Yeah, through the front door." He goes, "Well, I got my ticket and they won't let me in." I'm like, "There's probably a really good reason they won't let you in at the front door. So I'm sure as hell not going to let you in here. I don't care if you got a ticket or not. This is not a place where you can enter. This is strictly a fire exit. If the building is burning down, we're stampeding through here. You're supposed to exit in an orderly fashion, but yeah, right. When there's a fire going, good luck." So anyway, like he just starts mean mugging me and I'm standing there with my arms crossed, like, you're not getting through this way. If they're not letting you in the front, you're definitely not coming through here. So you can either stand here all night and see the show through me, or you can go see why they won't let you in through the front. But I have a feeling you already know why they won't let you in through the front.
Oh, he knew.
Yeah. And he had his two buddies with him. And then Gorilla Joe came up to go tell me that there was this guy who was going to try to come through my door because they wouldn't let him in front. And he was going to tell me what was going on. And he just saw him, and him and his buddies just walked away. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. Here we go. Let's see. To be fair, that whole era of games didn't age well compared to the previous generation of consoles. That's true. I get the one you're talking about. And let's see. Okay, so he's talking about that sealed copy of Ocarina being around $2 to $7K now is what he could find. Now, is that sell or what people are trying to sell it for?
For a video game? That's bonkers.
Trying.
Some people go crazy for that stuff.
Yeah. Anyone here watch Mythbusters?
I used to, yeah. Way back.
Yeah. I got this little guy this weekend.
Oh, Jamie, nice.
Oh, nice.
Busty the Walrus.
I'm rewatching. This is going to sound totally unrelated until I get to the point. I'm rewatching the first 3 seasons of The Expanse on Amazon Prime because they're about to be pulled off in like a week.
Watch it again.
So seasons 1, 2, and 3 were like Sci-Fi Network, but Amazon bought the rights and then picked it up and did seasons 4, 5, and 6.
Continued on, yeah.
But in the end of season 2, there's an episode with Adam Savage in it, and I was like, wait a minute, like that guy looks oddly familiar. So that's the connection to
If you remember the old Charmin Mr. Whipple commercials, he's the ginger kid. Adam Savage is the ginger kid that Mr. Whipples is like talking to. It's super weird.
I probably never saw those commercials.
Yeah,
you probably
early 80s. Early 80s. Yeah.
In the US.
In the US.
I never saw them.
Yeah. Only us old guys remember that stuff, Alpha.
Jeff saying, Jesus, you guys are still up. Have you
still
Jeff,
early?
How long have you been watching the Clubhouse? We're only in 3 hours. It's like 3 hours.
What are you talking about?
Come on now. 3 hours. This is nothing. This is light duty for a Clubhouse.
You're talking crazy. Anyway, that's like from a guy who was on the weird Mythbusters. I follow him on like YouTube. It's Alan Pan, and he does like crazy stuff. He's the one who made the mech gear for a snake, so that the snake had legs, and literally like when it moved left and right, it would walk forward. It's crazy. But he's
like a lizard
website.
So a snake with legs, you say?
Yeah. Look it up. It's crazy. It's even better is that CNN stole the whole thing and like didn't credit him. Like what the hell? Anyway, he made that merch, and I'm doing a mashup for Fan Expo next month of Adam Savage, like Macho Man Adam Savage. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be great.
I'm digging it.
Yeah, it's so that's gonna be my Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna give him the Hogan thing. Hulk Heineman, yeah.
I'm digging it.
Matthew Madsen mentions the books. I actually I mean, everything's based on a book, but I never even thought about that. I actually reserved that book at my local library, and they emailed me today. They're like, the first book is available, so I got to go pick that up.
Yeah, my buddy, whenever we play PUBG, my two friends talk to each other about the books versus the show, and I've never touched either of them. I tried watching the first episode 3 times and got so bored that I was done. Yeah, I couldn't take it. It's one of those shows you literally have to stare at while you're watching it because they shove so much in. And I'm like,
you can't.
I gotta be able to do other stuff. I can't do this.
I thought, okay, so I watched the first 3. I've already watched, I think, 5 of the 6 seasons. But when I went on Amazon Prime one day and it was like, The Expanse is being pulled off of Amazon Prime, I was like, oh shit, I got to watch it again. For no reason other than it's getting pulled off. So it's really good marketing if they don't pull it off. But I thought I'd watch it in the background while I was like working on other stuff. And what I found was I would work for 2 hours or whatever, and then when I was like too tired to work anymore, I'd watch 2 episodes. Like I couldn't do both at once, because you're absolutely right that like visually it's really good, and it's like it's nuanced, and a lot of what's happening is like visual because it's space and you have to like see what they're talking about for it to make any sense. But it's a fantastic show.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you can like. I don't want to be like The Wire, Breaking Bad, but it's one of those ones where like you could watch an episode here or there, but then all of a sudden there's just episodes where you just got to pay attention, and it's like that show. Every episode you have to pay attention. Gundam Wing is the closest thing I could say to being the same, because Gundam Wing, like one episode, she's like a happy princess, and the next episode she's queen of the world. Like,
I was gonna say, Adam and I, we just recently did a whole.
I'd say that's accurate.
Yeah,
you know, like Ken approached us about doing a Gundam Wing retrospective and kind of talk about that. And I got to tell you, I sat down to go watch it, and like I've seen the series like a billion times because I love it. The plot is so layered. I'm still catching things that I freaking missed watching it a dozen times already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that show is, to me, it was my first experience with Gundam, and I still love it to this day. Like, I think it's great. I know not everybody's all up about the Gundam Wing, but to me, it's still like my favorite Gundam series.
It's I mean, it's the only one that I've watched multiple times. That should tell you right there.
Right, exactly. That and 8th MS Team. That's another one I've watched a couple times too.
To me,
cool. It was short.
To me, because it is its own standalone series.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to know what Gundam is about, to me, that's like, here, watch these 50 episodes, and if you like this, go to Universal Century.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you haven't missed anything. You can say you watched all of Gundam Wing, and you can kind of move on. You can't, because you'd still have to watch Endless Waltz. But you know, as far as like, you could say that you'd watched Gundam Wing,
right?
But if you jump into like, you know, Gundam the movie 1, you've got about 6 years of your life that you got to dedicate to like watching all of that. Between the movies and the series and the Universal Century is like, it's everything Gundam.
Speaking
right,
of,
Ken?
I was going to say, here's the man that brought us together to work on that project in the first place. He must have known we were talking about it.
My ears
guys,
started buzzing.
Real quick though, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to have on the laptop. All of a sudden, the laptop, it's plugged in, and I can tell because the USB hub is what has my wired connection hooked into this thing. It's telling me my battery's dying. I don't know why the battery would not be taking a charge while it's plugged in.
I think the proto molecule's gotten into your computer.
I guess. I don't know, man. Like, and this is the new laptop, so I got to figure out what's going on with that and then check.
Mine does that. Mine says that charging is not optimal while you are using it, or something like that. Like, it has to be idle or something like that. Either that, or you're using the battery faster than it's charging because you're streaming. That could be it too. I think. I could also be just full of shit.
You're full of shit, Ken.
Yeah, I think you take a chance of me being full of shit. That works too.
Yeah.
That's not how computers work.
I just took a shit, so here, maybe I have some better input. Maybe your cords aren't together all the way. Maybe they're unplugged somewhere.
Confirmed, Stanley's not full of shit.
Yeah, I can show you, but yeah, you wouldn't want to see that.
He is.
I like my answer better, but it's like the salesman answer on the on the car salesman floor.
Oz, did you try turning it off and turning it back on?
I don't know if it showed me like spinning or frozen here in a moment, but that was something that I just I technically unplugged it and then plugged it back in. But
you know what, it really is shocking how often if you turn it off and turn it back on, it works again.
You don't want to know how many times a day I have to do that with my work computer, just because the VPN that we use for my work computer
just messes with it
so much of my bandwidth that like I'm in the middle of a phone call with a patient trying to schedule an appointment, and all of a sudden it's all like, oh, we're going to drop the connection because your VPN is using too much bandwidth for you to do this. And then I got to reboot the whole thing.
You also sound like you're going through your laptop mic or your computer mic now, and not your that one. I'm not full of shit on, or am I? Is it my ears?
Oh, that reminds me, my
No, it
computer
definitely
does
sounds-
not. Oh no, it picked it up.
Okay,
my computer does not like to pick up my
Damn.
microphone.
I killed the Gundam talk as soon as it started.
No,
I
it's
was.
okay. I'm switching up
I've
to
been
the
waiting.
phone, and we can jump back to the Gundam talk. Okay. I'm gonna
You know, yeah. I mean, if
switch
you want to
things
like
up here
log, if you want to like log out from your computer and then charge it while you go on your phone for a smoke, I don't know. I'm just backseat
That's
driving.
what I'm trying to do. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm going to do. So I'll be back.
So I'm
guys.
not backseat. So I'm not backseat driving. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to show off my my
quit mansplaining, Ken.
Oh god.
my America
Yeah.
Gundams I got. So I'll go grab those.
You know what, I did I grab that? Oh, you know what? I think I did. I think I did grab that like Target exclusive America Gundam, and then I got home and I was like, "This is dumb," and I put it on Marketplace in Canada, and somebody snatched it up right away.
Oh wow. That's how that works. I'd love to get an Xbox Series right now, but I'm gonna have to take a big bath on the.
Whoa, Ken! I think the proto molecule got to your microphone as well.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was just me.
No.
Hold on.
Oh, that's better.
We good?
Yeah. Hey, Ken, are you excited for the Elimination Chamber next Saturday?
I only keep up because Mr. Wonderful will mention it every now and then, but my wrestling knowledge is starting to tank. So thanks to you for reminding me.
I only keep up because it came up on my Netflix feed when I logged in today. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, you've never seen an Elimination Chamber?
No.
If you want to see a really good Elimination Chamber, go back to Survivor Series. Okay. that was easy. Alpha Magnus, let's go over to you.
No, I got the I got this on AliExpress. It's the
That's the Italian Gundam.
Whoa.
no,
isn't it? Who is that?
It's a 7-Eleven now. 7-Eleven Gundam.
Oh yeah.
So I've been collecting these goofy ass ones like this and the McDonald's one.
Yeah.
So those aren't models, are they? Those aren't models, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do the Grandpa Gundam and the I can't even remember which one that one is. The Seed Gundam?
No, it's a maybe. No.
Like there's two or three suits.
Is that the strike? Is that the Strike Gundam?
Strike.
Okay.
It's Strike Gundam.
I may have Gundam.
Yeah, Strike's from Seed, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. I just wasn't about to give you that one, Adam. I was just about to.
And then
I was busy mansplaining.
I got this one, which was the America type Target one.
Yeah, that's the one I got. Yeah.
And then I got old Maxter. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, they do. So yeah, that USA one was a Target exclusive. The 7-Eleven was a Japanese 7-Eleven exclusive, but you could buy it a bunch of places.
If you go to AliExpress, you can get it for $6.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
that's not the best quality, but it does the job. This one,
No, I
was,
think it's like an entry grade kit or something like
yeah,
that. So.
and this one was pretty good too.
Yeah,
you can get that one on there.
they've stepped up. Like Bandai has like stepped up their cheap Gunpla kits in the last couple years.
Yeah.
Like their entry level price point, like $10 or less in Japan, which is like $8. What are they in the US? Like $15 kind of thing. I think they're about 20 to 22 in Canada.
10 to 15, I think.
They're cheap, but the color separation on the parts is fantastic. The articulation is great. Like they build really, really well.
That
like,
Maxter was, I think, $40 shipped.
Yeah.
And it's a high grade premium Bandai exclusive. So it
Yeah.
came with every part that he would have ever came with.
Right. The full loadout of like 8 guns and 2 beam sabers and a
You can pull
shield
his
and
shoulder
clips.
pads off and make them boxing gloves. He's so
Yeah.
American. It's hilarious. I was kind of mad that was there a Canada Gundam in that?
Come on. No.
That would have been amazing to have hockey gloves.
You would have a hockey stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't translate. People would have no idea what they were looking at.
Tequila Gundam.
Tequila Gundam exists. There's a sombrero. Yeah, there's a sombrero.
Hoser Gundam would have worked.
I love that.
I might have to design that now and make that figure out of a custom. Just give him a hockey stick with a like a maple leaf on him.
You know, for 150 years or however long Canada's been around, not having Gundams designed after them has kept us safe. And now all of a sudden, an Oompa Loompa has decided to like take notice, and
he knows you don't have Gundams.
I guess we should have had a yeah. All this time we should have had a Gundam.
What do you mean they don't have Gundams? Let's attack them.
Damn you, peace. Yeah, it's
crazy days.
It's a mess.
Crazy days.
Yeah, I've been rewatching Seed, and I had not watched the original Mobile Suit Gundam until recently. And watching Seed, it's like, wow, they're retelling the story.
Yeah,
That's all they're doing, right? It's just Kira is, Amuro is now Kira. Right?
Yeah, but like
story.
Amuro's, he's weak and whatever, but he comes around.
Yes,
Kira's just a bitch.
Kira comes around in Destiny.
Does he though?
He comes back and nobody can beat him. So I don't know. Maybe that's just video game god powers. I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it in 20 years, but from what I remember, he comes back in Destiny, and anyway. Seed is very polarizing.
It doesn't. I love the mech suits in Seed. I love. I love that the bad guys come around and kind of become good guys as well.
Yep, that's what I liked about it. In fact, I actually liked Seed more than Wing if you're just talking the series. But where Wing wins me over, and we talked about this, Adam, is
the upgrade suits.
Yes,
yeah,
and then the lasting impact of the Wing Zero custom Angel Wing.
Yeah,
I'm being passive aggressive because of all my history videos. That one is the one that's kind of tanking a little bit. So.
Yeah, like when Strike gets like gold hands, I was like, this is weird. I don't like this anymore.
I know the Strike Freedom.
The Strike Freedom just is a weird. It's a weird look. I just can't. I wasn't
a big fan of it myself.
That being said, what is it? Infinite Justice or whatever?
Yeah.
The like evolved Justice. That suit is
Infinite Justice is good. Yeah.
That suit is awesome. Yeah, but it reminds me of Epion, and I think Epion is a superior design.
Yeah. I want to get the
Here we go.
144th on Endless Waltz, and like there's one available currently. It's the Wing, and
of which story?
The Endless Waltz.
The Katoki Wing Zero.
Yeah, I want the Endless Waltz Wing Zero, but like I have that one to build, but like I'm like waiting for them to release more. And they're just not doing it. It's driving me crazy. They just did real grades, I think, or not real grade.
Have we lost anyone? Because I know Alpha.
Well, you're looking for HG suits.
Yeah, I mean that 144.
I'll tell you right now. Skip the HG. Go for master grade for those because the articulation and the design and stuff like that. The HG don't.
It's not an HG. It's the other one. It's the real grade, I think. It's the 144th, but it's the one with the frames. That's real grade, right?
Yeah, RG.
Okay, yeah, those are the ones I'm looking for.
But
they
Master
just-
takes so long.
Yeah,
takes so
RG are
long
great for size. They've done
to
the
build.
RG wing twice now. And then they did Tall Geese, they did Epion, and I think they just did Tall Geese 2?
2. Yeah,
in
I'm
real
waiting
grade?
for 3. That's what I'm saying. I want the real grade of.
That'll be a long way out because I think they'll have to
Yeah.
do the 0 before they do.
Well, I have 0. I literally have that.
Which 0 though?
Wing 0
No,
custom.
but I mean, okay, so the angel wings.
Yeah.
Well, because you got Wing Zero Custom, which was the upgrade. Then it was the Wing Zero Custom Endless Waltz, where you got the angel wings.
But I don't think they've done that in real grade.
With the custom
Wing
or the original Wing Zero or
Wing
Endless
0
Waltz?
custom angel wings real grade.
I thought that one was coming. I thought I saw that was coming.
I don't know. I have such a backlog of Gundam kits that I just don't look
It's
at
just
what they're
yeah.
doing.
That first
That's my
upgrade on
problem. I
Wing
don't feel
0.
like building them. I'm
There you
like Ked. I want the
Oh yeah,
action
that one.
figures of
Okay,
them.
yes.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Like-
they upgraded it twice for the longest time because that first upgrade is a little bit more subtle.
Well, the first upgrades all happen during the series. You never see the third upgrades. They just are in
No.
Endless Waltz.
I
It's
think-
almost like those were the upgrades they got during the series.
Oz,
but they're
I think we're
all-
mixing two things up. You're thinking Wing Gundam. It gets out of the way and they bring Wing 0 in. It replaces
That's
it. But
it,
it's not,
yes,
it's
that's-
not really an upgrade of the other. It
different-
replaces the other. However, they look similar and you have to look at the pattern of where the yellow and the reds are in order to tell them apart. So yeah, sorry,
right, so-
yeah, I get it.
Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. They're putting out P Bandai 144 scale for the Gundam Sandrock Custom, the Heavy Arms Custom, and Ultron.
In 144?
Yep.
When?
The pre-orders are up now. They're 21.
That's too small.
$21.99
That's too
each.
small. I don't like that scale for those suits.
Yeah. No, I'm
I just
saying
want
that
them
they
to
do have
match
them.
with these guys.
Yeah, I get it. I have both.
Is anyone
I-
here not a
that's
Gundam?
that's my
This is next on the list.
Ed, Corey, and Joe is engrossed.
That's something else. Yeah.
I'm over here
Something
painting
else,
my
right?
custom. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's an entry grade kit now? What the shit? I've been out for like a year and a half, 2 years, and that's an entry grade?
Yeah.
How are they doing that as an entry grade kit?
What,
That
the
is
gun barrel?
bananas.
Yeah, this is from the game. I had to pre-order the special edition for Gundam Breaker. I like to call it
For-
the Solo Cup colors.
For Master Grade, it looks like the Gundam Epion EW version and the Gundam Death Scythe Hell is up for pre-order.
Those have been out for a while.
Death Scythe Hell is just so amazing with the
Death Scythe Hell is like one of the coolest mobile suits out there.
There's
the way it falls out of the sky and
They're also pre-order for the EW Gundam Wing Proto Zero.
Yeah, Proto Zero is probably my least favorite of all the suits because it was kind
Adam,
of like that.
what is Proto Zero?
Proto Zero is the Wing Zero with the Vernier jetpack thing that's on its back.
Okay.
It's
There's a
the
tall piece of that too.
it's like for lack of, I mean, thank you Alpha Magnus, for lack of sort of a better description, it's the tall geese version of Gundam Wing.
Right. And tall geese, hands down, is
like
still one of my most
instead of
favorite.
the wings on its back, the simple wings on its back, it gets like jet packs on its back.
So is it an upgrade of the Wing Gundam or is it an upgrade
Yeah,
of
but it's the pre-Angel Wing version.
Right.
Hold on. We're getting confused again. There's Wing Gundam 01 and then there's Wing 0. They're completely different mechs. So Proto Zero, is that the upgrade of Wing Gundam 01, or is that the
I'm trying to look.
prototype
I
of
have
Wing Zero?
I have
You
versions
notice
of
I
all of these.
skipped that in my history of, because you were telling me about it, Adam. I'm like,
I was trying to explain it to you, and you were you looked.
I was so
you know,
confused.
in Fantastic Mr. Fox, when the possum has like the eyes that are like spiraled.
That's what happened.
That's what happened, and so I stopped. Let me see if I can find it, because
Wing
like when you
Gundam,
see
then
them, you're
Proto
like,
Zero.
oh yeah, there's
And
3
then
versions
Zero.
of the Wing Gundam.
Right.
And Joe Fan 84 is 100% right. It's like Wing Gundam, then Proto Zero, then Gundam Wing Zero.
Yes.
Proto Zero is like the in between.
But the question is it an upgrade of the Wing Gundam and doesn't have the Zero system built in? I think
It
that's
does
what
have the Zero system built in.
Okay.
But I
It's
get
from a-
confused because
it's
it's in
from
the
a manga.
It's in the manga, and it's like
Right,
Okay.
because
But-
it plays over it in the show a little bit.
But I
the show
think-
basically doesn't talk about it. So.
I think Trace is the first pilot of the Wing Zero, the Proto Zero.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, that
And then
sounds about right.
and then they switch, but it's
You wouldn't cover that in a 25-minute history video because you only have 25.
No, you would not.
That's
because
my excuse. That's
because
my
the
excuse for glazing
actually
over.
comments that you would get if you tried to cover all that in 25 minutes, you would be a waste of your life.
Look
Hold
what
on.
happened. Look what happened to me on Robotech. I keep bitching.
I mean,
about
it's
still
like in
wasting my
the
time.
comments right now. People are like, it's like it's this, and then it's this, and it doesn't make sense, and it's.
But Joe Fan is very certain of himself. There'd be people who are not, and then they'll still trying to correct you, and then they correct
Oh,
you
yeah,
something wrong.
absolutely.
Then they send you down a rabbit hole. You go, no, I'm right.
Well, and there's people that
I'm
will
only
watch the
sort
show,
of-
but they won't have read the manga, and so
Yes.
that like
Right,
the
they
manga and the
miss a
cartoon are
lot.
different.
Yes.
And then
Or
and then when you go
Time.
Endless Waltz, you get Proto Zero that goes to the Wing Zero.
Yes.
Like
Right.
it's
Because in the show, Katra just shows up with the Wing Zero, and he can't manage a Zero system. That in between portion between Wing Gundam. and
yeah,
Wing
that's in the
Zero-
manga.
Right, because they don't even talk much about. In the
Proto
show,
Zero.
they do describe how the Zero system is a huge strain on the
Yes.
pilots,
Yes.
but they give you the details as to why in the manga.
So you don't even really notice that the Proto Zero is there. Is what I'm trying to say in the show. You can completely miss it just by, and you're looking at it, but you miss it.
Right. I mean, it's an intense story. Like I said, it's one of the things I love about it. Because even rewatching it now, I'm still picking up stuff that I missed.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna go back and rewatch it. Then my brain can't handle anymore on that. I
Yeah,
maxed
just
out.
the quick rewatch we were doing leading up to the films, because it's like I had to remember they swapped groups and
Yeah.
like everything so frequently and stuff like that. It was like trying
That
to remember
one we
which
nailed.
grain was which.
Mhm. The faction changes we nailed somehow. I don't know how we did that because
Oh my god, because it gets so confusing throughout the whole thing if you're not
White Fang
you gotta
group
pay
and-
attention.
Trace factions and
hmm And then Oz, like the Oz group like the subsets.
Who was
What the
saying that they
fuck?
had those kits in 144? Because I cannot find it on Premium Bandai because I would literally buy them.
USA Gundam store.
So this is Wing Gundam.
yes,
Right.
that
so
does
this-
not have the jetpack. That's the original.
This is
one.
the like revolver style rifle. This is the like super simple wings.
Yes.
And then from there, we get the Proto Zero. Now I'm going from Gundam Universe to I don't even know what version this is. This is like one of my oldest Gundam models.
Okay, so that's Proto Zero. Yeah.
This is Proto Zero, which goes to that sort of double beam
Vernier.
blaster,
Yeah.
and then the Vernier jet that
Yeah.
opens. I don't want to open it because I feel like it'll fall apart. But like this opens up and turns into a wing.
Right.
And then the next version is the like
The Kai.
wing,
The
the
big
angel
wings.
wing version,
Mhm.
where you get, instead of this, you get the wings, but you still get the like double
beam.
The double beam, so that you can see there's two barrels here. Like this splits in two. I'm not going to split in two. Like I said, it'll probably snap in half. But yeah, so there's effectively three versions now, depending on like what you're looking at, whether it's the cartoon or the manga or Endless Waltz. the designs don't line up 100%.
I was gonna say, because you just described 3 versions, and I swear there was 3. When you started mentioning Proto Zero, I thought there was 4. But
Well,
you
there are
Gundam
technically
into
4 because I think Proto. There's 2 versions of Proto.
But that's just how they're drawn. It's not that they're physically upgraded. Or are they physically
Lore wise, there's 3. Design and aesthetic wise, among the different versions, I think Proto gets 2 versions because I think these 2 versions, I believe, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe these are the like cartoon version or thereabouts.
Yes.
But then the Katoki versions, which are the Endless Waltz versions, I think Proto
That's just
got
a
a bit of a
retcon.
tweak.
Yes.
And then Katoki is 100% the Angel
The
Wing
Angel
version.
Wings. Okay, no, I think I think I've ironed it out in my head too, but doesn't matter. I'm not going back.
JoeFan84 says, wish they would transform into their airplane. This one does. This one's old enough that it actually transforms into the airplane.
Like
That's
kept
why
that
it's so
feature.
brittle and like I don't want to touch it. Because like,
Right.
yeah, it does, but it falls apart every time you try to do it. This I picked up in Japan in like 1997.
I was gonna say ahead of.
I have to look at the
shortly
comic
after
book
it
that I
came
bought
out.
the week that I was there to know like the year that it's from, which I keep specifically on my shelf so I can remember.
Because that's when
Took
that
me
was
a
still
while
the
to put this thing
fresh
back
new
together.
hotness. Sorry,
I
bud, go ahead.
love the look of this Gundam. I'm waiting for the day we get
Your camera is
mastered.
frozen. Oh, there it is. Never mind.
Oh, there you go, bud.
This thing, I love it so much. I forget what series it's from.
Is it War in the Pocket? Is it War in the Pocket or no?
No, it's one of the. It's a non.
That's like Builder?
Universal Century. Nope.
Breaker.
Trying to think now. It's not one of the Breaker or the series where they
I don't know that one.
put Gundams into machines and play video games.
All right.
No, this is an actual Gundam series.
I've got a question for Joe here. It was brought up earlier in the chat. Joe, your mic's muted at the moment. Okay, you're on mute.
Yeah.
So Cobb asked earlier in the chat, what is it that you were studying? Because you were staring at one screen real hard for a while.
So I was on eBay looking for Mythic Legions parts.
That's what I was.
That's a surprise.
Should have figured. You mentioned Gundam and wrestling, and Joe checked out.
It's a seller that has a lot of Mythic Legions parts and combined shipping. So to make
that's
the
always a
order
plus.
worthwhile, I had to find multiple things that I wanted. So
Right.
Yeah, we've all been
When
to
you
that
get that
hell.
combined shipping, it's like gotta go all in.
Yep. So that's what I was looking for was stuff that Mythic
And
Legions
there
stuff,
goes.
big surprise, right?
It's this week's overtime. Got it.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everybody's shocked that I'm shopping for Mythic
No,
Legions.
it was just the way you were staring at the screen so intently for a while. I was like, I want to wait until Joe's focus is not on that screen.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually really trying to stay awake too. I'm super tired.
You've been at work all day because, like, you were up when we started doing our little offline coffee this morning.
Yeah, I get up at 4:30 in the morning to make it to work by 6, and then I got off of work at 6:30 today. We pulled the 12.5-hour shift. So
yeah, brother.
You deserve to look for some parts.
Yeah, well, that's actually lately has been a pretty normal occurrence. It's actually interesting this week. I got kind of excited on Thursday. The plant had a big gas leak, and they actually had to shut everything down.
I can see why you get excited.
Well, it's because I work so much
Seems
overtime.
dangerous.
They were saying, well, we can't run, so like everybody gets the option to take vacation time and go home if you want. And I was like, yes, I am in the mood for that. And they were like,
What was the other option?
Except maintenance. So
except maintenance. There it is.
So it was like, is it okay if I smoke in here?
It's funny because we don't know how long the gas leak had been there. And there might be a certain oiler that works there that hides in the porta potties and has a cigarette sometimes.
It just keeps getting better.
Up accidentally.
That's who's supposed to protect you when this happens, not the one who causes it. But okay,
right.
Yeah. Well, speaking of shopping, got myself a little something this week. This is.
Why do you keep buying junky old toys?
Yeah, I know. That's actually what I post online. I just buy my buddy's junk when he upgrades his own stuff. So
I feel like you just go through somebody's trash. Like, do you have like a neighbor that just like throws these things out, and you're just like,
can you keep your hands away from my junk?
Adam, are you in the Vancouver Transformers collectors group?
Are you kidding? No.
No, because I literally make that joke every time I get one of the Diaclone Transformers. I say I've salvaged this from Jeff's trash every single time, right? And I literally make jokes like Jeff left me a note this time saying just knock on my door and ask because my neighbors are getting creeped out. My kids think I have weird friends every time.
Just go through the bins in the daylight. Don't do it in the night when people are trying to sleep, Ken.
What I find funny about this is Ken has all these like hardcore, import Transformer like grails for a lot of people. And the funny part is most of them are cast-offs.
Yes.
From his
someone's
collection.
upgraded. Somebody's like, this shit isn't good enough.
Yes, because this has a repair. This has a repaired piece and didn't come with a box.
Trash.
So he basically kit bashed his own. Found he still had a complete one for sale and said, "Do you want this one?" I'm like, I've never seen a micro change perceptor pre-transformer thing, right? And I got an upgrade behind me too. I managed to elevate the Robo Skull for display. So there it is too. That one is not somebody's trash. That one, the guy just happens to have about 10 of them and said, I put a second one together. You want it? I'm like, well, okay, let's do it. So, and he shipped it from the UK.
So 3 stars, just saying, what you going to do with all that junk in that trunk?
In that DTOLF case.
Pretty much.
I replace trunk with DTOLF case. That's how I feel. I bust Ken's balls all the time for this because he's got a whole bunch of recycling and a whole bunch of trash in his house that he should just get rid of. But he just keeps all those boxes and all that plastic that's like brittle and doesn't move properly and then
it's all worth more than most of our collections.
And absolutely.
And he still has a Megazord and Dragonzord sitting in a bin. He's not displaying them, and I am.
He's got bins and bins and bins of stuff like that.
How do you know? Oh wait, you've seen them. You've seen them.
How do I know? I've known you longer than these people have.
Yeah, you have. You've known me. Yeah, you've known me. That's true. Adam and I knew each other before we jumped on YouTube. I went one day and said, I started a YouTube channel. He goes, oh, cool. Me too. When did you start? Today. I started today as well. Oh, that's cool. I'm just gonna go live every week. Oh well, I'm gonna kill myself doing editing. He's like,
no, you know what's in my Big Bad Toy Store pile of loot is the I have a missing link Transformer.
Really? Which one?
Well, you'll have to wait until I get it, and then I do a video, and you'll have to watch it to find out.
It's Cliff Jumper.
Of course, that'll be like a year and a half from now on Open Late.
How do you know that? How do you know that, man?
All in favor to have Matt.
Because
it is Cliff Jumper.
Busy, Adam, because you're super busy.
It is Cliff Jumper. Of all the ones you could have picked.
I got it.
You don't have to watch the video.
No, I have. Okay, so this is. I don't have a ton of my like childhood collection of toys at all.
Right.
Yeah.
But somehow I have this. Hold on.
It's the one that everyone had, Cliff Jumper. I think he might have sold more than Bumblebee.
Jumper. I had Cliff Jumper. B.
Who's Cliff Jumper?
The red.
Somehow I have this metallic '90s version of Cliff Jumper.
That's the one I had. Yep.
And I was like, "There's no way."
Whoa! That's not Cliff Jumper. Look it up. That's G2 hubcap.
I don't care.
Really?
It's G2 hubcap.
It looks like Cliff Jumper, so I got the missing link Cliff Jumper. Don't ruin my toys.
All right, I didn't mean to mansplain you.
I don't. Who cares?
And
Now I gotta send this missing link back and get my money back from Big Bad Toy Store.
Adam's whole childhood, Ken. Good job.
No, I don't care. It's Transformers. Transformers are dumb. Anybody that collects
Transformers
is a weirdo.
All my shit.
I think Brendan just stormed out of the chat.
Yeah, I think he just.
Well,
he
we've
just lost his
offended
mind.
every group of people there is possible tonight. So
Probably
And, you know,
not, but I
we
could keep
strive
going.
for perfection here, Ed.
No, this is Cliff Jumper. You're wrong, Ken. You don't know shit about Transformers. But this is the one that I have. And then when that came up, I was like, I'm never gonna get the metallic version of Cliff Jumper. Apparently, because it's not even Cliff Jumper, so I'm definitely never gonna get it. But I was like, I'll get Bumblebee, and then I was like, I don't have like this version of Bumblebee. The only other Transformers that I have are, and it's probably not what I think it is because you're gonna correct me. But I have like a metallic version of Beachcomber or whatever.
The green one? Yeah, that's G2 Beachcomber. That one you're correct.
But it is metallic, so maybe it's a different one. I don't know. And then I believe I have a G1 Optimus, but he doesn't have hands and he doesn't have his blaster and stuff like that. So what's that? Does that say that I'm right? No, it says that I'm wrong. Okay, whatever. I don't know. It's just it's a robot that transforms into a car. Who cares? These are dumb.
As long as it doesn't transform into a building, because Big told me that was dumb.
I totally just did to you what drives me nuts in my own comment section.
That's what I said. I was like, listen to Ken with the actuallys.
No, I don't know. I get. Is it because he has like a orange face? He's not Cliff Jumper. Is that what?
That's
the
exactly
difference is?
it. Because the version 1 hubcap from Generation 1 had an orange face. That's how you know.
Okay.
But in car mode, you can't tell. I'm really sorry. It's just.
But is there a metallic version of Cliff Jumper?
Not in G2. G2 only had 4 metallic.
Well, so
guys.
that's like if this was not metallic and it was G1, it would be Cliff Jumper.
Yes.
Close enough.
But the face to be silver, not. Oh my God. Just okay, that's it. I'm out.
Ken's having an aneurysm. He's about to leave.
I'm cut. I'm out.
Same.
He's
It's
more
the same
wound up
character.
than when Van had him last week.
This is.
I'm out.
So I
I'm
have
cut off.
G1 Suntan Cliff
Optimus
Jumper.
Prime.
Ken's
I'm
gonna
good.
have a heart attack. You
got the Donald Trump orange face version of Cliff Jumper.
Lone Dragon.
Explain
Lone
his
Dragon's
intent.
comment.
This is the
I
best
like that.
Transformer show I've ever seen.
I think I ruined. I ruined Transformers for Adam.
Alpha Magnus is so angry.
But your
You don't want to know.
right.
He can't even say anything.
You don't want to know
Tables
how
are
many.
flipping.
You don't want to know how many
Red Cat
years
Jumper.
as a kid I thought this was freaking Optimus Prime.
Let's
That's-
maximize you, so I shut up.
Okay, bud, I gotta
something?
step in
Can't remember
here.
his name is.
That's not even close, though.
It's a
But he's
GoBot.
got the red chest. He's a truck.
Yeah.
Blue arms.
Yeah, I actually used hubcap as Cliff Jumper when I was playing growing up. Adam.
I was like 4
Everyone did.
when I got this, and I thought this was a micro or a Hot Wheels Optimus Prime.
I don't know.
I
I don't
can
even
see
know.
why
who
you
I-
thought that, bud. I
I need
totally
a
Road
understand.
beer.
Ranger. Is that guy's name? Road Ranger. I can't remember.
Road Rager?
Ranger. I can't remember what
Road
the
Ranger or
GoBots'
Road
names
Rager?
were.
I don't know my GoBots at all.
Oh, so you Transformers Xbots you don't know who this particular guy is?
Because he's not in the line we collect. That's why.
Okay, hubcap.
It is a
I have to
Tonka
like
GoBot.
flip
It's
this
a
whole
Allison.
Transformers section that we've had here.
All right, fellas, it's time for me to transform and roll out. So thanks for having me on the show.
Sorry to
You
ruin
guys
the
have a
night.
good night.
Take care, Joe.
So to change the subject, has anyone seen this bad boy?
Thunder Megazord.
Yeah. This is 3D printed, 100%.
What? Oh, sorry.
No,
whoever
please
stole
go
it,
ahead.
go
Give
solo.
it to him again, Ken. Give it to him again. Go
Give it
ahead,
back?
please.
Okay. Sorry. We have too many cooks in the kitchen.
Dude, that's sweet for
That
a 3D
looks so
print.
good.
Yeah,
It looks better than what
His crotch
Bandai
has an
was
opening
putting out.
mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Probably
It's
cheaper
the lion.
too.
It's the lion head, isn't it? Yeah. From
Yeah.
Power Rangers.
Does it spit?
You can put blast effects in it.
I mean, if you ask
I
it
bet you
nicely, it
can.
might, but I prefer when it swallows.
Can it fully transform or no?
No, that's the thing.
Oh.
And I don't want
Okay,
it to.
so the
I don't
pieces
care.
are just that.
I literally got this for this from Toy Maker 3D.
Looks cool.
Didn't he do like a dragon sword and like the Mega Dragon
Yeah.
sword and all that?
I got a bunch of them over here.
Oh, that's cool.
It's been my
and
latest.
is that the HasLab Unicron, or is that something else behind you?
Yeah, it's HasLab.
I see. And you've got the which prime is that you've got behind you?
Oh, for
The
fuck's
Glue and
sake! Is this a
Resources.
Transformers show now?
Sorry, it was a Gundam show, and then a wrestling show, and then we ruined it.
You know how we feel about Transformers fans around
It's
here.
the it's the knockoff.
Okay. Now my phone's giving me shit. My phone is going to like the
It's trying to transform into a robot too.
That's what happened. It got hit by the Allspark, Michael Bay, and trying to transform. My phone's giving me shit now, guys. So I'm gonna
No,
go check on the
I
computer
am
real quick.
Okay. See you in a bit.
All the
Oz.
Transformers fans that I know are like just so dedicated to Transformers. Like I have so much respect for Transformers fans because it's like such a confusing, like property because you literally have like 3 companies that have been making official Transformers for years, and then on top of that you have all the, I mean like Takara Tomy, Hasbro.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have Diaclone that's like doing semi-official, not quite Transformers. And then you have like
That's still
87
Takara, though.
third-party companies
you
that are making versions that also have names. And they're like, well, it's like the best version of this, but it's a different name. But then you also have like the stuff that was like, it's not G1, it's not G2. It's like, this only existed in Japan for a month. But then there's like exclusives and there's so much stuff. And people
Fans Hobby was one of them. The guys making the Skyhawk, they're one of the ones who did.
They're making amazing stuff too.
Yeah,
like it's all amazing, and I'm just looking at it like, how do people keep up with this stuff? Like
I get
this is
corrected by Transformers
bonkers.
people all the time. Like when I said, like I got shellacked when I said that it was implied that Optimus and Ultra Magnus were brothers, and somebody is like, it was not implied. It's just suggested by the fandom. It's only speculation, not implication.
Only Robots in Disguise 2001 was that a thing?
Yes.
Yeah, but isn't that enough? Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's just
and I got the 2001 part right, but they still.
I think besides the GI Joe fandom, that might be the most ruthless fandom there is out there, and it's not even like the canon is crazy. Like it overlaps and it corrects itself, and it's like, well, if you buy into that canon, it's like, what are you talking about? Like you just exempt canon based on preference? Like how does that even work?
Well, there's fanon and there's canon, right? So
well, yeah, that's what I mean though. It's like, how do you keep it? How do you keep it like? Is there anywhere that's like this is the canon, and if it's not in this,
and the problem is
trying to let you in, Oz, but it won't let me scroll down.
It even made less sense. It was the Covenant of Primus was supposed to be the book that linked it all together.
I love Primus.
Covenant of Primus was
great band.
A book that actually like told the beginning story of all the Transformers, but the problem is that Marvel doesn't fit in with it. Nothing fits in with it. It's just there is no Generation 1 has a continuity, and then everything else is alternate timelines and shit.
Yeah. But that's what I mean is that like it's like the canons almost compete against each other in some respects.
There isn't a Larry Hama central universe for the comics, right? Marvel is different from I think even Marvel UK is a little different than Marvel, right? Yep. And then Dreamwave, which is the one that I kind of got into, but that died fast, and then came IDW, and now there's the Energon universe, and it's just like who does what when, and when is Galvatron Megatron, and when is he not? So, yeah. Steve, you want to come on and like shut me up?
Hey, is the Energon universe for Transformers going as well as the Energon universe is for G.I. Joe?
I've heard it's really good.
Yeah.
I haven't won.
Yeah, the thing is Kirkman likes Transformers and G.I. Joe, so like
I know
that kind of helps.
Yeah, I hate Transformers, but I like G.I. Joes. So
and you like Cliff Jumper, so it's all good.
No, I like Hubcap.
I heard Cliff Jumper, but anyway,
he just canceled his Cliff Jumper pre-order.
Yeah, I canceled it, and now I hate Cliff Jumper.
I used that as Cliff Jumper growing up. I just had to correct you before somebody else does.
No, I didn't even care. I bought the Transformer that looks like this Transformer. I don't know
Ken
what
was
the
trying to let
names
you
are.
down easy, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Better to be bitch slapped by a friend than a rando in the comments.
Is it?
No.
That's
Is
all
it?
depends on how you respond.
No, I was late. I was late to the Energon Universe party. I'll admit, like, I didn't buy the Duke comic book or the Cobra Commander comic book or the Scarlet comic book or the whatever. And when
Are you
G.I.
even
Joe,
a
Call
Joe
yourself a
fan?
fan.
the Larry Hama, I bought 301. I was like, I'm down. I'll buy the Larry Hama comics until he decides to stop making them. But the Energon Universe one, I was like, But everybody was like, you know what? It's pretty cool. The Energon Universe, it's pretty cool. And I will admit, after reading the first 3 issues of the Energon Universe version of G.I. Joe, it's pretty cool. I'm okay with it. That being said,
Allison said it gave her narcolepsy.
Well, I mean, I guess it's different for everybody.
Yeah. I personally couldn't stand the IDW, and everybody loved that.
It depends on which part
of Transformers.
Yeah,
or of G.I. Joe.
No, the spotlight
Transformers.
issues I thought were good. When they
Yeah.
started deviating from the G1 style designs, I started to not like
it.
because
Just
they started to get
started
too
to
far
turn
away.
into like freaking Cheers.
Yeah,
and stuff like. And that was
it
not
really
what I
did.
was.
What's wrong with Cheers?
It
I
took
think
place in a bar?
There is
What's
a
wrong
bar,
with that?
a large bar.
There is an
McAllen's
Energon bar.
I would buy that. If that was a miniseries, I would buy that.
They have Cliff Jumper and Hubcap sitting in place of Cliff and Norm. That's what was going on. Down
Yeah,
there.
and it was like the Spider-Man meme. They were
Right.
like,
Whenever each one of them walked in, everybody was like, Cliff Jumper.
No, I'm Hubcap. I got the orange face. Remember?
oh, you're confusing me with somebody else.
I've got the orange face.
Oh,
I'm the best. I have all the
But
best.
IDW
I had the
did
best Cheeto fingers.
IDW did a G.I. Joe series. Paul Aller was the writer. I can't remember what it was called. It was just called G.I. Joe, but then they kind of changed it sort of after the fact for the trade paperback. I can't World on Fire, I think is what they called it. But it was like a reimagining of the G.I. Joe universe where the G.I. Joe, like it was kind of like Cobra had won, basically. And G.I. Joe was sort of like a resistance movement. And
That's an
it
episode, isn't it?
Worlds Without Ends was
Yeah.
the 2-part from the Sunbow cartoon, and it kind of has that kind of a vibe to it, where
It was like the whole story is Renegade or Sigma 6, wasn't it?
It was similar to G.I. Joe Renegades, yeah.
Yeah.
Like where Cobra was sort of like people had accepted Cobra as though it was like benevolent, but there was sort of like an underground movement, and then it got canceled, and it got canceled after like 10 issues or 12 issues, and I felt like it was just about to get good, which is the worst part.
Yeah,
was like they had just introduced Snake Eyes into that sort of universe, and I was like, you sons of bitches.
Yeah, it's always a shame, like when they cancel something. Like, I mean, the original story for 2000X Motu, like if you go back and you look at Mike Young's original story for what he was going to do, that Skeletor won from the 80s, right? Like he won. And the sword that Skeletor has in like the first 3 episodes of the 2000X cartoon is the power sword. That's why it could split into 2 halves, and it had such a weird design. One half was like He-Man's side, so it was like silver and like a bronze color. And then the other side was Skeletor's side, where it was like the purple. And then like the entire Masters of the Universe were going to be this underground resistance movement, which is very similar to the She-Ra story in Princess of Power. And then like they just decided to scrap that whole storyline. I was like, no, that's the story I want.
Right. Well, that's why he had the Met sword too, because that was like his replacement sword.
Man at Arms had to make a key for him to access or focus the power of Grayskull. And again, they reuse some of those kinds of elements with Revelation and Revolution, where Adam calls down the power without it and turned into that Savage He-Man thing. I'm sorry, I'm always a sucker for like the underdog story where it's that kind of battling against the overarching villain who's already in control kind of thing. I'm always a sucker for that, and I thought that would have been great.
Like Hubcap trying to be Cliff Jumper.
And you know the funniest part is, in order to get to my Perceptor, I actually had to move G1 Hubcap out of the way with his orange face and all.
Wait, so G1 Hubcap is a totally different looking character than this guy?
That's
so
G2.
I used to argue with people about how
that's Bumblebee with a suntan,
and they would say it's Bumblebee because of the orange face, and I would say no, look at the orange face.
And this is Cliff Jumper with a suntan. Can't we just agree that these are just suntan versions of characters that we love?
Yeah, I look at the Peony.
What a cop out,
That's where I bought this exact hubcap. That's why he's like floppy and you know.
They're just wearing their orgy masks.
Yeah,
basically. You know, I'm just gonna say, confusing all these Transformers because they look alike sounds very racist, and like condemning a whole race of things. Similar.
You need a new name because you don't look right.
Okay.
I've never met another Bill in this world. I'm the only Bill. You'll be Tim. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna hop off here because it's late.
I was going to as well.
Yeah.
Sorry for all the Transformer talk, Corey.
You're good. You're good. I'm
bald.
Dude, it's
bald
totally
men
good.
out.
But I did finish my bow.
That's cool. We full screen you for that. That's cool.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Let's do that full screen.
That's
Anytime.
awesome.
So, see ya.
All right,
Thanks, Corey.
Corey. Take care, brother. I'll see you next weekend.
Absolutely.
I like
It's
how
not
I
even
called this
late.
episode
Man, this is
Countdown to Zolocon, and yet we've talked like 12 seconds of Zolocon for the whole stream. But that's
What's
kind of
Zolocon?
part of it. That's that convention where I'm just going to show up so I can buy a headhunter, and I'm going to talk to my man Greg, and I'm going to get a certain exact. That's the whole reason they're holding this show, so I can go pick these up. I'm that damn important.
That's awesome. Say hi to our boys at Skeletron. I hope it's a good show.
I will definitely stop by their booth. I'll let you know, Ken, because you know I'm always trying to do research.
I'm sure it will be. Zolocon, it's like they do it twice a year, and 2 times a year people rave about how good it is, and I think it's kind of one of those things where they're getting it right? Like they
one day we'll hit the whole convention circuit, the whole group of us. You know,
They-
we'll see
they-
each other
I
once a
won't. It's
year.
too expensive.
Get Jason to pay.
Tell Adam tell Jason to write it off. It's a business expense.
What do you
It's
think?
so much more expensive to
sure
get
it
me there than it is to get somebody out of the States there. So
I mean, I'm not saying I'm looking for a job or anything to work at a con or anything, but you know, I mean, I can pitch in and help. If he's coming to Maryland Toy Expo, it's real easy because I'll just drive up there.
I don't think he's going to Maryland Toy Expo, but
It's a 1-day show.
Yeah, that's
a
the
lot
big
of
thing.
moving
It's like
parts
1-day
for
shows.
1 day.
1-day shows are like, I don't want to speak for Jason, but I know that we do get requests to go to quite a few 1-day shows. And the reality is to like ship a pallet to a show and fly 2 or 3 people to a show and like book a hotel, because you can't just book for a day. You got to like book at least, even if it's 1 day, you got to book 2 days of hotels
minimum, right? Minimum.
and then you're only getting sales on 1 day. Like you don't as much as that seems like, well, you could just maximize your sales in the 1 day. Not everybody, you're going to get more people over the course of 2 days or 3 days or whatever the case may be. So it just doesn't make sense. Like your flights are the same if you can be there for 2 days. Your pallet costs the same to get it there. And it's just a shit ton more work for a ton less hours. Like it just doesn't make sense to do a 1-day convention if you can't just drive there.
I got a question about the pallet. If a bunch of us are supposedly using the same fulfillment center and we're all going to the same con, do you think it logistically makes sense, Adam, for all of us to combine our shipping?
You're talking about getting product shipped from the fulfillment warehouse. I'm talking about like tables and like backdrop stuff and all that kind of stuff. Like product wise, yes, it would theoretically.
Yeah.
But typically the way that
I brought
Spiro
backup, so
typically the way that Spiro does it is that like about a half of the pallet is really just the setup material. So they just throw product on top of that and then ship the whole pallet.
I see.
And then at the end of the convention, they basically ship half a pallet back.
I see. Because I was just wondering, like, you know, we could either ask Steve very kindly to do this extra drive, or we could say, "Hey, who's all at the fulfillment center?" and just everyone put in a request.
I mean, it's worth having the conversation with the people that you and Steve, you know, are at the fulfillment center, right? Like there's enough people that are using the same warehouse that it's worth, you know, having that conversation. And maybe that's you know, maybe that's a chat that needs to exist, you know, on Facebook or an Instagram chat where all the people that sort of are in that warehouse are kind of having convention shipping conversations.
I mean, that would really make sense logistically for you guys if there was some way to simplify that, since you're all out of the same place.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, you know, I mean, this is all inside baseball stuff, and you know, for the three people that are for the 3 people that are still paying attention, it's probably like
3 people. It's okay.
I find this stuff. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm in the position that I'm in because I find this stuff fascinating. The reason that like Jason was like, "Can you help me?" was because I was like, "Hey, you should do this," and he was like, "I've never even thought of that." The reason that I'm co-owner of a toy company that hasn't made anything yet is because I was like, "Hey, have you guys thought about this?" If more of these little companies kind of reach out to each other and communicate, and like, if you can save $1 for every figure that you save, for every figure that you sell, like that shit adds up. And like every time you make one more dollar, I don't know any of these people that aren't like putting that back into the toy line. Like no one's being like, well, that's a fancier dinner at the convention. It's like we're still eating, you know, McDonald's or whatever. Steve,
Whatever
you probably
frozen
don't. You probably
food
eat something
guys
different.
pick
But well, like, but what I mean is like no one that I know is trying to get rich off this. Everybody that I know is doing this because they're like passionate and they just really want to make cool stuff.
Yeah.
And the more cool stuff they can make and the better they can make their pricing, that's the goal, you know?
Right.
I'm looking at our Kickstarter numbers. I was looking at them again today, checking the US dollar versus the Canadian dollar. We're not going to make any money off this Kickstarter. Like no matter what it makes, we're not making any money. We like, you kind of write off the Kickstarter, you write off the first wave. Like you might recoup your costs. You hope that you can make it back. And if you can put any money in the bank for like wave 1.5 or wave 2, that's a win. Like
Steve, you've already won, by the way. Just saying, because you didn't even have to go to Kickstarter route. You did this on yourself. But you put a product out there that I see as being successful. Because I don't know. I woke up this morning and there was this stream going on about people's top 5 Delta 17.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
First thing this morning. And it's like, you know, it's great when you see that too, because I'm sorry, I love the fact that you guys are like, there's some recognition there. And I know you guys went a way different route than what we see everybody else go. So, Steve, I want to say hands down, I think you had a big win doing this. Again, a completely different route than most people do. And you did a lot of really hard work to get it there, brother.
Well, I appreciate that. We were fortunate. We found some investors and different things like that. So we went about it a different way, but either way, it wasn't easy.
No, not at all.
Did I kibosh anything on that stream, by the way, Steve? Because you weren't there to
everything. It was such a shit show, man. It was like the worst. It was like Taylor Swift having diarrhea.
How dare you use that grainy camera to show off product, Ken? Gosh.
Yeah. No, it was
quick
good.
Jump in here for a sec. I'm gonna hop off. Phone's getting a bit hot.
Oh, okay.
It's been 4 hours, and the back of my phone is starting to separate.
The fact that we had 4 straight hours of Bud here is pretty badass. I'm just gonna put that.
That is awesome. Yeah, Bud the regular. I love it, and we can hear him really well now.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
We're proud of you, Bud.
Nice, awesome cat-eared headphones.
Hey, man, they're making it work for you, brother. They're making it work.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Making it work.
You sound great. So yeah,
and
awesome.
So I will catch you guys later.
Take care, bud.
Later, bud.
Later.
And peace. To add on to that too, like Adam, what you and Brick did to help Jason with the second Kickstarter, by the way, is just insane and one of the coolest Kickstarter campaigns I think I've ever seen with what you guys did with that. That the full idea of investing in like the entire future, like Kickstarter, the idea is we're all kind of investors into whatever this project is moving forward, right? But like the way you guys approached it and brought it, like truly was like, we are gonna basically determine whether we are gonna see this line continue. Like we are full-on investors. Like it really made people feel a part of that process, and I think that is another insane win too.
And to be fair, it was either like do another. So like Primal Series 1 was basically $2. Like it was the ape buck and then the gorilla buck.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the cats were basically different hands, different feet, different heads, but it was basically the same figure. And then the gorilla gave you, Thane plus a couple versions of the gorilla. And the second Kickstarter could have been lizards and reptiles and the brawler buck, and that could have been it. And that could have been a Kickstarter. It could have been, same as the first, rinse and repeat and kind of get that out there. And people probably would have been pretty excited about that. But Jason wanted to kind of push the boat out a little bit, and he was like, well, what if we just kind of keep going from there? Like, what if we do the next buck after that and the next buck after that? Like, what if we just keep unlocking more stuff? And it was really just, what do people want? How much do people want this stuff? How crazy can we get? Can we do, a 10 or 11 inch tall elephant? Like, is that something that people want? And the overwhelming response was, give us the elephant. Well, I mean, that could have been its own Kickstarter. It could have been, Kickstarter number 3 or Kickstarter number 2. People could have been like, I don't even care about the reptiles. I don't even care about it. Just give me the elephant. But yeah, it was just a different way to do it. And a lot of it, there was pushback. There was people that were like, why do you need to do a Kickstarter? This is an established company. The reality is this is ridiculously expensive to do. Anybody that's done it knows that. Anybody that knows that, anybody that's done it, anybody that's made toys knows that this takes a long time and there's no shortcuts. And if there were, you'd probably see twice as many toy companies as there are. You'd probably see twice as many things out there. You probably wouldn't see delays. You probably wouldn't see people complaining about pricing. You wouldn't see anything like that, right? Because it would be so easy and it would be simple and everybody would be doing it.
Right.
But
you sound really excited
not
for
the
space
reality.
Zombies, for space zombies, at least. So
I'm kind of getting over them now.
This is the wrong time to get over that.
No, I'm super excited about it. I mean, that's like it's
such a killer story. Like
they approached me at Joe Fest last year, more or less. I didn't know that they were approaching me at the time. They kind of sideswiped me. But it was
they threw you in a van. I know, we heard the story.
Yeah. You heard the story, Ed. It's just there's a lot of cool stuff out there still to be made. And I suspect that there's like a lot of cool people that want to make cool stuff that just don't, have the right people, in their sort of sphere. And so I'm kind of excited about all that stuff. you know, I on my channel, on my video last week, I talked about that Spider-Man figure, and I thought I was pretty objective and like pretty level-headed and logical about my criticisms of it. But I thought it was a conversation worth having, and I just, you know, Marvel Legends to me like is really good at what they do, and it felt like they were trying to kind of encroach on the territory of what some other people are doing, and I don't know. You know, I don't know Hasbro's internal workings. I don't know their numbers. I don't know anything like that. But it just seemed a little bit off. There was some red flags for me. But I'm far more interested in what, you know, Steve and Ken are doing. I'm far more interested in like what Ben Conway and the Skeletron guys are doing. I'm more excited about what Four Horsemen are doing. Like, I think the existing IPs are fun. I buy, you know, Marvel Legends. I buy G.I. Joe Classified. I buy Missing Link Transformers that aren't the ones that I thought I wanted.
No.
Hasbro's
just lying
Thanks,
to
Ken,
you.
again.
I blame Hasbro, not Ken.
Every time I hear somebody say actually
do better,
now, I'm gonna call
Hasbro.
it Ensplaining.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
No, but I mean, like those nostalgic properties are there for a reason. Like those are IPs that we love. Like they did a fantastic job of setting the framework for what we're all trying to do now.
Right? They set the passion for everybody to approach.
I feel like there's room now for something new and something different and something fresh, and that's what I love about Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, and what I love about Delta 17, and what I love about Space Zombies from Mars, and what I love about Bushido, and what I love about all these other people doing cool stuff, right? Like,
I mean, I know I've quite openly talked about my collecting habits over the years, where I've gotten in and out of toy collecting a couple of different times. He-Man definitely brought me back into this. Origins brought me back into this sphere. I'm going to be forever grateful for what Origins has done. I've gotten so sick of trying to collect Origins and how difficult it's been to get certain figures because it's a retail exclusive or whatever. And I just don't feel like paying the extra cost that I could buy it for. Like, to be honest, I have the internet at my fingertips. It's not hard to find this product. It's just how much money do I want to pump into the product to get what I want. That's the frustrating part. I'm not
well, and who do you want those dollars to go to?
Right, exactly. Like, I know this guy just bought this figure in store for like $15. I couldn't go find it in the store, but now he wants me to pay him $40 or $50 for it. And I'm not about that. So, you know, meanwhile, I'm not opposed to spending $40 to $50 for a figure, because I do it all the time with Mythic Legions. Like, it's not that, it's what I deem is worth the cost. And that's what I like, because it's reintroduced me to, if you told me 5 years ago I'd be okay buying a $60 set like this, or $70 here with the Kilowog, or even the idea of spending $25 on like a O-ring style figure, I'd have been like, are you crazy? But the thing is like, I've grown to appreciate what that indie company is doing and what they are giving me for that value of that price, and it's totally worth every dime comparatively to, you know, what some third party is going to try and rip me off for because I couldn't find it in store because they beat me to the store or whatever like that. You know, scalpers definitely kill the fun of the hunt. As
you could go buy, you know, like you're buying it kind of sight unseen. Maybe you've seen a picture or whatever of you know, a Lady J figure, and it's still going to be, you know, $25 or $30, and it's 30 years old and it's kind of brittle or whatever. You could also go get a Kestrel, and you know that it's going to be like mint condition, on card. You know, the paint is going to be perfect. Like,
it's fresh.
So that's where I'm kind of like, yeah, I mean, Lady J's dope. Like, that's a cool figure, but
that's great. But you know what? I had it when I was
move
a kid.
On. Like, get something cool, get something new.
I want something a little bit newer. I like the nostalgia definitely is cool. And believe me, I've got some nostalgia buys. I'm surrounded by them. A whole shelf of Ghostbuster over here. And I can a couple of Mythic Legions for some stuff for Ghostbusters. But the idea is that was fun. That's nostalgic. I scratched that itch.
Mm-hmm.
But did you see this cool shit that's coming out over here? Well, hell, why don't I want to go buy that?
Yeah.
And
you guys are too kind. Thank you.
Hey, you guys are.
I will say, I still buy Origin stuff when it's like cheap because my kids love playing with it, and it's like they're like indestructible, right?
When I can find it at that price that I.
But I'm not looking for vintage stuff. Like I'm looking for stuff that's like new because I'm like I can get it for $5, $10, $15.
One of my favorite.
Throw it in front of my kids. They'll lose a sword or they'll lose whatever, and I'm not.
And it won't matter.
I'm not losing sleep over it because I
don't buy the
care.
next one
it's
for
like
$250. And get that accessory again, and you just basically paid the Etsy price for the accessory.
I like. I feel like a broken record because like I'm not a collector. I just buy a lot of toys. I love toys. I love playing with toys. I love toys. I don't like collectibles. I have no interest in collectibles. I want things to be played with. I want paint rub. I want things to be worn out. I want them to break. I don't want to lose the small parts, but like it's part of it, right? Like those are the stories that we remember. Like, oh, I don't have my mic from Heavy Duty or whatever. Like I don't have this part of like I don't have Sergeant's baton anymore. Like
the amount
you remember those things
bags I have
more than if you still had them. Like the amount of the reason that people want that baton so badly is because they don't have it. Not because the baton is that great. It's a little piece of plastic that like doesn't. It's a dumb accessory to begin with, but if you lost it, you want it, and it's sort of like that's because you had it. Ken went to get his collection of Sergeant Slaughter's batons from the 80s. Like he's gonna flex because that's
he's got a big Ziploc bag full of just batons.
None of them are picking them up. None of them are reproductions. They're all exactly like he's just such a jerk.
Digging through the bins underneath people's tables,
but it's
finding the batons that are down there that they don't even realize they have.
You lost them in your shag carpet. Get over it and move on. Like
20
get
of them in the park across the street from my house that have been sitting there for 40 years.
There's probably more because there's probably another kid from the other side of the park that lost his in there too. Like
exactly, like everybody.
But that's the magic of that baton. It's not that baton is magical. It's that we have this like shared experience of losing it, right?
Yes,
like in and of itself, it's a useless thing. But because we all wish we still had it, it has this like magical characteristic. And so for me, it's sort of like, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next baton? What are kids that are our kids now gonna lose that when they're doing their YouTube channels? I have no doubt that my 9-year-old is gonna have a YouTube channel. She already wants to have one.
Their phones.
Like what? Yeah, it'll be the YouTube will get shifted this way because it'll be vertical because they'll have their phones instead of like an actual computer. But like they'll be talking about like, oh yeah, did you have this thing? Did you lose this thing as well? And it won't be Sergeant's baton. It'll be Pale's dagger. You know what I mean? It'll be an accessory from Delta 17. It'll be the
K-bar,
right?
Yeah, like it'll be something. It'll be tuberculized femur or something. I don't know what it'll like.
Yeah,
it'll be something else. But it'll be another shared experience that sort of is what people kind of connect over, and
why we're all here.
People don't connect over carded figures. I'm sorry, they just don't. Like if you're an inbox collector, that's fine. Good for you. Collect how you want. I'm not judging anybody for that.
I've had enough. I'm sorry, guys.
Adam, you want me to throw you some extra permissions real quick?
No, I think I probably have some of those. I just never bother doing that because it's but
Nice.
you know, I think
It's fine. Go on, Adam. It's fine.
You know what we all care about is based on sort of a shared experience, and
that's why we're all hanging out here together tonight, right?
Yeah, and I just think that like, you know, we can all hold on to the same sort of shared experience of Joe's or whatever. And when I get really upset when like people are like, "Oh, kids don't collect toys anymore," and I got 3 kids that are like collecting toys, and I'm like, well, I mean, your kids don't collect toys. That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, at minimum they should be doing Lego or something,
right?
You know.
Like, why aren't your kids playing with toys? Please.
I mean, if you're a toy collector and your kids don't collect toys, like, what? No offense to anybody, but like, what have you done wrong? Like, what?
You can nail something like it. Like they might do Bakugan, or they might do.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like,
or they
let
might do
them
Lego,
kind of like
it's
lean into what they're
different.
into.
Yes,
Connor's
they might not.
collecting pops, and we all know how I feel about.
Oh, that's
pops.
terrible.
Very,
You got to stop
but
that.
it's something.
I should
Nip that in the bud.
When we go to the store and he wants me to squat down and look at dig through the pops, and I'm like, bud, daddy's over 350 pounds. I'm not squatting down to look through shit.
Those will come around too, I think, right?
They will. They're the next Furbies.
I think we see those as like an absurd.
They're trolls.
Like what I mean is the
Beanie
5 of
Babies.
us. There are adult collectors of pops. I know adult collectors of pops.
And I'm not knocking you. Collect what you like. You're spending
Exactly.
your own money, and I'm not spending mine on it. So
I got 10 pops here.
I was gonna say, what flavor?
No, I got the can of Spam, and then I've got the Tick and Wally and Mo from Wally.
Some of those make sense. Like Pac-Man makes sense as a pop.
I've got 2 pops.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to guess.
Ooh.
Ken, you might be able to guess.
Hubcap and Cliff Jumper.
I wish.
This is where you're gonna wish you had those extra permissions so you could just remove Ken now.
No,
I'll let myself out.
No, it's I have a Snake Eyes shelf.
Okay, yeah.
And
Makes
so I
sense.
have like a V1 and a V2 Snake Eyes pop.
No.
Okay, totally makes sense.
It totally
I've
makes
got
sense.
pops.
One of them
I've
came
got
with a timber. I don't know. I was like, that is arguably the
kinda
most
cool.
adorable timber.
The fact that pops do the pets is really cool because again, you know me,
Yes.
I'm a critters guy, so the fact that they do that is great. So for
If
me,
they do a pale pet or a pop, I'll buy that too.
spectral pale pop, why not?
Spectral pale pop.
Let's get it. So I've got a handful, a little bit more than a handful, about 2 handfuls of pop figures. While I was still working at GameStop and they were just getting into really branching out a lot more than just like Star Wars or whatever, they did Halo. And so one of my customers got me a Cortana. I got a Master Chief. Another one of my customers got me a Venom that was a Walgreens exclusive because they found out I was a huge Venom fan.
Nice.
So this Venom figure was a Walgreens exclusive, and they know I'm not popping into Walgreens for anything really. They just happened to see it and they picked it up for me. And then another one of my buddies, he was getting rid of, and yes, I did buy a pop. He was getting rid of a bunch of his, and he had a Hot Topic exclusive Carnage. So I got Carnage to go with the Venom.
You have to.
The ones that mean the most to me though are my Dragon Ball pops. Connor's
Oh yeah, there's a whole
sister-
set of those, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, well, this was just one wave. Connor's younger or older sister Marissa, you know, my stepdaughter from when I was with his mom. You know, she's not my kid, but she's my daughter. So she was out doing some Christmas shopping while Toys R Us was still around. She had a gift card that she had gotten for Christmas. And I was just playing, what was the Dragon Ball game that came out that year? I don't know. Just like the other ones.
Breaker?
No, this would have been Xenoverse. That was the one. Dragon Ball Xenoverse.
Oh yeah,
the first
Gundam's the
one.
breaker. Gundam Breaker.
Yeah, it was Gundam Breaker. This was Xenoverse. So that game had just come out, and I was playing it, and Marissa thought it was cool watching, and we were starting to watch Dragon Ball together. And they were out shopping at Toys R Us, and she happened to see a Piccolo pop figure. And she wanted to buy it for me with her gift card.
Wow.
So I got home from work that day, and she was so proud of herself and so happy. She gave me this Piccolo, and I'm like, I don't collect pops.
You know the worst part about
in
that
my
pop
head,
is?
I'm thinking about that.
You can never get rid of it.
No, I'm never getting rid of any of these pops. They're all mine. Because again, most of them were gifts. So
That's what I mean. It's like it doesn't matter how much you resent the actual figure, you can't get rid of it.
Like I said, that was the thing to me at the time. Was like I was thinking I don't collect this, but she was so sweet about it.
Yeah.
And I said to her mom, I was like, she told me she paid for it with her gift card, and I looked at her mom, and her mom was just like, that was our money that paid for that. She just thought she paid for it with the gift card. And
it's
then
sort
of
like when
course
the federal government gives you money, right? You're like,
Yeah.
wow, it's like, no, that's your money.
That's your money.
Yeah.
You earned
You're
it.
getting
We're
it back.
Giving it back to you now.
You just forgot about it, right?
So
didn't realize you had it.
right. And then she proceeded to go back to Toys R Us several times to eventually spend all of her gift card. And every time she went, I got a new pop figure.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I got the whole wave. It's like Vegeta, Frieza, Super Saiyan Goku, and Piccolo from that wave or whatever. But to me, they mean the world to me, and they're pop figures.
Yeah.
Hold that up again there, Steve.
Just one of these gung ho Mega Marine guys.
Yeah. Mega Marines. Hoorah.
Hoorah.
I was looking at the Monster APC from the Mega Marines era. That looks good. I like that one.
Is that the green one?
Yeah.
Oh, I got that in the other room there. I picked it up at the last Joe Fest. It was pretty sweet.
Can you go grab it? I want to see it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm a sucker for vehicles.
Oh, you're gonna make me go all the way over there?
I mean,
chop.
You got, just go get Ken.
I haven't opened anything tonight. You mentioned Frieza. I'm gonna open something. I gotta figure it. I gotta go to the bathroom, top up my drink, and then I'm gonna open something. It's cool. I have been sitting on it for forever, way too long. I'll be back in a minute too.
Yeah, for sure. Ed, what about you? You've been awfully quiet.
I'm just listening to Ken. I'm learning so much tonight about Transformers and Gundam and G.I. Joe's Sergeant Slaughter's Baton and stuff like that.
So it's got a little bit of an Aliens vibe to it, right?
I was definitely gonna say, APC. This is full straight up like Aliens APC.
Yeah, my friend had that as a kid. We played the wheels off of that.
So cool.
That and the general.
Freaking cool.
It is pretty sweet. Like, I'm not much into the 90s stuff, but when I saw this at Joe Fest, I was like, what is that?
Yeah, because that was when they got all the weird, like,
it's the
none
1993
of that
Mega Marines era. I loved that.
Yeah. It is
A
pretty
lot of
neat.
fun toys. That's got to be like a good 8-figure holder.
Yeah.
Oh, easy. Yeah, and then it opens up in a couple of different places. Like the front opens, and then this pops up and can be held up. I guess there was a missile in there. I don't know if it came with it, but you can place people inside, of course. So you got the driver, you've got a gunner under here, a driver over there, and you got foot pegs all along the back, all along the sides.
Yeah.
Looks like you could put probably 12 to 14, maybe 16.
Yeah, I was
people.
going to say at least 8 minimum. And that's just from what I could see before you opened it up. There you go. Lone Dragon's bringing a Ninja Force Zartan. Such a weird looking Zartan, but cool.
It is weird.
All right. And Lone Dragon beat me to this. It opens up and you put your weed in there. So I can't wait to see the next figure Obscurus, or I can see where I'm going to put my stash next.
That's what I can do with this. I can put my weed in it.
You totally put your weed in there.
And I can light it up so it looks
I was going to say, you got to have it glow up.
Yeah.
Up.
You put
Speaking
the guy
of that,
on it.
Bud's showing us his midnight snack is a 20 milligram edible, but he's only having 5 milligrams, though.
I'm tempted to get an edible right now.
Go for it, Ken. Come on now. It's Clubhouse. Enjoy yourself. Heck, I was letting Greg, Greg was on earlier with it. He just rolled it and smoked it right here.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. You had asked about this earlier and I didn't respond. I do not remember, but since I'm back at my computer now, I can actually pull up our chat here, Lone Dragon. Bear with me. It's been a busy day with a lot of messages. I got to go back to it.
New wall decor.
When was the last time you messaged me and why am I not seeing it? Here it is. You didn't send me a picture of it. Did you post it to your IG? Is that why I'm not seeing it? Normally, he just sends me pictures of everything. And then I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Huh.
Yep, here it is. He got Vigo, baby. He got Vigo.
Who's Vigo?
Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. The painting.
Oh,
yeah.
Speaking of pictures,
Vigo.
I thought you were going to share the picture I sent you. It wasn't.
Wait. Hold on
You made it sound like it was like.
Oh, sharing it on screen? Hey. People in tubs and stuff like it was nothing nefarious. People, it was actually
we have like a Japanese style soaker tub, like a deep.
One of the really nice kind, like that I wish I had because I don't fit in normal American bathtubs.
Yeah, so we call it big bath, and like every once in a while, like we have big bath. So it was me and my 2-year-old having a. It's so
Those are
relaxing.
fun times,
It's such
man.
a different.
Those are fun
It's such a different experience than just like having a shower or whatever.
When you got the real young kids and all like that, and it's bath time and all like that, you got to make it fun for them. So you get the different bath toys, and you have a blast playing with it.
Yeah, it's good times.
I try to do that now, and people just look at me real weird.
And that's
just trying to have fun playing in the tub, guys.
Yeah, rubber ducky.
Oh, like Japanese onsen, like you get the hot springs, and everybody's just like, just getting in there naked, just doing your thing. Like it's just a different approach to like life, It's like
so much
naked.
And sometimes I wonder where we got it wrong, right?
Puritanism is where it all.
I was going to say I know exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's a
They had
historical
the right
movement
idea
that I
of getting
think
away
got
from
it
the
all wrong.
monarchy. It's just that Puritan belief structure was. There's a reason that whatever. We're past that now. We figured we'd be much more involved. We're not quite there yet, but hey.
The amount I was talking to my 9-year-old, and I was like, the amount of violence that is acceptable is shocking when you consider inversely the amount of hate that is acceptable to show when you consider the amount of love that is unacceptable to show.
Well, not even like love in a warming kind of way. Like I remember reading a political comic. Oh God, it was back when Playboy was still printing issues or whatever, and it had a kid.
You were reading it for the articles,
totally.
Of course,
I used to love that stuff.
Didn't we all?
Honestly, that's where I got like a lot of my early political kind of views was from reading articles in Playboy because they had a lot of political stuff in there. But
oh, he's being serious. That's awesome.
Yeah, totally.
No, that is true. That is true.
Like, I mean, I seriously used to sit down and read these things.
It was a gentleman's magazine. It was all opinions were considered.
It wasn't just smut. I mean, yeah, there were some racy pictures.
I'm gonna retcon my life and say I did the same thing.
There you go. If it'll
you
make you
never read an article in Playboy in your life.
I'll give you the cliff notes, Ken. It's cool. I mean, it's all like 30-year-old knowledge now anyway, so
there were no Transformers articles. We all know that.
Yeah, it's true. There was not.
Especially ones you can't tell the figure apart. Right?
So
suntan faces and
exactly. There was a lot of suntans in there.
The cartoon was of this kid buying a video game, and this was like around the time like Grand Theft Auto was coming out or whatever, and it's like, yeah, my mom doesn't care how much of people I shoot in this game, just as long as there's not a boob. Like, okay, we're okay with you going wholesale mass slaughter, but a tit,
Right.
I draw the line.
Yep.
And that impacted me. Like, it really made an impact. Like, that's a good damn fucking point. Like, why are we so okay with that?
Some things are normalized and some things aren't, and it's just an odd imbalance. And I'm not going to sit here and say like one of them should or shouldn't be, where they are.
Right.
But
It's just
it's a weird imbalance between two things that seem to be sort of the two ends of that spectrum, at least in my opinion.
No, I totally feel you on that, because like I said, that I read that cartoon, I was like, this is kind of absurd. I totally get what you're saying here. That's very, very valid.
Mm-hmm.
It's back in the day, it was really hard to open up that black sealed, magazine in the store and take a peek at pictures, where I can just sit here on my laptop and go to Google right now and turn off safe search, and I could see it all.
Well, back in the day, you also had to go to like a cashier and actually buy it from the cashier and get proof and everything for it. Now,
who said?
Well, I don't know.
My
I don't know
shirt
about,
tells a different story.
I don't know about you guys. I lived in a small farming town of like 500 people, and if you would go and look in any of those water drainage culverts,
oh yeah,
you'd find one. So it really
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
hard. I had a stack of 20 by the time I was like 12 or 13. Like, it was
Somebody stashed it there thinking nobody was going to find it. Well,
You'd find 'em-
joke's on them.
yeah. Once you found out what the pattern was, you could look around town and you'd find them everywhere.
Yep.
So
It's a true story. Under the bed, your parents always said, I hope you didn't just throw out your under the bed. They clearly did not learn that same lesson.
yeah.
Just gonna say.
I was lucky. I had uncles that were about 10 years older than me, and they had just stacks of them in their room, so I would just sneak in their room.
You told me they had G.I. Joes.
Well, they were the same uncles, but they outgrew G.I. Joe and turned into hustlers.
Yeah, there we go.
They had a bunch of different things.
Their collection went from G.I. Joe to Hustler.
Barbie Dreamhouse wasn't what you thought it was. It was a
They didn't limit themselves to just G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, He-Man and the Masters, they did a Viking raid on the Barbie Dreamhouse. Just saying.
My uncles would sit around and argue about if Hustler or Penthouse was better. And I mean, it was just a normal thing.
Oh, really?
All right, D. Griff. See, these are always fun stories because I know exactly where this is coming from with my whole years of experience at GameStop. Back in the days of Funko Land, a mother and her kid was buying Resident Evil 2, and I explained to the mother about the blood and violence and blowing zombies' heads off, and she said, "Any nudity? No."
Exactly.
And
That's my point.
Okay, that's fine then. So, in my days of working at the store, a woman comes in to buy Grand Theft Auto 5. 5 had just come out? Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto 5 comes out. Mom comes into the store to go buy the game. And I'm like, so this game is rated M for mature, because like her kid's right there with her. She's like 9, and she, I run down the gambit. They told me I wasn't supposed to, but I did anyway. I'm like, you realize this game is rated M for mature for, blood, gore, violence, use of drugs, everything like that. And she goes, yeah, he's just going to drive around in the cars. And I'm like, yeah.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Right.
2 days later, she's trying to bring it back and get her full money back because she found him sitting in the strip club, when she came home from work that day. And I was like, oh, so how'd that driving around in the car thing go? Or, like, did you not see when he picked up the hooker, drove down the street, got his health back?
We can't return it, but you can ask him to just drive around in the car going forward.
There you go.
Right. I was like, you're not going to get your full money back for it, but you were warned. I told you. I remember. We had this conversation.
Okay, I've only played that game for 10 minutes in my whole life, right? My neighbor invited me over, and he's like, have you ever played GTA? And I'm like, no, I'm not into that game. What is that guy?
That's Frieza. Metal Frieza.
Mecha Frieza. So you get Mecha Frieza.
Oh.
But in the sort of the scene with Mecha Frieza that is sort of the most famous scene, there's another character that cuts him in half. And this is that scene represented. So I don't know if it
does it slide.
It doesn't. I wish it did. But you can see how his face is kind of like not quite. You see how there's a line right through the center,
symmetrical,
where he's like sliced and he's starting to slide, which is absolutely amazing. But here's the really funny thing about this figure, and this is I did not anticipate this. So you get the figure with the complete head, and then of course it's SH Figure Art, so you get alternate heads. But where with a lot of figures it's an alternate faceplate because the hair can sort of stay the same.
Right.
You get a bunch of alternate heads, but the alternate heads aren't complete because they all have a notch out of that side and a notch out of the other side, where you only get this piece once and this piece once, and you have to like pop them out.
That's so crazy
to alternate the heads. Like, how is that saving SH Figure Arts any money whatsoever? It's just like the
amount that it takes to pour those two little extra
to tool it and to like engineer it to fit in all of those heads. It's like that's a ridiculous.
That paint app would have been a lot less than all that.
They paid somebody
Well,
more in
it
labor to
just
design that those
so weird.
No. Hang on. However, to boolean a figure's head like that isn't too hard. The boolean process is pretty fast and easy. Paint apps, though, that's probably like 3 cents a paint app. So you're looking at
only
about,
painting those pieces once versus
right.
You do get so you do get. I mean, you do get 3 alternate heads.
Yeah.
Like you get the head that has those pieces on it.
Right.
But you do get
see the other expressions.
3 alternate expressions.
Where's the one where he's constipated? Yep, right in the middle. I see it.
Yeah.
It's the one where Frieza's got a boom boom and they forgot to replace his anal cavity.
Yeah.
But considering the price of this figure, the 12-15 cents cost per head.
Yeah.
To me, it kind of seems like
it may seem superfluous until you see how much they were going to charge you for that extra 12-15 cents.
Right.
Well, I mean, this was we go back to P Bandai. This was a P Bandai exclusive figure. Like it was not it wasn't one of their entry level price point figures by any stretch. Like it was, it's a $100 figure.
Frieza was Connor's first figure arts, and because I've been getting him the Dragon Stars because they're kind of cheap, and if he loses a piece, whatever, I don't care. Like, it's cheap, But the SH Figure Arts, he's looked at them and he's seen them and he likes them. I just wasn't willing to spend that kind of money because I don't think he was at that level to responsibly handle that price.
Yes. Yep.
So Santa Claus got him one this year. And
Santa made a mistake.
Yeah, well, you know what? He ain't gonna get him another one if I hear any complaints about him losing stuff. Look, I didn't even want to get him the freaking Dragon Zord Ultimates that I got him last year. But he had been a good kid. He was being really cool that day. We were at Attorney of Dreams, and I'm not going to take a kid into a toy store like that and not get him something. And like the one thing that he wanted was that Ultimates Dragon Zord. So I ended up putting back 2 Mythic Legions figures and got it for him. And he still has all the pieces to it. Like he did a really good job keeping that.
You know what? So this is one of those things where like people get so bent out of shape about Super 7 Ultimates pricing and all that kind of stuff. Like, oh, the articulation's not good enough. It doesn't justify the price. Blah, 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 blah. Me having my opinion about the Marvel Legends Spider-Man, whatever. I agree. I shouldn't, who cares? Nobody cares. You don't have to listen to me anyway. But when I hand off, a Super 7 Ultimates Thundercats to my kids, it's gonna come back exactly the same condition. Like,
it's solid.
Part of the sort of benefit of it not being like a super delicate figure, or part of it being sort of limited articulation and stuff like that, is that it's not a super delicate figure and that my kids can play with it. And
Right.
so again, going back to that comment that I made earlier about like these are toys and they should be played with and so on and so forth. I think Super 7 is like, love them or hate them, they're making some cool stuff.
Yep,
they are. And
I wish
and
they were
again,
cheaper because I would buy more.
Right.
But I don't, I'm
It's
not
always-
mad at them.
Yeah.
Everything I've bought from them has been pretty good.
And it's funny, the cheaper stuff that they do put out, I don't want to buy because it's of lower quality than their more
Yeah, I'm just not
expensive
interested
stuff.
in like the reaction stuff. And
Well, like not even that, like that Lion-O that just came out.
I had that in hand for a minute.
I saw it in one store and I thought about it's $35, but I only really wanted it to get I wasn't sure if when Mattel releases, the Thundercats crossover, like, okay, they've got a katana mold for Origins.
Mm.
And then Leonardo had like these really weird swords on the Turtles and Grayskull figure instead of just give them two Ajitsu's katanas. Like, why do we have to get this weird?
Just give them a
crazy
normal
stuff?
sword and move on.
I was a little worried about what the Sword of Omens was going to look like with that figure. So I thought if I get the Super 7 one, right, like the cheaper $35 one, but then I'm thinking I'm spending $35 for a Sword of Omens and a glove because that figure is horrible. Like if it just looked a little bit better, I could have probably been okay and justified it.
Going back to characters with suntans, that's like
That
super
Lion-O
pale
nice.
Lion-O that needs a suntan.
That's Lion-O that needs a blood transfusion.
His sort of normal tone is what should be the hands, and then the rest of him should be, a shade darker. If they do that mold in an Ultimates version and then make it the right color, I'll buy it. Like the mold looks good, and the reviews that I've heard about that figure is that the figure is great. But it's weird. It's like a washed out pale.
Yeah, it looks awful. I hate the way it looks.
Super
it's a bummer.
7. Yeah, Super 7's so weird, eh? Like
they're just so inconsistent.
They are very inconsistent. I think that's the thing that really like it scratches at some sort of like cavity in my brain.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing for me. Not the product. It's like okay, you absolutely nailed this one.
Yep.
What happened here?
They charge a premium price for everything that they put out, right? Like it's always like a premium. Mind you, you can catch a lot of good sales on Super 7. I'm not saying that. But the fact that they put the product out at a premium price with almost zero consistency across the board, even with figures in the same wave, like they're just crazy the amount of difference between them. And it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Like, I don't understand a company that could be. I used to think of, and I think back to like when they were putting out, their Ultimates, Masters of the Universe, and stuff like that, right? Like, this was a Ultimates. This was a premium boutique action figure, and you're paying that premium boutique price. And what I feel, and again, I don't buy their figures. I have to go based off of what other people say. It's frustrating because I see a lot of inconsistencies, and it's not just an opinion. Like I actually visually see it. I don't know how it feels because I'm not picking it up, but I can see that inconsistency, and that is I'm not going to invest my money into. I work hard for my money. I want a consistent product. I know when I buy a 4 Horsemen product, I'm going to get a consistency. I know when I buy, and I'm using that as an example of a more premium boutique comparison than just, I know if I go to Target and I grab an Origins, like pretty much every Origins figure I'm going to get is going to be about the same quality across them.
So when you're saying consistency, are you talking about quality? Is that your main? Okay.
Their quality of how they produce that product, the paint apps, and
tightness of the joints and all that kind of
right.
stuff.
Okay.
And it's like the same exact figure can come out different to every person, and really very like the paint apps even are just really crazy. And it's like, I know there's a lot of things that could do it, but it's almost like they are consistent in their inconsistencies.
For me, like I like some stuff I really like some stuff that Super 7 puts out. I'm not one of these guys that's angry at them.
No,
I don't
not at all. Not at all.
I don't understand these people that get like super mad at them, right? I don't get that.
Yeah.
Our buddy Lawrence gets really mad.
Okay. Yeah, but one thing that does boggle my mind is they just seem to be blasting shotguns in the air. Like their approach is so random, right? They've got so many families of styles, and even like let's say SpongeBob. I don't know, like whatever.
They have that license.
Yeah, they'll have just so many different families and so many, but that doesn't apply to SpongeBob because that's not true. But just take any license that they have, they go with so many different styles, different scales, etc., and they put out the most random stuff.
You know what's funny? The line that they are actually the most consistent with is probably the one I complain about a lot, because I see a lot of cool stuff in that line that I don't want to get, is their reactions.
That's true. Yeah,
their reactions are so like,
yeah,
it's a solid Kenner style figure from Star Wars.
Yeah. Yep. It's a 5 POA line in a 3 3/4 inch scale that the irony, of course, is that a lot of us kind of evolved past that, where like I want everything in a 6-inch scale.
We were talking about that this morning, like Brick and Cobb and I were
it's sort of like, I love that, in 2025, almost all the IPs that I love, I can get a 6-inch scale version of that IP, and they can all play nice on a shelf. Reaction has been doing that for years, and people still don't get like what they're doing. Like what they're doing is they're selling you an
price
point version of every IP that you want in the same scale, in the same form, function, and but they're too expensive. It's like, well,
because
people they're paying licensing fee, they're paying mold, they got to mold those figures. Like you're kind of looking at it in the sense that like, well, it's 5 POA, therefore it's cheaper to make, and that's, while that is somewhat
your brain
true,
perceives it as that. It's not,
but it's a limited
those other costs.
It's a very limited way to look at it, because a lot of, like, if you make the turtles, you can make the turtles 4 times, and then you can maybe make the glow in the dark turtles or whatever.
Right.
But you can't make, like, Shredder doesn't use any of those parts, Splinter doesn't use any of those parts.
You might reuse them for Super Shredder a little bit, but not even that.
Look at something like Transformers, right? At least in Ninja Turtles, you've got like a prime example of one where they constantly redo that. Look at Transformers, where they've got Beast Wars.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're going to get like 2 uses out of those molds?
I mean, you're going to get one regular version, one color variant version, and you're basically done.
And a repaint? Like,
there's a little bit with Cheetor and Tigatron, but even then, that's only part of the mold.
Slightly.
Right? But in a 5 POA figure? Like,
in a 5 POA, you're not getting
even
it right.
My guess is that with these, I think they're using PVC, which is a much more forgiving plastic, right? You can, there's so much you can do with PVC. My guess is that with every figure that they do in this 5 POA, they're able to stick it on one mold block.
Yes.
So they're
talking,
they're talking probably like 7,000 US maximum, because it's going to be a little bit of a bigger block to accommodate all of the parts.
Yep.
So it's not too bad. My problem with their reaction line is, like, yes, it is. They have established a consistent line, so that's good. That's something that we don't see very often with Super 7. But the consistency that they do have is a little bit odd. Like the faces of, let's say, the GI Joes are halfway between Thunderbirds and cartoon, and
They're
it's
very soft.
yeah, it's an odd it's an odd look that just doesn't. They didn't seem to nail it. Like they should have done a bit more market research before launching, because the faces look weird. It was, I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
I'm just gonna say here, I'm not sure.
I agree with that right there.
Yeah, Underhill says it all here. I was happy. Fun time forever is to live stream. Happy time.
Agreed.
You got it, buddy.
Sure.
I'm all in.
Nice.
And there are a couple of reaction figures that I actually think are just like really cool, and I absolutely want to have. And it's funny. They're Muppets. They're Sesame Street, right? The Oscar
I got
the
those.
Grouch. The Oscar the Grouch, I think, is one of the coolest reaction figures ever because it actually has an action. You know, he pops out of the can. That's fantastic. Totally worth $20 for it. It's amazing.
I got it.
The Meeps, the me.
Oh, I got him right.
Yeah, again, it's great. They got the little action feature. I think it's so cool. It's a simple action too. It's nothing complicated.
Okay, one of my favorite lines right now by Super 7, Richard Scary. I've got everyone.
I was gonna say I have to coordinate with somebody that's going to Joe Fest where I can get those shipped because they've got 2 waves now, and I just haven't pulled the trigger on them yet because I don't want to pay the shipping. But the Richard Scary, like that's a perfect form function for a figure like that.
Right?
You know,
That's
a
really,
5
really
POA, you know, just something super simple where like it's just
easy.
You know, you just need the nostalgia. You don't need ultra posable. I don't need 37 accessories. I don't need extra hands. I don't need any of that stuff. I just want, you know, the worm, and I want, you know, the cat, and I want the cop, and I want. Now, the rumor is they're going to do the vehicles, and if they do, my mind is going to be blown.
Yes.
So
the apple, you get the apple car, you get the banana, you get the pickle mobile, you get the like.
Well, one of the coolest things also that I felt came out of reaction when they first started doing them, they're like $10 a piece. Like they were actually what I consider a really good price point for a figure of this style. When they came out with like the Xenomorph and the Predator, and they were like doing Alien and Predator and stuff, and I was like, man, I want to get these, and now I want to go back and collect all the retro Kenner Star Wars so I can have Xenomorphs and stuff in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, or have the Predator hunting down Jedi, and that's why they're extinct.
Well, that was the thing, right? Like that's the
that
like
was
when
the
you can
appeal.
have all those toy lines play nice with each other. That's the dream of the
right?
of a kid, right?
Dude, having the Xenomorph run around.
Goldbug.
Hold on, I'm pulling that up here. Having the Xenomorph run around on the Death Star.
My daughter made me this.
Oh, there we go.
So good.
Yeah, it's pretty cute.
Nice.
Like that's one of those IPs where it's sort of like you don't need it to be crazy. You just need it to work. You just need it to exist. And it's crazy that it took this long for them to exist.
They do a really good job of it.
And that's the idea, right? Like, because toys are meant to be fun. They're meant to be played, or I feel they should be played with.
Cobb, how you doing?
We got the Cobb in the house.
Woohoo!
Took you this long to join us tonight, Cobb. It's been kind of... We were full for a while, but it's been pretty late.
Oh, yeah. Been a little busy. Recorded with Brick earlier. Got some of our episodes done.
Good.
Good on you.
Yeah. And recording some of my own stuff. Just opened up Catra.
Nice.
Cool. Somebody is that the cartoon collection?
Yeah. I had to do a video of her just because I wanted her open so bad. Just another beautiful figure, man.
Wow.
That Catra looks way better than the Masterverse Catra, in my opinion.
Yeah, face-wise and everything. And then the mask is actually removable, so you don't have like the holes in the head and all that.
Right, she doesn't have the gaps. Still a weird design choice for Masterverse. Nice. Oh, does she now?
For everybody that's wondering.
Taking some more of those pictures there, Cobb, that you sent me this morning?
Yeah.
Hey, don't count Cobb out. I've seen what's going on in his mind. Those were fun, Cobb. Those were fun.
Yeah. My Thanos pictures.
Yeah. Your brand of the Thanos. The Thanos files. That's what we're gonna call it now. We're just gonna call them the Thanos.
It's funny because me and Thanos like connected on that when we first met each other, because we both had some of those dolls and stuff.
The not Safubi.
Bison.
Yeah, that's it. Safubi's a completely different style of figure. God, I don't even know why that was.
I've always had pictures and stuff that I took too. I've just nothing that I've posted on IG or anything. I let them.
No. I can understand why.
Yeah.
You got to make a whole nother account for that.
Yeah, I still do have some family that follows me.
Well, I'm not saying for their.
Well, if you want to get rid of them,
I was just gonna say if I want to get rid of them, maybe that's the way.
I have a recommendation for you. Post them.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really thinking about it. They have some really, really cool other ones, more artsy than trashy.
Right. No, it's always good. I mean, honestly, these boner fingers I got here from Maxilius, I can think of a couple of cool shots with the. Oh,
all it takes is a finger.
All it takes.
Get all kinds of thoughts going through your head.
I always like doing this. You know, like just sit there and do that, and have a girl walk over to me and be like, "Do you always come when I finger you?"
Yeah.
Oh. Wait a minute, Steve with the hard flex here.
Is that out already?
No, this is the little guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's 3.75.
Oh, that's the Marvel Universe or whatever.
Yeah,
it was a part of the GI Joe run.
Yeah, they did that box set from San Diego Comic-Con or whatever.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can't remember.
That's so cool. Oh,
I love Rom.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve, man. That was.
Are you getting the Legends one?
Oh yeah, I bought 2, man.
Yeah.
Definitely all about getting the Legends version.
Yeah.
I know nothing about Rom, but he fits. Like he just kind of fits the aesthetic for the zombie line. So I'm just picking
I inadvertently fell into Rom because he was just like, you could find people had like series of Rom at like yard sales, like multiple issues, and like I built up quite a collection of Rom comics from multiple different.
I think they're called rom-coms.
Nice.
Zing.
Yeah, everywhere you'd go, there was a Rom comic. It was the weirdest thing. If you were a teenager, you would every corner store, every garage sale, there was Rom. So you just ended up getting into Rom. It was like, this guy's cool.
Nickel, 10 cents, like they were super cheap. When everything else I was like in was like almost $1. Rom was like the cheap comics, right?
Yep.
So I was like able to pick up tons of them and build out like an entire series of Rom, and I was like, this is freaking amazing.
It just fell into that category of comics that like I would flip through. It, you know, when you're at the comic shop and you're like flipping through the comics, and I'd be like,
yeah,
and I would just keep going. And I, you know, now looking back, I'm like, everybody that ever read it is like, it's amazing. Rom is like such a cool character, and like the books are great, and they had an X-Men crossover. I was like, I don't know, like I just had blinders on. I flipped past it so many times that it's kind of remarkable
to
I never bought one.
To level with you, the Rom comics aren't that fantastic. Rom as a character is amazing. And the Knights of Galador, the other guys that he would sometimes team up with, these other Rom-like characters, were amazing. But the comic book itself was kind of lame because he was this one Knight of Galador in this quaint little country town full of people wearing dresses and suits. And every now and then one of them would turn into a wraith, and he'd have to shoot them.
He did a couple of cool crossovers too, though, right? Like I remember one of the big ones.
But I still to this day I hate crossover comics because as a child I was like, don't bully me into buying something that I was not interested in. Like, oh, it's got the X-Men in it, you should buy it. And I was like, I see what you're trying to do there. You're trying to get me to like a character that I have no interest in because you know that I love Nightcrawler.
those X-Men issues were the first ones that kind of made me pick up a Rom comic because I saw the X-Men on the cover and I recognized it. And I was like leafing through it and I was like, fuck the X-Men, this Rom guy's pretty cool. So I started grabbing all the other ones I could find. Because again, they were stupid cheap compared to everything else. And
well, they still are. I mean, Rom issue 1, I think you could still get for like 30
5
bucks.
cents. Oh, it's well, yeah, maybe it's going up by
Well,
now.
still, it's it might go up soon. Like if you know,
Once
there's a
the
run
comic-
on Rom comics or something. But...
Yeah. Once there's a run on rom-coms. Yeah, and Jeff says it here is like still one of those comics that you can get almost every
exactly,
one in the whole series under $100. And there's not a lot of comic series.
Black
out
Phoenix
there,
does not agree with you, Steve.
Okay,
There you go.
well, okay, I understand what you're saying. My big contention was that Rom was so fantastic and the Knights of Galador were so interesting. If they would have put them into a different scenario, different background, maybe on Galador or whatever that planet that they were from, it would have been 10 times better. Okay, as opposed to every page that I turned, I was seeing everyone in their church clothes inside their houses with their tables and their coffee pots and their different things.
So is sorry to interrupt it. Like, is Rom effectively on Earth in the
Yes.
comic book?
Yes, and he's in this sort of prissy kind of country town, which is kind of, to me, was boring. I grew up in a prissy country town. I wanted something
Right,
a
it
bit
felt
more
too
fantastic.
familiar almost.
Yeah, I wanted something a bit more fantastic. Rom was fantastic. You've got this guy who's from a different planet, has all these powers, looks amazing, but he's here on Earth buying a carton of milk, right?
Right.
So it's a little bit like, come on, like put some fire into it, right? So that was my thing. The Knights of Galador, the other ones, I think it's Galador. I could be completely wrong.
Something like.
Yeah, okay. Those guys were so cool. They should have been in every issue. I wanted each of those guys as a toy. I wanted to see them on each page that I turned. They were so cool looking, right?
Didn't read Rom, but it sounds like, I did read Eternals, and it sounds like if you took Icarus from the Eternals and put him in Indiana, you'd be like, wait a minute, but there's all these other Eternals. Like, show me celestial beings and show me the powers of all these people and have them interact and do this whole. Okay, I get it.
You're talking about the John Romita Jr. Eternals?
No, I'm talking about the Kirby Eternals.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Same difference.
But the Romita Eternals was still pretty good.
Yeah, it was amazing. They were both great.
And then I think Jason Aaron just did a recent run. But anyway.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that Rom the potential was way up here. They delivered down to here, but I think that because we loved Rom so much, we elevated him because his potential was so high. Perhaps we really filled in those gaps with our own imagination. I don't know. That's what I did personally. I really wanted this Rom figure to explode.
You wanted less Rom, more Space Knight.
You just described like everything I'm into, man. Masters of the Universe, He-Man, G.I. Joe, Transformers. Like, if I look back at that stuff, it's all what was going on in here, way more than what the actual thing was. And,
Now you snuck in here, Bray.
Yeah.
I was not even paying attention to the screen. He's staring at naked Catra.
Half naked.
Literally half naked.
Yeah.
Literally half.
Yeah, Rom was a weird comic. I think you broke like anything. It's like I'm gonna bring it back to Motu, but like anytime they try and do like a Motu film and put them on Earth, it throws me off. Admittedly, for the same reasons that you just said. Like I want the fantasy. Same with Rom. Like, but to be real for a sec, like Rom was based on I'll be this guy, a really shitty toy. If you've ever seen that toy, and it was a classic Marvel Comics, like let's take a thing because we were paid to do it.
Did Larry Hama write it?
Create a story. Nope. Create a story. Do a world around it. He was
Probably
probably
would have been better.
in the middle of a war, but no, that was what 79. I think Rom was. I was like 3.
No, so it's a few years before G.I. Joe.
Yeah, it was plenty. But yeah, no, it was one of those things where they just, they took a toy, they were paid to like write a story around it, and they created a really cool world. And I totally agree that they didn't take full advantage of that world. So, but man, conceptually it was cool. Space Knights, and they had like cool shaped gauntlet guns, the dire wraiths.
The dire wraiths was the whole Skrull invasion storyline before we got the Skrull invasion.
Totally, yeah. And the funny thing about sci-fi is, like, in some ways I kind of hate sci-fi, but when sci-fi is done perfectly, it becomes the ultimate art form and the ultimate best film ever. Like, if you look at Blade Runner or Akira or a handful of other exceptional, like Aliens, like not Alien, Aliens, like when you make sci-fi, you're reinventing the entire world. You make a custom coffee cup. Everything that you have in your surrounding can be customized. You can imagine anything, right?
The best way I ever heard science fiction described as fictionalizing philosophy.
Okay,
because it's all what if. All sci-fi is a thought experiment, and sci-fi, the spectrum of sci-fi is it can seem like it's your world, and it can seem like nothing you've ever seen before, because all of it is just a thought experiment in what if, and it's just extrapolating on philosophical questions of take your pick, any philosophical sort of question that you want.
Right.
And to me, as somebody that like loves philosophy and loves just like asking like what if, like what's the where is the logical extension of this sort of thought process? Science fiction can be anything. Like there's no parameters that exist within science fiction.
Hey, like, I use the imperial system here in America there. Your parameters, all them meters y'all got.
Parameters?
No. Sorry, I can't help not make that terrible fucking joke every time I hear parameters.
I like it.
Jim, I shot you the link,
not
buddy,
use that word?
I try not to as much as I can. I'm so American. My underwear is red, white, and blue, but not the reasons you think for.
I bought deodorant at Walmart today, and my 9-year-old was angry with me.
Oh,
she's like, "I don't support Trump. I don't support you buying deodorant from Walmart." I was like, there's a lot more nuance to this than I think you understand.
Yeah.
Wow. That connecting those.
Yeah, exactly.
I like to play a game called Find the Deep State in Anything. Right now, there are people behind the curtain trying to divide Canada from the U.S. We've been partners for centuries, and we are good. We're all basically the same. We all have the same values. There's no
you guys
reason.
are a lot politer than we are.
It's a fake politeness. It's a fake politeness. We need to drop it sometimes, and we need to exert ourselves a little bit more. There's no reason for us to be up in arms against each other. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get too political. I know that doesn't help, but I don't think like this whole Canada versus US hockey game. We know now that last year's NFL Super Bowl with Taylor Swift versus whoever else that was rigged. There's actual video evidence that was rigged. So my hunch now goes.
I don't remember her playing in the Super Bowl, but
she totally was. Yeah, you know what I mean. But
anyways, games.
She got like 15 sacks. I mean, what? Look. Okay, there we go.
My hunch is that this could have been rigged, because why would there be 3 fights within 9 seconds or whatever? It just didn't make any sense. It's just to divide, distract, deceive, whatever else. No politics. Yeah, okay. I'll back off, but I'm just thinking that something smells a little fishy here, right?
Hey, that's been the game even back through. You go out through all history, right? It's always divide and conquer. That's the divide and control. It's all the same thing.
Yeah.
What's it going on? I saw something about hockey with U.S. and Canada. I don't even know what's going on.
So, just to let you know, there, Black Phoenix, you said okay, thanks, Oz. I'm thinking this is in response to Brick type that chat.
You didn't see my face, Black Phoenix? I was like, oh shit! I just realized I typed his odds.
You did try to, you know, once you start getting them control units, we forget. I can't tell you how many times I've typed on the frenzy as Skelly and then have to let people know that wasn't Skelly, that was me that said that.
That was in reference to, he was saying that the early comics were written by Bill Mantlo, who also wrote Micronauts, which was, yes. And they definitely were of their time, 100%. And they may not hold up well for sort of like modern sensibilities and reading, but just cool imaginative stories, especially the Micronauts. Like it's kind of what you were saying earlier, where like my brain fills the gaps and makes it much cooler than it actually was. And I wasn't kidding when I said like that's how I do Motu, that's how I do G.I. Joe. Like it just is. And then sometimes in 2025 or there are other things, not just 2025, 2011 when the new Thundercats cartoon came out. That was just
cool.
like, oh yeah, that's the kind of story that was kind of in my head when I was watching the original Thundercats. Yeah, when I was watching the original Thundercats, Lion-O walk around in his blue leotard or whatever.
His blue onesie. His only got weird when he went to the bathroom.
Or in episode 1 where none of them had a leotard on and they were all just naked cats.
When they didn't
and they
understand
turned
thunder.
into that weird Broadway play. It was so weird.
Oh,
They didn't even have the sword omens in that. I mean, I was really confused.
You talk about Jellicle Cats now? Let's talk Jellicle Cats. Let's talk Broadway.
Yeah.
I said this was going to be
coming back around to Taylor Swift.
Right?
Nice.
Oh, dude.
3 points of separation.
There's no connection between Taylor Swift and cats.
Or is there? No.
There is.
Well, there
She's
is
got
because
2
she's going to
cats.
grow old and be a single old cat lady. So there's definitely a tie.
Hold on a sec. What was the...
She'll be rich, though, so it won't matter.
Isn't it like Ryan Reynolds had to pay her money because in the first Deadpool movie, he was wearing a T-shirt with her cats on it? Or am I thinking of somebody else's cats? He had to pay somebody money because he wore a T-shirt with their cats on it as a joke in the movie. Mind you, he paid up front so they could use it in the movie.
Are you sure it was that, or was it the Golden Girls reference?
Oh shit!
I think it was the Golden.
No. This is
he had to pay Betty White for a Golden Girls reference, and he insisted that it stay in. He paid it out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Isn't Betty White?
Yes, that was part of it. Yes, she is now. Okay, Ryan Reynolds used a picture of Taylor Swift's cats, Olivia and Meredith, on a shirt in the movie Deadpool 2. Reynolds later said he was sued over the use of the image, but he lost.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that's the thing that happened because he had her cats on his
I never
shirt.
heard that story. I know about.
I never heard that
Really?
either.
So what's the Betty White one?
Okay,
he paid
Betty-
to get that. He paid to use her face on the T-shirt. But
Nice.
Yeah,
wanted it
there
in
was
there.
there was a Betty White T-shirt in Deadpool 1 that.
So he just has a thing where he wants to have to pay other people money for wearing their faces on shirts and.
Well, he's got lots of money. So.
He's not hurting for this, so.
He just decides what the joke is going to be, and then he doesn't care how much it costs. To,
He'd
like,
rather
tell the
ask
joke.
for forgiveness than for permission.
Well, the Betty White one, I think they knew. I think
totally
they
had it up
cleared
front.
the licensing for it. Like they had to pay, and they were like, "We can't afford this," and he
Not to
agreed
mention
to just pay
Deadpool's-
for it.
Deadpool's character had that obsession with B. Arthur in the comics too.
Well, that
so-
was that, and that was why he
joke.
insisted. He said, "This is on brand. We have to do this."
Yeah.
Because if we don't, it's kind of a cop out, and
Mm-hmm.
like in the comic they can kind of fudge it, but in the in live action,
well, because they
licensing
can
rights
talk
are,
about a person in the comics without necessarily having to pay anything for it.
I don't know how that works, but
Yeah, I'm not
apparently,
sure entirely, but
apparently
they
it doesn't work in live action Hollywood movies. So
Rainbow Bright versus Aliens.
Hey, what? Where?
The last comment is pretty sweet.
I'd be down.
Why not?
For this. I'm
Yes.
just saying.
Yes. Bring it.
Rainbow Bright versus the Aliens. You guys heard it here first on Clubhouse, folks. Brick, what are you playing with?
I'm heating up. Sorry, I have the heat gun on. Don't know if that's too loud, but
that's
I'm
the
heating up
primal
that
Kilowog,
juice.
isn't it?
Nope.
No, that's Great Wolves, the big one.
Oh, it's the bigger one.
So you did finally decide to ship it.
I did finally decide to ship it because that $10 deposit, couldn't lose that. So stupid.
The logic is sound,
but I'm glad I did. It's fucking rad looking. It's I just took it out of the box this morning briefly. Were you there?
No, I wasn't there for that
You
one.
weren't there anymore.
That was when you
It was
guys
just
were still
me
on
and
after I
Thanos.
left.
Yeah. And I was looking at the paint job. It's gorgeous. It's like a bluish gray. I'm just heating it up to make sure that it's
I'm
good.
sorry, there's so many
Definitely.
cool werewolf toys right now.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. He and I, he hadn't seen the Wetworks, the old McFarlane Wetworks.
Oh yeah, I had two of those.
Me too. I had two browns and one gray, and the gray was at one point fairly rare.
I
And then
never
I had two
picked those up,
vampires.
but I used to stare at them
All
all
those figures
the
were
time.
garbage.
All
I
the
had
time.
two vampires. They look
beautiful
cool.
sculpts. It's just that they
Yeah.
weren't figures.
That hair though, and you had to fit the
vampire
little
one?
crown thing on it.
Yeah, I never had the
And
vampire.
it never fit
crown.
properly.
Hated it.
No, the werewolf. It had like a. Maybe I'm thinking of a different figure.
You might. There was a gray vampire that looked like almost wolfish with black rooted hair, like crappy hair, and had a little red crown.
I'm looking it up now. I can't remember.
Was that like a toy based off of kind of like that Bram Stoker Dracula bat?
No, it was
creature?
definitely werewolves.
I don't know.
But I got them cheap in college from like KB. When,
right, clearance deal. This is one of them bins they threw out in the front of the mall.
Oh, I'm totally thinking of. Yeah, I'm looking at the werewolf now, but I'm totally thinking of a different figure.
It's weird because it looks like a rat almost. It looked more
Yeah,
like
that's the one I'm thinking of, and
animal.
it was a vampire, not a werewolf.
And Underhill, respect for the Cats reference. I saw Cats like 3 times.
I was gonna say Underhill's been on fire in the chat tonight. This is the first time I remember seeing Underhill in our chat, so that's
First
pretty
time I remember
badass.
seeing him.
How you doing, Underhill?
We got Largo saying Alien versus the rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. We all know how that would end.
Yep.
It would destroy the xenomorph, period. If that's the aliens we're still talking about. I don't know about other aliens.
To go back to Rainbow Bright real quick, is Allison up?
She'll let us know if she's still here. I'm surprised she hadn't already commented off of that one.
But the Rainbow Bright, do you remember when like she had like a boy like with her when they introduced this boy character and he had goggles or whatever? He had like the coolest flying hover horse. I don't know if everybody remembered.
I'm vaguely remembering that. Now that you bring it up, I'm vaguely remembering this, but I don't.
Yeah. Now my brain has to go find it. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I want a Wetworks line so bad.
There's a lot of good stuff there.
You mean Image Wetworks?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I was holding up Skeletor earlier because there's a delay when you have stuff on YouTube versus this because I got both of them running. Hold that Skeletor up because that is a sick Skeletor.
I threw that old cape from the Barbarian Skeletor.
From the Barbarian one.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's fucking good. He looks good. Like
And that to me right there, that would have been like the movie Skeletor.
Right.
Just switch up maybe some of that black, black with purple highlights or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really just dark purple, but it looks black. Everything's pretty dark.
Yeah, I
Why
like
you have that old figure out, Cobb?
Huh?
Why do you have that old figure out?
He said he was working on some videos with this guy Brick tonight. I don't know. It's pretty
That's
wild.
why I was late. This dude was fucking editing.
Hey, dude. Look, there's no like we need 100%. Yeah, there it is, Chris. Look at that. Look at that. Oh,
I really dug that horse.
I ain't
Chris
gonna lie.
was,
I
you
kind of
know,
want that horse now. That needs to be Rio Blast horse for Origins.
Price
Look
or
at that.
Chris?
I don't know. I
Price,
assume
Chris
Chris.
don't matter.
That's got to be
And then-
Chris.
Oh no,
Chris
sorry.
was 100% popular in the 80s.
Oh, that's
Can
yeah, that's
confirm.
familiar.
I was just watching.
Man, I'm totally remembering this now. Yes. And it's even got a badass name.
Yeah.
Onyx.
I assume it's Onyx.
That's
too.
It's
really
gotta be.
Japanese.
On
And look
X.
how-
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
That's how they wrote it. So
It's a druggy. He's on X.
He's cool looking. He's very Sentai. He was
this
very
guy
Voltron,
totally
right?
got a Pokemon and jumped right into Rainbow Bright Universe. I'm digging
Yeah,
it, and I want this
one
damn
last one.
horse.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
And it's when you mentioned Rainbow Bright, just one last one.
Looks like Astro Boy stuff.
Yeah, kind of, right?
My sister had him.
Oh, did they have a toy? They had a toy?
Yeah,
Did they have the horse?
I don't know if they had a
say,
horse.
can
but
we
I
get the
remember
horse?
she was a huge Rainbow Bright fan. And I think she had a boy.
Want that
Rainbow
horse?
Bright.
There were a couple
I'm
different
looking
boys.
Just joking, Ken. I don't know nothing about anything.
Ken's gonna actually you in 5 seconds.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said just joking because you sent me a reel on IG.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. All right then. Yeah, that was. I just gave you the nice laughy smiley.
Yeah.
But
I have
you
no
put,
idea
but,
about- I
but
have
you
no
put
idea
the
about the
minor
hockey
league,
thing.
but you put the minor league association's logo over the guy's face.
I didn't make that.
Oh, sorry. Whoever didn't realize.
I just found it and I was like, oh, it's wrestling and about hockey. Let me send it to Ken.
Yeah,
Ken's explaining again.
That's not an insult. That doesn't count as an insult. I just gave you the laughy smiley because I realized.
If you look at it again, man. Look, read that sign somebody has behind Shawn Michaels.
Is it in the chat? I'll pull it up.
No.
What does it say?
All right, so I'm looking
my.
here to see if we can get a
I
toy
know,
of this
right?
Onyx horse, and it's not out there. So we're gonna have to ask Kenny
Good
to
old
look this
90s
up.
or 2000.
No,
So
you know,
I want that horse. I don't know why I need it so bad.
It is kind of neat. It's
Right?
totally Astro Boy. It looks totally
It's-
Astro Boy.
It's
Yeah.
like very basic, like not like complicated, but yet it is on that level of I want this. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like what you were holding up there, Steve.
Oh, I just found a second blue armor, snake armor for GI Joe, but I'm missing.
rare one.
I'm missing half of the back leg, so this thing's almost complete. I want to sell it, but I'm just missing the back half of one leg. So,
Anybody willing to pay full price for a
half-assed.
non-complete figure, half-assed figure?
Yep.
Was that the snake armor?
Whole-ass figure?
It is.
That was
It's the rare.
definitely
It's the rare.
But it's
version of
like
it.
the all black version? Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Dark
What was it?
blue.
Yeah, the blue one.
I can't remember whether it was
Yeah.
a Sears exclusive or what. So
They have the black one, but that was a modern one. That one's over here.
yeah.
I had the white ones. We had a couple white ones as kids.
I had
Yeah.
a white one, but it was
That's
yellow.
common.
Here.
I had a white one, but it was definitely yellow.
Like the white one came with like if you didn't have to put a figure in, it came like with these little two plastic things,
There it
the little
is.
plastic legs, like frame inside.
Right. It was a fun toy. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, we're gonna have to get somebody to 3D print that Onyx for us because I think that needs to happen. And again, with Rio Blast having just coming out, we got a Space Cowboy. Let's throw him on it. Heck, do it in 1/12 scale. Put it under the Marshall. Nah, he's got 3-0 coming.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for that reminder.
Oh, for the 3-0? We still got a while before it'll be here. 30-30.
Like I need to pre-order more toys.
You know, if
so
we don't
was it-
enable each other, who will?
Was it last week? Thanos and I. Was it last week or 2 weeks?
This was last Sunday. Last
Okay,
Sunday,
yeah,
you guys
we
went
did
through
our-
everything.
we did our intervention and went through everything that we have on pre-order. And this morning he let me know how, like, pretty much most of it he canceled.
Yeah, I was there for that part of the conversation where he told us that. Oh,
intervention.
Britt, you're still waiting to get yours in, right? Your Beloolith?
No, yeah. I'm gonna be waiting. I ordered the 2-pack. I don't think it's here in the US yet, is
Greg
it?
was here earlier and I forgot to ask him about it. He may not have been able to say, but if the retailers are getting there soon, it should be here.
Yeah, but do the retailers have 2-packs? Isn't that exclusive to the store?
That's
Horseman?
exclusive to Store Horseman.
Right.
Unless a
Yeah.
retailer buys it themselves to sell.
Mm-hmm.
So, but for Beloolith, I'm totally digging the no-nose version way more than the nose version.
Totally. I saw that at the
Yeah,
studio
when we were there.
and it's perfect left nose.
Again, holding it in my hands and looking at it, it's still different than just seeing it through the package. I wasn't sure which version of this I was really going to go for. The no-nose version is the way I got to go for this. I want her to look like this zombie Living Dead girl.
I was gonna say, if you're hanging out with like Necronominus and like all these undead rotting flesh,
why would I ever want to look normal?
I know.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had a bad moment when Steve held up the blue snake armor. I completely forgot what year it was, and I completely forgot if I actually covered it in my JoJo series. It had me searching my phone to see if I covered it, and apparently I did, even though I completely forget putting it in the video.
What year was it?
85, which I didn't remember the year it was. I had to look at 3D Joe's, and then I went to my 85 video and I quick scrolled it and I'm like, oh, it's in there.
What year was the
Where did
first
they
one?
put it out? You said it was at
83.
Sears?
Say what?
Was it Sears or who put it out?
Oh, don't make me open my script again. I'm sure it's in my script here somewhere.
I don't remember it being. But maybe. We had that little cardboard Sears one. I think we still do in my brother's storage. Look how rad these guys are.
Rawr.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Bit of an overbite.
Smilodon.
See, now I almost don't know whether I want her to have the reins on the Kilowog, or if I still want Desabolus to have the reins of the Kilowog. I don't know.
What do you think about that, Brick?
Oh, I love it. It's I mean anything they do is like crazy detailed.
I got
the
orange
movement
or regular colored one on pre-order or whatever.
And that one's like a Cyberzoic branded run, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The other colorway is the Cyberzoic one.
Yeah.
I
It's
dig
cool.
the black
It's
one.
funky in terms of movement, but it doesn't bother me. But it's like, it's got funky cuts. Like, but it's almost like, I don't know. You can't really see a whole.
Oh, yeah.
Cool use
That's
of
so you can
materials.
like lay it down and half curl it though, right? Or-
Yeah, I've
Jim
just
got
took it
the
out this
message.
morning and haven't warmed it up. So.
It's
What up, Largo?
When you compare it
Especially
to
Beth
like the Zabu, is that his name? The Khazar
Yeah.
cat or whatever.
Yeah, Zabu.
It's very different because it is designed to be like scientifically accurate. So it's like the right,
Chunkiness.
like it's the right thickness, like through the back, and it's they didn't want to mess with the proportions to make it more toyetic or whatever. So it does have its limitations. They didn't, and then the sculpt that's important to them, and so there's a few things. Like I've had mine since Legion's Con.
November.
They had a bunch
Yeah.
of them. at
Legion's Cons when they first had them out. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I've been able to mess around with it, and like it's fantastic, but there is some things about their stuff that's like, they could have sacrificed the sculpt or the design or like 5% scientifically accurate to sort of allow for it to make a better toy, but I don't know that it would have been a better toy if they had done that, if that makes sense. Like it's
Have you taken it through its paces? Like I've barely just opened it this morning and kind of just put it back.
Yeah, so before I kind of settle into like just the very neutral kind of standing open mouth pose, like I did sort of push it to like how far can the arms, how wide can I get the paws to go? How far can I get, like, how much bend can I get in the spine and all that kind of stuff. And it moves really, really well. It doesn't move, unnaturally. And I think that's where I think some people with a toy sometimes want it to work a little unnaturally. And that's where it kind of lacks compared to like Zabu or something like that.
Right.
What's going on at the body, the main torso? What can you do? I'm still, I'm really shy because I literally just opened it. Can it bend here much? Because there's a cut there.
Yeah, so it'll go left and right.
Oh, left and right, sure.
But it'll go up and down too.
Yeah. How much up and down? Oh, now
a decent amount, but you'll see if you go too far up, like you see there's like a hump, almost
a cut.
My cat's getting ornery.
And that's where I'm talking about, like, sculpt wise, they could push it a little bit further. But again, I guess like the argument is like, well, how far could this actual animal's spine move? Like how far do they need it to go in that respect? This piece, like this, chunk is fairly soft.
Yeah,
like you can squeeze it and you'll feel that it's not hard plastic. Like the plastic that they use is fantastic, and so you can push it beyond sort of the normal plastic.
Sure. I just wondered how much the actual joint goes. So I'm trying to visualize it, and I can't tell how tight mine is or not. So I'm being super shy.
I mean, you can hear.
Yeah.
You can kind of just keep going with it. And if you heat it up, they'll actually go further because you can start kind of almost heat molding those parts and stuff like that.
With their stuff, because I've admired
but
it
gets
from afar.
The sculpt kind of gets a bit weird because it is, there's not. And I think this is where they kind of like limit the articulation. It's sort of like, well, you can have a kink in its spine and fold it in half, but is that what we really want our figure to do? And I think from what I've sort of understood, they don't want that. Like that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to make something that kind of moves.
Well, they're not really making toys. They're making,
scientific
models.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Cyberzoic is definitely a toy.
Yeah, like there's a fine line, I think.
But I see what you're saying, Ed, though, because again, like they're beasts of the Mesozoic.
Right.
They are like, again, they are doing very historically accurate, like very Smithsonian educational model look to how it should be, kind of fighting the normalcy of how we view the JP dinos. Like everybody thinks JP dinos are like accurate. And it's like quite a few of them are far from accurate.
Yeah.
Other ones were more on the money than they realized now.
I think people look at David Silva as though he's some kind of scientist, though, and he's not. He's an action figure sculptor. Like he's
a fan.
Well, he's just a nerd. He's like learning about dinosaurs and prehistoric mammals as he goes in some respects. Like it's so it's got, when people are like, oh, this is like a Smithsonian. Like, I don't think the people doing Dino Riders were like, well, I hope this ends up in this Smithsonian after I put armor on it and laser guns on his head. I think that was just a result of making cool stuff that happened to like work. Like, and I think that's kind of the situation that David Silva's in, is that like all the dino nerds, forgive me if you're a dino nerd and that offends you.
How dare you
are. There's people that are like, well, are you going to make the scientifically accurate Spinosaurus based on the 2023 information, or are you going to make it based on like, and I'm like, dude, there's different like, what isn't that dinosaur been gone for like 100 million years? Like, how is there different information? Like, I don't even pay attention to the fact that there's been 8 versions of Spinosaurus in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, it really falls down to, as we figure out more information, we figure out more about them. Like, it was very heavily theorized for a very long time, like shortly after the Jurassic Park movie originally aired, that T-Rexes were covered with feathers, but not like feathers, like fur-like
fuzzy
feathers.
feathers, yeah.
And then just now recently they found out again, oh, actually no, they weren't. And like that's new information that changes it. So again, when you say like it's a constantly evolving science because we have no living versions to look at and be like, this is definitively what it is. So
it makes a lot of sense why we had so many, figures that were just static, like with Big Jim or even the Schleichs that are really cool.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah,
animal anatomy is tough and expensive.
Especially
to do.
Absolutely.
We're talking. I was happy as a kid just getting static critters that you could have, but it is really neat. The D20, like those giant wolves they did, that was kind of a happy mix because they're not anatomically 100% accurate, but they pose really well and they look really awesome on the shelf. Well, there's a couple of people out there trying to do some animal anatomy now, so yeah, that looks beautiful.
I mean, with this guy, so this is and I think this is where David Silva is kind of like figured out the formula, is that what he said. So this is the 1/12 scale Smilodon, but in Cyberzoic, which is a 1/18th scale line, this is the scale that they're using. And the argument that he made for like people that are like, well, that's not scientifically accurate, was that, well, this is a science fiction world where humans have gone to another planet. They have access to the DNA and they're manipulating it. So
it takes place in the future. So
they've manipulated the DNA to make this size of Smilodon.
Yeah.
And I was like, there you go. It's a toy. Stuck it, nerds.
It's a toy. Enjoy it. It's
You just reminded me to go look at the latest update for the Cyberzoic Kickstarter. So it looks like they're still chugging along.
Dude, that like wave 1's supposed to be out in the next couple months, and I can't. I'm so excited for that.
I would just like somebody to make like a whole series of doggos, different breeds that are popular for 1/12, 1/6 scale, maybe even 1/18. There's
I'm
a few
shocked
out there.
that nobody's done that.
Yeah, I know. Because
You would
everybody loves
imagine,
dogs.
right? Like you would imagine that might be, especially again for somebody like me who is a critter fanatic. Like it'd be so cool to have like a 1/12 animal, like decently articulated animal line where I could buy more. Because I hate having to go buy a whole G.I. Joe figure just so I can get the pet.
It's like I bought the G.I. Joe Timber and Snake Eyes just for Timber because I didn't need another Snake Eyes, but I wanted the doggo,
Steve, next accessory pack, we're separating the dog from Leo.
Yeah, you guys are
well,
fine.
now
with
that's an exception because they work together. They're a team.
I want to buy Leo for him and the dog. I only, like Largo saying, I only need one Snake Eyes, and if you already got one that didn't have the dog, now you had to buy a whole nother Snake Eyes to get it with Timber. I said dog, it's the wolf. I ended up getting 3 Snake Eyes because I wanted 3 Timbers. I wanted the white one as my alpha, and then 2 other gray ones. So I ended up having to buy 3. I will say I got 2 for the price of 1 Snake Eyes. So I mean, at least I did that. Like I got 2 of them for like $40 as opposed to spending like 44 per Snake Eyes in Timber 2-pack at least. But even then,
I
I
really
was
like the idea that Steve bantered around about, having the dog grow as the story progresses. So if that's still part of the plan, it would be cool to see new sculpts as the dog gets bigger. I forgot the name that you gave him.
Flashbang.
Flashbang. Yeah.
Until it's this big.
Yeah.
Because they want the future genetically modified.
It's like Clifford the big red dog. He just kept growing. Well,
that's when I'll finally get my hot neon Delta.
It's like, we got him
17.
fully grown, but we still got a lot of years in this line. Let's push it. Let's see where we can go from here.
I've got to wait
doghouse for
until
him.
I got to wait until the year 2009 or 2090 so I can get my 90s extreme hot Technicolored Delta 17 toys.
Yeah, really.
I gotta wait until
the
we get
100th anniversary of the GI Joe
Space Force and all
Yes.
we
need neon colors, and they need to go to space.
Spring-loaded rockets
with ninja teams,
Well,
ninja teams, because they hide well in the shadows.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, we have
spring-loaded weapons.
No.
Shoot.
Stop it. That's not right. we have a game planned out at some points doing neon guys.
I appreciate that.
As a very, very tiny limited run exclusive, like
a con exclusive type thing, right?
Yeah. We did like Rooster in bright orange with dark orange camo on his face, and
that's so cool.
Whatever else. But
those are
Deer
real color studies because
Ken's panicking.
I didn't realize
they are
color
real
studies.
hunting colors, Ken. But
Ken's like, I totally shredded those. Oh shit!
Oh no, they're right there. I just didn't realize they were real. I thought that was you fucking around.
And I will say, Steve, when Crash did ask about the parachutes again earlier today, I told him every single parachute will be released with a
And your
tampo
mic's still on.
that says FAH-Q Crash.
I saw that.
I backed you up, Steve. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, no, if he wants parachutes, he's more than willing to make parachutes for each guy.
Coffee filters work great. Just attach some strings to it.
Yep, exactly. So he can make them.
Use handkerchiefs when I was a kid. Yeah, they were fun.
Yeah.
It's still a toss-up between Leonidas and Roosters, which is my favorite. They're both cool.
I can't believe I left Leonidas off my top 5 earlier, but I didn't think I was going to participate in the list. They're like, you should participate. I'm like, isn't that like a conflict of interest? I'm like, you know what? I'll just do the 5 designs I like the most because I didn't design them.
There's a toy in toys. There's no conflict of interest. That's
really
save
not
that
a
for a
thing
corporate world. It like conflict of interest when you're talking about.
You're doing a fan stream about an opinion, and everybody's going to have a different one.
Yeah. If you don't have passion for your toys, then you're just a corporate suit making stuff, and that's not you guys.
I was the one, well, I wasn't even the only one. Everybody in that chat said you could pick any 5 figures of the line, and it's going to be somebody's top 5 because they're all. There's not a dud in that first wave.
I looked at the ones I left off the list, and I wanted to change the list every time I looked over at the set over here next to my desk.
Everybody on the panel was saying the same thing as somebody else would bring up their favorite. If it wasn't on their list, they're like, damn, now I want to switch up my list. And again, you don't see that a lot with the toy line. Now, mind you, again, these are all guys who are fans of this kind of style figure and again, the military lines and stuff.
Well,
dude, just enjoy it and celebrate what it is.
The one we thought was the weakest, that Steve and I thought was the weakest. Everyone else has it in like their top 3. It's ridiculous, but it's awesome in that way.
Well, take a shit in one hand, take a shit in another hand, right? Your one shit could be better than the other shit, but you still got shit in your hand. When you got a whole wave of really good figures, yes, one's probably going to be what you think not as good as somebody else's. It doesn't mean that it's not as awesome to somebody else.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that metaphor. It was like, hey, we're
me too.
Talking about Afghanistan.
Yeah, I am too. Can you tell us about where you this practice?
Oh no, I totally used to use that analogy all the time at GameStop when I was trying to tell people to avoid buying shitty games.
Go shit in your hands. And you're like, wait, no, that's not. Hold on. Let me think this through a little bit.
Somebody came up to me and they were trying to buy the Kane Lynch 2 game. And I'm like, why are you bothering to buy that? And they were like, oh, so-and-so said it was really good. And I was like, yeah, the first one, they said it was better. Their reasoning was somebody told me it was better than their first one, and I literally said, I was like, go to the bathroom, take a shit in one hand, take another shit in the other hand. Is one shit better than the other shit? Probably, but you still got shit in your hand at the end of the day.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
And he just looked at me like, oh. I was
So-
like, now go over there and go pick up a decent fucking game and I'll sell it to you. And
Yeah.
he did. And he actually became a really close friend. His name was James.
Nice. Nice. That's pretty
Because,
sweet.
well, like I just saved him a whole bunch of time, aggravation, and hassle. Like at the end of the day, he still spent money in my store, but I just saved him his time investment, his anger investment, whatever you want to call it. I
Yeah.
saved him a shit ton of frustration, and he appreciated my approach to letting him know, just because you heard it was better, yeah, it can be better and still be crap.
Yeah, like 1 above 0 isn't really that great.
Right? Yeah, like, hey, man, at least you're not at 0, but you can still do better.
Yep.
Brick, do you have the claws on or the kitty paws?
Show them toe beads.
It's muted. Sorry. Is it okay? Is this crazy noise?
Yeah, you're good. You're good, dude.
Okay. Is it? Do I have a clause? I didn't even. I have what was on. I haven't even opened up the
can't
stuff
remember.
out of the tray.
They come. So just for anybody that's curious about these, as I was like, I realized that I was like,
I
they're
see.
okay or whatever.
Claws.
You do get this giant open mouth as an alternate head, like a complete alternate head for that, because they said the articulated jaw just would never do.
Brick was
Right.
showing me that like this morning.
It does
'cause
have an
I had
articulated
watched
jaw, though, so you can kind
Hold
of
on.
get in between.
I'm coming
Yeah.
back to you, Brick. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
On the sort of more
Unarticulated?
on
It's
the more
definitely a
static
beautiful-
one, it's still articulated.
And then there's
then
this one.
Right. That's all. That's all they
Wow.
give you with the articulation. I said that
No,
like.
I mean it's not all.
No.
Take a look.
Okay. Yeah.
It
No,
goes all
that
the way,
does.
But then for
where-
feet, they give you 2 sets of, like all 4 of the feet. You get 2 options. You get like claws out, or you get, because cats can pull their claws in.
Yeah, retractable.
You actually get like just the walking feet.
I had an ex-wife like that too. She had
Yeah.
really-
There you go. So it's accurate, right? Scientifically accurate.
And so,
that's-
what is the neck? Is this a neck ruff?
So there, I think the idea there is that there's kind of like a male and female, so you can just pop the here.
This
I'm
piece?
doing it. Yep, that piece.
Got it. So this would be the female.
It just pops
This
off.
is the quote unquote main or whatever.
Male or female? Okay, I see what you're saying. Like a mane for it. I was gonna say that.
I thought it was
one where
supposed to be
it's-
angry and not angry.
right, like the agitated, like that one is. doing
Yeah,
the
like
full-
it gets its back up, right? Like
Yeah, right.
the expression "don't get your back up," like that's
Yeah.
where it comes from. Is dogs and
Yeah.
cats when they kind of get that frill on their.
That was kind of a nice touch with the Four Horsemen when they did their actual horses. They put alternate manes so you could
Swappable
have
mane.
it flowing. Yeah, it's like how cool is that?
It's just great
Head moves
forethought
well.
to be like, we need to do this.
Yeah, no, they're
I like
fantastic.
that.
And
So
that's-
this, mine are still a little stiff back here. These joints I can't bend yet. These I melted so much that you can actually pop these off, and it kind of showed me the construction.
Yeah.
These are, they can, they have turning, like, I don't know what you call it, but whatever. They turn and there's a joint, as is the paws. So what are the paws removed from? It's here at the toe, right?
Uh,
yeah, it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
like it's just the toe. The actual hinge doesn't move. It's the sort of the like the
Mhm.
I don't have them. I'm gonna go
I
get
see
the
'em.
Allosaurus and the parts for the. Do you have the packaging? Do you
I
have
have
all
it.
your
No, I
parts
have it.
with
It's
you?
all here. It's here. But what's neat is like,
It-
I suspected that as I kept warming it up and kept moving it. that
Yeah,
I'm
it keeps
discovering
moving
all
more and more.
Yeah, like just different joints like this.
Yeah.
These turn and I just can't quite get these joints to move yet. But the you notice the palm, the discs are like transparent but painted.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was interesting. I don't know if is that because they're like why not
Maybe
black?
the type of plastic they used or something.
Yeah, it's a different type of plastic. So at your articulation points, you're going to want to use what's called POM.
Yeah,
right?
that's the palm, right? Yeah,
POM,
the
yeah.
POM. But like you can get palm in different color. They opted to use like a transparent and then that they then painted.
I
That-
suspect it's because they may or may not have done both runs of colorways
That's what I
at
was
the
wondering.
same
I was
time,
wondering for the same different color.
And so running one versus the
Easier
other,
to
you're
do it as a
painting.
transparent. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hmm.
Real quick, I want to bring this up here. We got Universal Toy Collector in the house.
Hey, Stu.
From over in the UK. Stu's here. He's saying good morning to everybody, gentlemen. Ho to the chat. And again, I brought it up earlier tonight, like 5 hours ago. Later today, I will be appearing on Universal Toy Collector's channel as we do some Star Wars trivia night tonight.
Nice.
So,
Little
guys,
pub
definitely
quiz action.
Yep. Go head over to his channel now. If you're not already subscribed to Stu's channel and hit that notification bell so you can watch me get my ass handed to me about Star Wars. Because, I mean, Allison.
Let's study right now. Huh?
Allison, I consider to be a much higher expert in the Star Wars universe, and then she apparently didn't do so well. So I'm thinking I'm really going to bomb tonight. And mind you, back in the day, nobody could top me on Star Wars trivia, but they've had so much stuff now that even I don't know about. And most of what I knew as fact got wiped out ages ago. So
Universal,
I
can you
hope to
give us
get
like an
educated.
example question? I'm curious how intense, how hard are we talking? Are we talking like?
I mean, we
could
always.
What was Aunt Beru's second cousin's name on her mother's side? Yeah.
Jill.
Get fucked. I mean, what? Because nope, I don't know it. And Mega J, thank you for popping in the chat, brother. You know, we're just here hanging out, playing with some toys. Any of you guys want the link? Let us know. We don't mind sending it to you. This is when it's like super late night. You know, it's come on, hang out, talk, chill.
Jay and I had a fun conversation talking about anime and manga and all the different cross pollination, which is kind of serendipitous because I've been doing a video on Scott McCloud, who did Zot, if you guys remember that from the 80s.
Yeah,
and he talks about
Understanding
some of
Comics.
his, references and ideas. And it's funny how so many people reference, Astro Boy or, even the like Disney Uncle Scrooge comics because they were really great adventure stories. And so a lot of people have a lot of the same references they grew up with as kids that inspired them when they became comic writers and artists. And it's like, oh, that's cool, So we were talking about the back and forth between Japan and America as far as ideas, both in comics and in toys. So many things went back and forth. It's cool,
right? Yeah, definitely.
Have you read Understanding Comics, Jim?
I have. That and Will
love-
Eisner's sequential art are two of my
Yes.
favorites.
Ooh, I have read sequential art.
So
Never
cool.
looked at plugs, electric outlets the same.
Well,
So,
just
Adam-
the idea of we think about comics and stuff as just throwaway. It was kiddie stuff, but it's like no, it can be real art.
There is
especially
there's massive storytelling. There is definitive art throughout. One of the coolest things that I ever got to experience was here at the Maryland Art Institute or Baltimore Art Institute. They did a whole like month and a half where they had a video game, a whole I'm trying to think of exhibit. They did an entire exhibit about the art of video games because there is so much art that goes into it. And mind you, they dated it back to the 80s and that very big pixelated to like some of these grand masterpieces we see today and how it goes beyond just the aesthetics of the game, but how it moves, how it, plays through. And then even stuff as much as the musical score, how that can make or break the game.
Oh yeah.
Too.
And
no.
it's so amazing how many great musicians, artists, everybody comes together, whether it be an anime or a video game. There's so many talented people behind the scenes, even the guys that make the box art, it's
without a doubt.
There's so many different creatives that come together to make the thing that you love that go unsung a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of industrial art, right? Whether it's movies or even these things. Like think about how many different people had to be involved in this.
Yeah.
And
to bring it.
Oh yeah, toy sculpting I think is amazing. It's just so cool to see what people can imagine and then figure out the engineering and then say, okay, how do we make a mold for that? And then all the stuff to get it through a factory. It's like so many different moving pieces and spinning plates to make that happen. It's impressive.
And all the people in the factories who are just painting little things and putting these things together.
Right. Like you got to remember every pupil that's on an action figure, somebody painted that. Like it wasn't just a spray. I mean, a lot of this stuff can be like tampoed out now, but at the same point in time, still
Unless it's AWOC, they cheat.
And that's evolved too. I mean, remember like the Fisher Price Adventure people had like just little dot eyes if you got anything. And then over time, they really got really good about doing facial expressions, even 5 o'clock shadows on some figures. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Largo.
Nice.
That Fisher Price.
Oh my God. I
one
finally
found the best figures.
Finally was
In the-
reunited with him. Fantastic.
One of the best figures, hands down in the line. And I made Space Pussy.
Pardon?
I'm sorry?
Space Pussy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I've got Fisher Rice and I've got Space Pussy.
The fur's got to get itchy inside the suit, though.
I think the purple head would look perfect.
The purple with the black. I don't have purple though, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Like if the eyes were green.
I think I have a spare of those heads. I should try that.
Like if you're going to have a space knight kind of guy, he's got to have an animal hybrid sidekick. So that works out fine.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I still want to get like 2 of the haunted blue Jacob Marley's, right? That's because I want to take like some of the blue from the Jacob Marley and put it with the Fisher Rice head, so he's like a space pirate captain.
Ooh.
And then, then the rest of the Shadow Circle are like his other pirates. But I wanted him to have the jacket, the boots to look like a pirate. So Megan J is asking, who's going to Toylanta PowerCon? I had that up for a minute.
I know, I realized that.
Nope.
So actually, we had quite a few people that were on earlier tonight, Jay, that were doing the Toylanta and PowerCon. Of course, again, people within the business and stuff like that heading to these. Unfortunately, I am heading to ZoloCon this week, and then won't be seen at another con.
Unfortunately, what is that supposed to mean?
I'm not gonna
What a
make
bummer.
I'm not going to make it to Toylanta or PowerCon because then I'm going to Joe Fest. So
You're doing ZoloCon, Oz?
Yeah, I'm just going up for Saturday. It's 2 hours away.
I might have to sneak into your DMs and talk to you about a certain steel brigade that might or might not be there.
Look, I'm not going to guarantee I can get you that gold one, Jim.
No, I'd just be happy with any vac metal head because that's
Like
such
I
a
said,
rare thing these days.
It's a cool looking figure. When they posted
Isn't
that
it?
up the other day as the ZoloCon exclusive, I was like, that is cool. That is cool.
Oh man, I was sick. I was like, dude, why you got to make that a con exclusive? I love
Because
the
it's
steel
vac
brigade,
metal.
all the different variants. And
Is that the Night Ops one you've got there, Jim?
yeah, this is Night Ops. There's so much fun.
That one's
And
so
you know,
good.
just like with Valiverse, they did the same kind of thing that they did with the original GI Joe. It's the idea. It's like it could be anybody under that helmet. It could be you. It could be your neighbor. So they're a cool idea because it's like the everyman of elite heroes. And
Did you get the desert? Did you get the desert one or no?
I don't have the desert. I have the Night Ops. I've got the special weapons guy. The green helmets.
Oh yeah.
And then I've got the traditionals. I wanted to get the deserts, but the budget's just not there right now. But
Did you add those backpacks yourself?
I did. They did some backpacks from the first line, and they are compatible with those original bucks. And then I just,
Well,
you
this
know,
was the special deployment series, so
customize them a
it
bit.
basically is part of Wave 1 re-released anyway. So
Yeah, and these new bucks that they're doing in this wave, they've made some different parts and some newer gear, so it's really fun to see how they're adapting that for all the different characters. Yeah,
interesting.
They're a fun line.
Nice.
Definitely enjoy those.
I'm switching things up, folks. I need a cigarette.
Hey, real quick, well, while you go get your cigarette, a couple of things from Underhill. That's what I was throwing down, 100%. But this one, Kusanagi, I don't have a single Kusanagi major from Ghost in the Shell. Speaking of anime, anybody else here?
I'd love if somebody were to just grab like a retro anime line and to try to be able to put out major, try to put out Jubei. I mean, I know there was the.
Sorry, I'm just can we just pause for a second?
Put that out? I think Figma put that out like maybe 5-6 years ago. They put out a series for Ghost in the Shell, but I don't know. I've slept since then.
So can I just say that you hurt me, Oz, by saying a retro line and then proceeded to talk about Ninja Scroll and Ghost in the Shell.
Dude, those are like 30 years old.
That was painful. I know it was just painful.
Look, these are some of the very first animes that I've
These
ever
are
seen.
facts, Brick.
And
Yep,
sadly,
they're painful
they're
facts.
just as retro as a lot of our other toys that we collect.
I know,
And it hurts me too, but it's look, I'm not saying pump out the look, we're getting like a billion and different, like I feel like we're getting a billion different One Piece figures coming out these days. Why can't we get some for some classics?
Hundreds, maybe, not billions.
Look at this full house we
you're
got.
probably
Almost.
right. Look at this.
There's dozens of us. Dozens.
All 5 of us. I mean, what?
Yeah.
That number's just.
I gotta get going. I gotta get a Brick here, or sorry, Brick. Brick. We're doing a video together tomorrow.
Today.
Are you?
Today's the tomorrow you thought about yesterday.
Yes.
Is it monkey business? Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Jason forgot to, but anyway.
All right. Adam, I will see you later, good sir, because you're probably going to pop out of here while I'm switching things up. So I'll be right back.
Bye, Adam.
Later,
See you guys. Catch you in a bit, Oz.
Yep.
All right. Brick, do you have StreamYard controls? You do, right?
I do, and so does Ed.
That's fine.
Ed-
Ed's away
Ed
as
is
well,
here.
so that's fine. That's fine. Just making sure I got backup here in case I fall asleep at the wheel. So, been back and forth quite a bit tonight. But that's okay. As long as one of us has it. Right?
Hello, Mr. J. How are you?
How's
Mr.
it going,
J?
boys? How's it going, boys? Everybody good?
Good.
Yeah.
When you guys are here, I was just reading about Tezuka and the Astro Boy and how it's related to a video I'm working on about Scott McCloud and his influences.
Yes. You sent me a
And
link
then he
earlier.
started talking about Carl Barks, who worked for Disney. And I had no idea Walt Disney was such a schmuck. Carl Barks, who did all the Duck, the Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge and all those comics.
Yep.
He didn't let anybody know that, this guy was working for him and doing all this great work because he wanted everybody to think Uncle Walt's drawing all the comics. It's like, no, he didn't. He had really good team of artists working for him that went uncredited.
Walt Disney was an absolute dick. He was he was a monster of a man. Many people don't know that. I won't get into the specifics. We'll find out in time.
Yeah, he definitely
There were a
had
lot of
a
controversies.
Brand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with Bob Kane. Bob Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Kane couldn't draw for to save his life, but
Oh, the Batman guy?
yeah, Batman.
Yeah,
Bob
his
Kane was
original
extra
design was like what a
but
red
yes.
flannel suit with giant bat wings, and then everybody else had to come back around and go, no, let's not do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's no different than NECA will put on the bottom of their boxes. I'm looking around. Who was involved? But then you pick up a Hasbro figure and you'll never see that.
Yeah.
There is a slight difference though between people who are actually hired to produce toys, right? And I think NECA and
Carl Barks, same thing.
Mattel's starting to do things now too through through the creative directors, right? Like we're very fortunate now that credits being given to the actual artists themselves.
Yeah.
But it was very common, at least when for like toy manufacturing, to never credit any of the artists. I mean that was just like we're learning more about a lot of the people who work behind the scenes now. But when you talk about creating comics, that's where things kind of like were such a it's such a cutthroat industry. Even today, it's not. There's no changing that, right?
Yeah.
It's I fully appreciate when creators like Steve put all of their credits in the book. I mean, like, you just open up the front page and everybody's giving credit in this book. It's incredible, right?
I'm
Even on the front.
6 of the credits, but I'm glad to be there.
But if you look right at the front has it right there. All
Let
of
me
the people who worked on this book are basically right in the front. So
in order of importance, right?
Yeah.
That's why Jay's ahead of me, right?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is, right? So, I mean, I'm not ahead of you. I'm not even on the front.
No, you are. You're fifth. Your name's fifth.
Am I fifth?
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Did you forget your name, buddy?
No, you know what, the font is so interesting that
I was wondering when you held it up. It took me a while to even process.
Mine only has 2 letters, so you know where I am. Right.
It's definitely a good read. Where are we on any continuations for that, Steve? Are you thinking web comic or another printed edition down the road?
Well, we want to put everything absolutely in print as well as on the web, but no, to be quite clear, I don't have a second one yet in the pipe. The first one was a monumental undertaking. Like, it was, the amount that I was involved in it, I was pretty much, like that horse and legend that was sinking into the quicksand. It was a lot of work, not a lot of reward per se.
Right.
Kind
of a big learning curve because it's very different from toy making.
It's a loss.
Yeah, like you lose like thousands of dollars on the comic when you make it, because you have to put out so much money for art, printing, color, etc. Right? It's all very much worth it because you need the lore. Like the reason why G.I. Joe is so big is because we know these characters, right? It's not just a blue guy and a green guy, etc.
Right.
Snake Eyes everyone loves Snake Eyes because they made him out to be the wildest guy ever, right? So we need to do more. There will be for sure many more comics coming out. I already have some really interesting notes for comic number 3 and etc. number 4. But I don't want to give any big promises. I was hoping to have at least number 2 out for Joe Fest 20, this year.
Yeah, we talked about that a bit, right? I know you've got some audio notes on it, but that's as far as we've gotten, right? So.
Yeah, it's just like right now I'm working with 2 different sculptors to put out Wave 2. We need a 3rd sculptor to get back on the hind. So I'll be, if we get that 3rd sculptor, I'll be working with 3 sculptors. And usually, like, the way it works with sculptors is I have to work at least 50% of what they put in, right? So if they do an 8-hour day, I'm probably, unless we're totally walking in lockstep, where we really understand each other, I'm probably going to have to do 2 to 4 hours of notes. And the notes are usually illustrations and, me trying to do 2-dimensional interpretations of 3-dimensional stuff that they're putting out, and then, et cetera, et cetera. So if I'm working with 2 to 3 sculptors, I'm working my ass off. Plus I have to be ahead of them in schedule. I have to be ahead of them to prep up these next
turnarounds.
Yeah, all the upcoming stuff, all of their accessories, how the accessories work, why they're innovative, what kind of materials we're using, what type of hinges, etc. So there's just a huge plethora. Like, to be quite honest, this stuff is exhausting. Like, it's pretty hard to do, right? It's not for the weak-willed. If you want to start your own toy line, go ahead. Just be warned. There are no off days. Sunday is not a day off. Saturday is not a day off. You just go. That's how it is.
Your day off is when you wake up late.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, when you get time off when you sleep. That's it.
Yeah.
and you've got to play the telephone game a lot between different sculptors and people that you're dealing with, and you're not all in the same place. That's got to be a real challenge.
And all the financial stuff too that you're currently dealing with.
Yeah, the admin's killing me, man. I hate admin.
Actually, let me have a look if that notice is still on our Shopify. I bet it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got to upload more documents. Everyone wants documents.
You've been uploading for weeks. Let's just get paid already. Stupid Shopify. Anyway,
I don't
Does
care.
it make any difference in the? Because I really don't know as far as financially starting with a web comic, putting it out that way, because you still got to pay your artists and everybody to make it, but putting it out as a digital version and then maybe later on doing a collected graphic novel when you print them all in one big book down the road.
I don't know if that would just make a difference for the the end consumer. I don't know if it'd make a difference for me per se.
Right.
Like
you still got the same output for getting everything put together, other than the printing.
Like printing the comics isn't really the lion's share of the cost. The cost goes mostly to artist, colorist, letterer, etc. Printing isn't too bad. So I don't know.
Just spitballing. What about doing just a regular printed novel where you're not dealing with the art, you're just dealing with the story? I mean, I read Broken Alliance that Action Force put out, Bill Nedro. That was cool. I don't know if this is the market for that, but I love those old, like Stony Mountain, guys, and all the different kind of adventure books that we used to get paperback back in the day. I don't know if that translates to the toy crowd, but
I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one, right? You'll get a portion. I mean, toys are so hands-on, and so are comics, right? They sort of toys, comics, cartoons are in the same corner of the sandbox.
Yeah.
Whereas a novel is sort of in the further corner. You'll get maybe a quarter, maybe 50% if you're lucky, gravitating towards that corner. So to write up an entire novel, that's a lot of work.
That's
right.
Yeah.
And right now where we're at, like I've taken over pretty much all of creative control. I don't give out much to Ken. He's a talented, gifted writer as well. But just for the initial phase, I want to make sure that we are, to create the world. Once the world is created, so then you can open it up. Then you can let other people take over. Like if someone is to say to me or Ken, hey, write a story about Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, we could do it, right?
Right.
Because
there's style guides and Bibles out there that say, here's all the lore. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, we know who these people are now, right? So once you've established that world, you can kind of, it exists. So I don't have that world that exists. We sort of have a sneak peek into it. We kind of have an idea of who Leo is. A couple of the other people, we just met Kestrel, so we don't really know, et cetera, right? So it needs to be established a bit more. So I got to get my sticky fingers in all the corners for now, up until a point, and then I can let it go.
So which one in your mind is it kind of go back and forth as you're creating the lore? It influences how you're going to make the toy, or is it you make the toy and then you're starting to create the lore when you look at the figure that you've created? Or is it kind of organic both ways?
My cat's just playing fetch with me right now. I have a cat that loves to play fetch for like an hour and a half every day.
Yeah, somebody asked why you're always looking to your right. I said somebody else is in the room, most likely. I was right. I meant the person, but I guess I was still right.
No, my cat plays fetch with Nerf balls or rubber bands, and I have to throw them across the room or flip them over about an hour and a half every day. So it's quite an interesting cat. Okay, what were you saying there? Sorry.
I was just curious about your creative process. Is it, which chicken or egg? Is it the toy idea, the figure comes first and then you create a backstory, or you create a backstory and then you build the figure around the backstory, or does it go both ways?
It's a bit of a difficult thing. So I really I try to keep I want my line to be military centric, right? So in the military, the way you build a squad is, you know, you have 2 gunners, you know, a platoon commander, communications, 2 IC, and then the rest of the guys are riflemen with, you know, maybe 2 other guys or their secondaries are combat medic, etc. Right? So we want to keep things somewhat realistic. The hard part is that when you establish your year one is usually your core base. So how do you add to your core base, right, without deviating, right? So with G.I. Joe, Real American Hero, you had some strange things come in where you had, like, you know, sci-fi pops up. He's a great toy, but is he a great character? Does he make sense in this core? Not at all, right? So it's very, very difficult to balance these things. It's strange. So like I'm working, me and Ken work together quite a bit on this stuff, and he gets, you know, he starts to scratch his head because I move guys in and out all the time. So we're developing wave 2 right now. I'll be talking about, okay, next we're going to do this guy, and then like 2 days later I'll tell Ken, yeah, no, that guy's been turfed, he's gone. Right.
I would think maybe one approach might be, depending on special missions. If they're going on a particular mission where they need a specialist, there's your way to introduce. So if you put out a wave that's, you know, they're going on a desert op, then they need a desert specialist or survivalist. If they're doing something in the Arctic, if they're doing something in a particular urban setting, that might be a way to introduce the need for that new character.
Oh, totally. Look, but the hard part, sorry, Ken, I just got cut you off just for a second. The hard part is that every 2 years I get to make maybe 12 figures, right? So every 2 years I could come up with 35 to 40 guys. Easy, right? That part's easy to create new guys, create new sub teams. I love teams and themes, right? So sub teams and themes, super easy. And I've got a whole ton of them just out there, just floating around. Do they make sense? Will people like them enough to buy, say, 5,000 of this guy, 5,000 of that guy, or even more, right? I don't know that. Do we have time, especially with how our comic is going and how it's, you know, we're kind of dragging our feet, because it's a big anchor. It's basically an anchor. It's difficult, right? Do we have time?
You almost need a whole separate production team just to do the comic. And yeah, that's not feasible.
Yeah. So
you'd still be writing it though. You'd still be giving the direction.
Sure.
At least the storyboard direction, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
With
regards to the whole chicken and the egg thing, I mean, what you were talking about there, Largo, about mission specific. Steve, isn't that how we got the Redo commie? Like we had a scene at Shadow Dragon's headquarters, like, you know, it would be cool to have next to him.
Yeah.
Elite. Yeah.
An elite guard. And it just sort of organically made sense. We went back to the previous colors. If I recall correctly, that's how it came about. Because I
love the fact that you have a variant that actually makes sense. You know, It totally makes sense why there would be a variant of those characters in the lore.
Think of the Star Wars Royal Guard. It was also red. I mean, that wasn't the original plan. That's not the reason why we did it. Because Steve, you initially wanted a troop builder, the basic field guy, to be red, and then it switched to gray because I think that just made more sense in the battlefield.
Yeah, it makes them work better with the retrograd stuff too.
Yeah, but I mean, also you have like a red flash or something coming at you as opposed to, you know, especially if it's a robot, right?
Yeah, it's a big red target.
but at the headquarters, red looks important, so it follows Shadow Dragon everywhere, right? At least that's what I think our thinking was, Steve. If I recall correctly.
And they look cool.
Yeah, like what you were saying about, you know, the chicken or the egg. Sometimes in the development phase, it shifts back and forth, right? So it'll come to, okay, we really need to plug in a guy. We don't have a squad gunner, right? We need a squad gunner. But then through the development phase, if he seems a bit weak, we'll pull him back for now, and we'll push another guy forward because he's stronger, right?
Okay. So like with Rooster, you knew you wanted a comms guy, and then you kind of built around, okay, I need this in the unit, but who is the backstory? Who is this person? And that worked. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with Rooster, to be honest, we needed the strong, silent guy who was a total kind of a dick, And we happen to give him a radio, but he's still a dick about it. Like you'll see him in the comic, he tries to pass the radio off to Preacher, even though Preacher's
doesn't like to talk.
Yeah, Preacher's, as a sniper Overwatch, you never take your eye off the target. And Rooster's such a dick that he's like, "Here, you take this, right?"
Oh, that's why he says, "Really, Rooster?" Because I wasn't sure why you put that in there.
No, in reality, right? You got your sniper spotter team. The sniper never ever okay. I don't know how much you've heard about how real sniping works. It's horrible, right? The sniper will never take his eye off the target. If he has to take a shit, he leans over to the side, takes a dump. The spotter will dig a hole for him and even wipe his butt in some cases, right? Because the sniper never takes his eye off the target. It is a horrible job, right? So
a whole lot of waiting around in uncomfortable positions, I imagine.
Yeah, you have to piss your pants a lot of the time, different things like that. So it's really not the most optimal job for what you want to do. So Rooster is such a obstinate character that he came to the point of where it's like, well, I don't even want to answer the radio, right?
She has it to him. I think Rooster was the very first design we completed too, because he was on all our test art.
Yeah, he was the first guy sculpted. Yeah,
Rooster is one I definitely would like to see a variant without the camo, if that's possible down the road.
Everyone's asked for that one.
Because he's such an interesting character. You want different variants of him,
There is a second version of Rooster coming in years to come, and he's already designed, and I think people will really enjoy him.
Awesome. Yeah, you've definitely established really cool personalities with this first wave. So variants of those will definitely be appreciated.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
I was just going to say, when you were talking about the comics, earlier, the conversation around movies or, mass production, it takes a lot of people. So if you're talking about the same small handful of people, like, you're writing the story, like you have the story concept, then you have to flesh out the details, build out the world, communicate that to all these people, have them do the art for it. Like these are things that, like we were just talking about ROM, that was a whole separate group of people. There's a reason why the ROM toy looked completely different from the ROM comic book. Like they were just completely different people. So they were able to like get a little bit more done, done faster. You guys are doing a crap ton of work all at the same time. So
and we still got these bad boys to come out.
Yeah.
Those are going to be so fun.
A lot of, and I'll also say this, like ROM comics are different from Masters of the Universe mini comics that come inside the figure. Right?
Yeah.
Those things are like a couple of pages, really slimmed down story. What you all are doing are like proper storytelling, like, and so hats off. And it's
with ROM and Micronauts, which is another Marvel comic I enjoyed. They created comic specific characters that were way more interesting than what we got in toy form. It's too bad that it didn't go back and forth with that. But I'm always, really interested in, the behind the scenes of how these things come together. And, when whether it's a comic property that becomes a toy or a toy that becomes a comic property, it's neat to see how those things evolve. The comics, especially with the Marvel run of G.I. Joe, are so much more in depth, and you really had the characters fleshed out in ways they never did with the Deke cartoons or, the backstory on the back of the, the card art and stuff. But it worked. It was a strange thing in the 80s that it just kind of worked, and they had a big company behind them to make it work. But, I think Delta 17 is going to get there eventually. You guys got a great concept, so it's it's slower than we would like, but it's got to be organic.
It's a lot slower than I would like to. Yeah.
Yeah. Because on the end user side of it, we don't know all the ins and outs of what you have to do and could cajole with factories to make things happen. We just want stuff. Yeah. Because it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think on that note, we got 6.5 hours. Thinking it's pretty much time to call it. Yeah.
Here,
So-
before we go, can I ask you a question about that figure you just held up? Are there any instructions needed for that, do you think?
Well, other than you can take the Gatling guns out.
Sorry, guys.
So
Yeah.
no, not
The only
really.
reason I ask is, I'm sitting here trying to figure this thing out. It's amazing, and I figured about like things like the ears popping out. This came up earlier too with like Four Horsemen figures. We were talking with Cobb earlier. How do you put on this cape, right? Or how do you pop it apart? And they don't come with instructions. Mezco.
There will be a decal sheet though.
Well, no, I don't think it's that complex, right? But I just
It's not
wondered
as,
about.
yeah, it's not as bad as IKEA furniture, but
I will say, I finally realized that like they did come with instructions, and I applaud them because they actually spell everything out in terms of movement, in terms of what comes off, and I think it's fantastic. And Mezco's just the same. I love that. That's one thing that I wish Legions would eventually move towards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got one more to show.
Yeah.
Are we gonna show that where the decals are, Steve?
Oh, well, they're just right on the inside here. You can see them on the inner window. There's 2 sheets, but it does have some toy features here that will tell you what comes off and what spins and
see. That's perfect.
Yeah,
I like the box design. The cube kind of thing is cool.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah.
So we do have that on all of our figures where you show the features. So it's not so much in instructions like step 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's like.
And again, I was kind of asking because this one's clearly very complicated. That may not be the case, but I remember like when they first came out, you were noticing that people were putting things on backwards.
Yeah.
But I will also say, because sometimes people say, well, that's just another thing to design and print. To the digital thing earlier, you don't really have to, right? You could just say go to the website, and then like Lego does these days, they also have printed, but just a little reference thing.
Yeah.
Have Ken make some videos. He's good at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see what kind of mood I'm in for making videos. I get really moody when it comes to editing. Right.
I hear that.
Yeah. You'll know.
If you do make a hailstorm video, I want to hear lots of pew pew, action.
I'm gonna
with the
need
Gatling guns.
Joe Gord's help with that one. All right. I guess we'll call it a night. So
All right, it's always cool seeing you guys.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah, we'll
Good
see you
night,
guys later.
everyone. Next Saturday. You don't want to do the go arounds? Everybody here has